Yo, Wandering Mason, what's up?
That populate northern.
In the final years of the Marvel icon,
You didn't even grill me about.
we have some. We are now with.
Ambassador Huck.
Donald Trump's.
Death of Rabbit, what's up, dude? No, Wandering Mason was first. Yep.
There's something.
So we have break.
Things look exactly like I suspected.
I'm joined now by.
I have way too many fucking tabs open.
What's.
Jesus, I have so many fucking tabs. What is some of this shit?
This is the
Oh,
Awebo bird. That is actually the willow ptarmigan, a bird of the Arctic and subarctic regions. Interesting fact about it is that it changes its feathers seasonally for camouflage. But it is interesting for one more reason. It says Awebo constantly. This is the Awebo.
I need this. I need him. I like this bird. It's a good bird.
You know.
Once again, folks, I've made
Half of these are just, I don't even know how this happens. It's just the YouTube homepage.
The fact that
Targeting.
we're gonna give you our. As a.
Often when we talk about.
We all know the profession.
If you.
It's a very disturbing video. It's a very disturbing story, all right? There's a Colorado cop who's caught shooting a black male point blank in the back. I have the background and update. Here's a video.
Copy your unit number, your muscle.
Don't know if I can necessarily blame the officer here. He had no idea what's going on and just saw one
Trump
dude with a
announces
gun.
broad military action against the Houthis in Yemen. Also shipping Venezuelans off via plane with war powers.
Hey,
Judge says no.
Let me see. Okay. I'm not necessarily against him going after the Houthis. Judge Bosberg has issued a sweeping block of Trump's effort to invoke wartime powers to quickly deport Venezuelan nationals, telling the administration to go as far as turning around planes already in the air. So, I'm assuming these Venezuelan nationals had some sort of legal status. So Trump is basically invoking wartime powers to claim Venezuelans are invading the country, and that's what he's using as a justification to deport people. Yeah, that sounds relatively retarded. Trump is dumb. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Elon Musk, Donald Trump clown show continues, and Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, is like, hey, hold my beer. I want to be clown number one. And have a watch.
Exactly what you heard President Trump said today. What are you doing for us? I know what we're doing for you, but what are you doing for us? And I think that's the right way to look at it. That's our president's way of looking at it, and that's what you should expect.
So what are you doing for us? I guess that's the subject of today's video. Honestly, we have to go over this stuff because the dialogue and discussion in the USA has gotten so dumbed down. I wonder if we're at like peak idiocracy and then we're going to be like, whoa, that's never going to work ever again, because the stuff that they're saying, the stuff they're proposing doesn't add up, and they have to keep perpetuating these lies and nonsense to keep this essentially charade going. But people are ultimately going to catch on to it, because what I thought this one was fascinating, even Fox News, which is, supportive of the Republican Party and, Musk and Trump, this kind of stuff, they're even starting to question it because, there are many facets to how this thing works, because the Republicans also like to say, hey, we're going to support big business, this kind of stuff, and there's going to be many CEOs be like, the math doesn't make sense. You got to call it out. So you'll see what I'm saying. They're promising at the moment $150,000 or less income. I guess they're going to pay no taxes theoretically. You'll see what I mean. Have a watch.
Do you watch the Norland video on AOC versus Dodge? Breaks down the government shutdown battle really well. Oh, you mean Doge. Yeah, they're trying to trigger a government shutdown, right? So that they can do a bunch of illegal shit.
Just to be clear on this, you said that no taxes for people under $150,000. So you're saying that could happen in the next 2 years. So I'm just looking at the numbers here. The bottom 90% of the U.S. tax base is people under around $150,000. That's the way they lay it out.
So Trump probably thinks there's way more wealthy people in the U.S. than there really is. And he probably figured, like, oh, well, like, you know, maybe 10, 20% of Americans make under 150,000. And he didn't realize, no, most people are like broke asses, so they make under 150.
Right, so they even throw up a graphic on screen. And to credit to Fox News, at least they're saying something about this. And I think this particular reporter, and this is something you'll find a lot on TV, is a lot of these people, they're not stupid. They're just kind of instructed to say, don't question any of these people or they won't come back on. And that's sort of the challenge that we face in today's media environment, is that if you challenge any particular politician or whatever, they won't come back on your show. And then that's okay, so then we don't talk to anyone. So, I mean, I guess you can argue one of the big problems that we have right now is politicians or you know, you could call cabinet members, are cowards, basically, right? They don't want to go and face real questions. They just want supportive audiences and supportive reporters. And so then reporters have a couple of choices. Well, gee, do I not get an interview at all? Or do I let them on and not question them? So here, to credit to Fox News, at least they do question a bit, right? They're like, hey, your math is not really going to make sense. Have a watch to his answer, though.
That is $531 billion.
Curious what you think about Alex O'Connor's take on vegan bodybuilders, vegan junk food, along with why he's not vegan anymore. He's not vegan anymore because he's a fucking dumbass. His whole argument about vegan bodybuilders is fucking stupid. That's, first of all, that's only an argument you could really use against a utilitarian or consequentialist. I'm not a utilitarian. So, I don't care if eating more would technically end up causing more animal deaths. It's whether or not those deaths are a rights violation. And I also don't understand why you would have an issue with increasing human habitation. So wild animals kill and eat each other. If you get rid of more wildlife and replace it with human habitation like cities or farmland, that's fewer wild animals that kill each other. So I don't see how you have a strong argument that it either increases rights violations or, even if you're looking at it from a consequentialist perspective, has a more negative consequence.
In federal taxes, it's a quarter of all federal tax revenue. So you're saying in 2 years we could be in a position where people who make under 150K will pay no taxes in America?
Well, this is aspirational, right? When we balance the budget, that is a move that the president has on his mind and that he has discussed. Balance the budget, and then let's take care of all of the people. Like you said, the 90%.
Balance the budget. Yeah, just, he's going to massively increase deficit spending. Just watch.
Of Americans who are 150,000 or less. That's why they elected Donald Trump. That's why you've got Elon Musk.
See, and then she just doesn't question, right? So this is sort of that illustrates the problem that we have right now. One is, so for example, if Howard Lenny came on, you know, my channel, and we talked about it, I would question him and I would like get real answers from the guy and call him out and be like, yo, come on, man, let's be real. But they wouldn't come on my show, right? Because they don't want real questions. And so, like I'm saying, this is sort of the media landscape that we're in right now. They only go to friendly, you know, channels or friendly news sources. And I want to make this also really clear. There's a lot of news channels out there, and I'm sure you guys watch a lot of these things, be it on the left side, Democrat-leaning side. But many of those channels are so ingrained into the party that they don't question either, and it's hard to get any good information out there. So I just want to mention it's not just a problem with Fox News, it's a problem all over the place. You can talk about MSNBC if you want to mention that as well, right? And you guys know what I'm talking about. You inherently know. Not that I disagree with like every politician in the whole world, but you still need to have some real discussions and actually question them and call them out in some BS, and that could come from regardless of party or you know, politician. The math doesn't make sense. So on top of that, they're saying, okay, they're making promises they can't keep on taxes under 150,000. There's no way they're going to keep that promise. And then they're now claiming that they're going to make a bunch of money with this Trump gold card thing. If you don't know, it's kind of strange to be pushing this because effectively Musk, Trump, all these people, they want to kick out all the immigrants, basically. That's what they're looking to do. Deportations is a big party for them.
Breaking news: the Young Turks are being morons again.
Let me take a look. Oh yes, the magical buzzword ethnic cleansing.
Galaxy Brain as Mongold drops absolute banger. As in it bangs around in your head and will cause irreparable damage.
Asmongold thinks women's scholarships radicalize men and that men should speak up more about it. People hold you at a disadvantage, treat you like you're categorically worse or you deserve a disadvantage. I think it's disgusting that. What?
I disagree completely. Society hasn't left men behind. Right-wing men have convinced other men that they're being left behind. So you're never going to convince men that they're not being left behind when there are scholarships and opportunities that are presented that are exclusively for women.
There are scholarships that are exclusively for men. How many women do you see getting football scholarships, you fucking retard? Oh my god. This guy... How is this dude a fucking millionaire? Why does anybody watch him?
You just... That's it. Period. Like, if you're a guy and you see that there are women getting advantages because of the nature of them being a woman, then you have just radicalized that guy. And I think, by the way, you should be radical. The moment that somebody says, by the consequences of your birth, you have been denied an opportunity, this is disgusting. This is a disgusting use, and it should never happen. So yeah, I think guys absolutely should not allow this to happen. And I think more men need to speak.
This guy is absolutely, just unhinged retard.
Up and speak out against this. I think there's a lot of men that are made to feel ashamed, or they're made to feel like, oh, well, I have to man.
This is a guy who doesn't clean up after himself and lives in a rat and cockroach infested apartment. Just why does anybody listen to any of his political or social takes?
Man up and deal with this? Fuck you. No, you don't. You don't have to man up and deal with some fucking Karen trying to ruin your life and tone police you. Absolutely not. Yeah, I think more men need to speak out about this and have some self-respect. Stop letting people disrespect you. Stop letting people hold you at a disadvantage and treat you like you're categorically worse or you deserve a disadvantage. I think it's disgusting that men put up with this at all. They should never put up with this. Men still run companies. College grades are not everything. What does that have to do with it? Everybody should be given an equal chance. Period. That's it. If you're not doing that, you're wrong. I make an exception for income. Other than that, no exceptions. If men and women are equal, then they should compete on equal ground. If they're not equal, like people with opportunities that are different because of their income, everybody acknowledges that two people, incel attitude, well, I guess I'm an incel. And I think everybody else should be too. And if there's enough of us, we can change the...
Well... yeah. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
It's a first since 2002. Israeli tanks deployed in the occupied West Bank as part of an extensive military operation launched on January the 21st. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the operation, dubbed Iron Wall, aims to, quote, defeat terrorism. The fighting is taking a heavy toll.
Here we go. They're gonna say that Hamas doesn't exist in the West Bank when they do.
On the local population. According to the UN, some 40,000 people from several refugee camps have fled their homes.
2 days after the Gaza ceasefire deal went into effect, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the right-wing Israeli government turned their focus and attention to the West Bank. And now, for the first time in decades, since 2002, tanks have been deployed to Jenin and other refugee camps to essentially drive Palestinians.
Yeah, vegan Ben & Jerry's is good. I think the Netflix and chill is my favorite flavor.
Out. And I want to be clear, that is the whole objective here. They're not even trying to hide it. So Israeli Defense Minister
pretty sure this is for getting rid of terrorists.
Israel Katz said he and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu ordered the military to increase the intensity of the activity to thwart terrorism in all refugee camps in the West Bank. Now, there has to be fair, and there's been an increase in, Palestinian attacks coming from the West Bank.
Oh, okay. To be fair, there are terrorists that are trying to murder innocent Israelis. But, like, I played Call of Duty this one time, and I was a special forces officer, and I had this gun with the scope on it, and I just shot the terrorist, and I didn't need to use a tank or nothing. So I don't know why Israel has to do a military operation where they use a tank when you don't even use a tank in Call of Duty. Like, that's more Battlefield. In Battlefield, you use a tank. But in Call of Duty, you don't need to.
So, for instance, on Thursday, 3 empty buses exploded in Israel in what police say was an attempted militant attack. However, let's also be clear in noting that since the war began in Gaza after October 7th, there has been a lot of violence toward Palestinian civilians.
Let's face it, these people hate Jews because they see them as white, and SJWs hate whites with a passion. That's all this has been about, hating white people, despite the fact that a lot of these SJWs are white themselves.
Well, I think this is more specifically about hating Jews. But, yeah. You're definitely onto something. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
By Israeli settlers in the West Bank. And so this has been going on, since the beginning of the war. More than 800 Palestinians have been killed in the West Bank since the war in Gaza erupted on October 7th. Israel says most were militants, but stone-throwing youths protesting Israeli raids, as well as bystanders, have also been killed, including, by the way, an American citizen.
Here's a little pro tip. Maybe don't throw rocks at people with machine guns and armored vehicles and tanks. Maybe don't, go where the fucking terrorist troublemakers are, who are trying to attack, the dudes with machine guns and armored vehicles and tanks, so that you might not get, like, unintentionally shot at, when they're trying to, like, actually kill the real terrorists and troublemakers. Just a pro tip. Like, maybe don't do that. Oh. Fucking idiots.
That we reported on last year. In the most recent operation, a pregnant Palestinian woman was killed. Kind of hard to argue that she's a militant. Now,
first of all, I don't know how being pregnant disqualifies you as being a militant. I'm pretty sure you can still, like, shoot a gun and blow yourself up if you're pregnant. I don't know how that disqualifies you. Especially considering, like, if this is a Muslim radical, they believe in martyrdom. So, in her mind, if this is a Muslim radical militant, yeah, committing martyrdom, killing a Jew or something for the cause, oh, well, her and her child are going to go to heaven. Like, these people have a complete and utter lack of fucking understanding of, radical Islamic faith. Oh, well, why would a pregnant woman ever want to commit acts of terrorism? That doesn't make sense to me. I mean, I wouldn't kill Jews or blow myself up if I was pregnant. Like, they're just so insanely, remarkably ignorant, and they just think with their, like, dumbass, lefty, white Western brain, and don't ever consider, oh, gee, I wonder how, like, crazy whack job Muslims think who believe in martyrdom.
Don't believe me, here is proof.
I can prove this. It's a scientific fact. If you are white, you are a degenerate. You cannot argue facts. Facts don't care about...
Okay, so I guess he's a degenerate?
your feelings. Accept it. You are a degenerate because you're white.
There are, there's people like Tommy Sotomayor and shit who do the same thing. Like, you can find black people who will say black people are degenerate. You can find Jews that'll say Jews are degenerate, It exists, like, racism against your own race exists, but I don't think it's anywhere near as prevalent as in the white race. Like, you'll find odd black dudes here and there, like Tommy Sotomayor or Thomas Sowell, do this sort of shit. But, like, in almost every case, they exclude themselves, from that qualifier. Like, oh, I'm one of the good ones, Like, yeah, like, this is way more prevalent among white people. It's really fucking weird, dude. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Retard donate $2. We should put a reconstruction of Sinwar's head on these with rifle attachment and send them into the West Bank. Thoughts? Let me see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we should do that. That would be pretty funny. Thanks for the donation, retard. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Zelensky warns Russia is preparing new invasion into Ukraine's Sumy region. Sumy was previously attacked February 2022, but later liberated by Ukrainian forces. Now Moscow appears ready to strike again, with Ukraine still fighting in Kursk. Russian advance on Sumy could stretch Kyiv's defenses even further. Yeah, and here's Trump saying, oh, Russia wants peace. Fucking retarded. Student protest taking place in Belgrade tonight. Demand President Vucic's resignation. Wow. So I'm guessing this is because he's pro-Russian or something, right? Yeah, I don't know much about Serbian politics, but that's a pretty crazy-ass protest. Oh. Oh. Oh, poor elephant. Oh, that's his friend. Oh. Poor elephant. Oh, they're so sweet. Oh, they're people too. I hope he gets another friend in the future. That's really sad. Oh. Oh, elephants are so sweet. Hope, the circus that basically fucked with them, they all die. Chuck Schumer helps pull Democrats back from the brink of courage. Yeah. I heard about that. His argument was he was trying to prevent a government shutdown, but that's like the most stupid, weak-ass argument imaginable. Yeah, let's just let Republicans do whatever they want.
People think dodo birds went extinct because they're dumb. But that's a lie, crazy. So, 4 million years ago, some ancient pigeons were flying over the Indian Ocean when they discovered an island.
Hey, pretty nice. Lots of food, no predators.
Whoa, yeah, so nice. Oh, they definitely say the nicest.
Let's stay.
So they did for 4 million years, and with all this free food, each generation of pigeon got bigger and bigger and bigger. They became dodos, but there's a problem. See, the dodos got so fat they can no longer fly. But no worries, as long as their island paradise remains a paradise, they should be completely fine. Oh boy, the Europeans arrived.
Now look at birdies.
And you know what the Europeans brought with them? A bunch of predators. Hi, are you my friends?
Yeah, poor dodos. It's too bad. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. We're gonna play Life is Little Nightmares later, right? Yes, we're gonna play Life is Little Nightmares. I'm a veteran and you don't give a fuck about me. Would be terrified of the midterms if I was Republican. Yeah, they're probably gonna get massacred.
You're lying! I'm a veteran and you don't give a fuck about me! Hey, shut the fuck up! You don't get the fucking union to us! You don't get to take away our rights! You don't get to take our health care! Get off of me! You don't get the union to us! Fuck you!
You know, it's still really pathetic how complacent everybody is. Like, if I saw a guy advocating for himself and speaking up, and then a bunch of police came and were like, okay, it's time for you to leave, I'd stand up with him and say, no, fuck that. He can speak his mind. It's a town hall. He's allowed to do this. And I'd try to interfere and, like, tell the cops to, like, fuck off. Like everybody in the room should be telling the police, fuck off, he has a right to be here, he can speak his mind. How about you go sit in the back of the fucking room and shut the fuck up? But yeah, everyone's so complacent, and they're like, oh, well, those are police. I guess there's nothing we can do. As Americans increasingly get their news from online shows and streamers, we found that this expanding media ecosystem is overwhelmingly right-leaning. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's great. I think there's a right-wing, social media bias anyway for a couple reasons. One, it's just because of the lack of popularity with the last few Democrat administrations. And two, there's just more money in supporting right-wing politics. There's a reason why you see a bunch of people who used to be kind of more left-wing or libertarian. So like Stefan Molyneux is probably the perfect example of this. Stefan Molyneux went from making fun of like right-wing Republicans and shit. He was a lot more left-leaning, and then he just became a full-blown fucking Nazi, promoting eugenics, like getting rid of all migrants, creating a white ethno-state, shit like that. And it's because these far right-wing Nazi types, they just give you more money. Like, they just do. There's also a bunch of insane billionaires that pump money into these right-wing social media influencers. Like, that's where Ben Shapiro gets all of his fucking money from. They're also giving a ton of money to people like Dave Rubin and shit. So there's just more money in supporting the right wing, which is why I think you're seeing a bit of a right-wing social media bias. Mother in Deerfield, Illinois, has revealed that school officials forced young girls to change into their gym clothes in front of a trans-identified male student. So is this a male to female transgender?
Nicole Georges.
Hello, my name is Nicole Georges, and I'm here to demand that the locker rooms and bathrooms at District 109 be designated as biological male and biological female, as there already is a gender-neutral option. The girls want their locker rooms and bathrooms back. They want their privacy back. This is why I'm here tonight. My 13-year-old daughter's well-being and mental health and privacy.
The only way you could argue for this, like in a sensible manner, is to specifically mention change rooms. Women already have privacy in the bathroom. Women don't use urinals. Like, they have their own separate stalls to take a piss or a shit. So, like, what the hell would they care if there's a trans woman or girl in the bathroom? It's not like anybody's watching them take a shit.
Is at stake. This nightmare began on February 5th when my daughter was using the girls' bathroom and was stunned that a biological male student was using it as well. She came home frightened and was extremely upset. I asked her to talk with her teachers and find out more information. She was told by the administration that a student can use the bathroom as well as a female locker room because they now identify as female. I was sent an email to the teachers involved and received a call from Principal Wegley. He verbally reiterated that under Joanna Ford's direction and their legal counsel that the student could use both the locker room and bathroom. I expressed that the school was in clear violation of federal policy. The Trump administration issued an executive order restricting biological males from participating in sports and accessing female locker rooms. That day, I filed a civil rights complaint on behalf of my daughter with the Department of Justice. It has now been referred to the Department of Education. A federal complaint has been filed with the district to protect the students. The situation went from bad to worse. A few days later, the male student was present in the girls' locker room. Feeling violated, the girls made the choice to not change into their PE clothes with a biological male student present. The next day, Assistant Principal Kathy Van Treese pulled the girls into their office, questioning them. The same day, Assistant Superintendent Joanna Ford, Kathy Van Treese, and multiple teachers all came into the girls' locker room, making them change into uniform. This went on all week with the addition of Ginger Laugerman. My daughter refused to take part in having her privacy being violated. How dare they? She ran out and called for me for help. Principal Wegley answered, we're offering my daughter a new, her answers was offering my daughter a new PE class. The answer was no. She is not changing for the remainder of the year, and she is not changing into another class. The girls just want their privacy, and they want their locker room back. There are gender neutral options. This is my daughter.
If there's gender neutral options, then why didn't the girls use the gender neutral options? Like, some of this doesn't make any sense to me. If the school has a gender neutral bathroom or change room, then why didn't they all just move to that change room and change there? Like, chances are, by the way, if we see this, supposed man pretending to be a woman, like, you're gonna be like, okay, why is anybody complaining? Usually these people are just fucking Karens. I doubt any of that is a big fucking deal. Do you believe in nursing homes should be a registered nurse, blah, blah, blah?
Do you believe in a nursing home there should be a registered nurse available around the clock 24/7? The reason I ask this is because that is the rule that is coming up, but there's going to be an effort to roll it back. So do you think we ought to have nursing homes without nurses?
Senator Wyden, as you know, it's a complicated question.
No, it's not. We need a nurse in a nursing home. Not too complicated.
I actually think we need a nurse who will work in a nursing home. And in many nursing homes, that's become a problem. So I believe we can provide quality of care equivalent to having a nurse in that nursing home using tools and technologies, including telemedicine.
Do you believe in a nursing home?
So, Dr. Oz doesn't want nurses in nursing homes. Got it. That makes sense. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I get Schumer's rationale. Trump is facing a load of court battles that are climbing up to SCOTUS. If Gov shuts down, it's stalled. They holding off the fight because they don't want to give any excuse to blame Dems for the shitstorm. I get both sides too.
Well, would that shut down the Supreme Court, or does it just shut down Congress? So, if it shuts down Supreme Court, the decision makes a bit more sense. But I mean, at what point are you going to stop playing this game? Oh, I guess we just have to do what he says because he can just, shut down Congress. I don't know. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Again, I get the reasoning, but it doesn't sound like it shuts down the whole federal government. Okay. It's a bit more sensible then. But, yeah, I really don't know if it's, it may just be a situation where, both decisions are equally as valid and each has their own set of downsides. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
This weekend, the Israeli military also admitted its forces had killed 2 13-year-old kids and that it was investigating the incident.
Sure, they'll get right on it.
Jenin's mayor says that Israel's military had also razed at least 120 residential buildings and caused hundreds of millions of dollars in damage. Now, let's actually get to the veil being lifted. They're flat out telling the truth here. Now, Israel Katz is outright admitting that they intended to go beyond just killing people. They plan to ethnically cleanse the territory as well. He says, quote, "We will not allow the return of residents, and we will not allow terrorism to return and grow." Earlier, Katz said he had instructed the military to
So, Young Turks supports terrorism. Oh, well, if you don't allow terrorists to, conduct operations there, then it's ethnic cleansing. So, terrorism is preferential to ethnic cleansing. Like, again, they're just using stupid buzzwords. These people are fucktarded. ABC donated $2. Let me see. Dad begs IDF to kill his sons for Hamas propaganda video. Shocking video reveals the father of a Gazan child trying to get the IDF to shoot his son in an attempt to create a Hamas propaganda video. Like, dude, when you have Palestinian people doing this, I don't know where you fucking get off, criticizing Israel and the IDF. Like, these people are absolutely fucking unhinged.
This is an attempt at Hamas propaganda. This is absolutely vile. This is a father trying to sacrifice his own son to get a video that looks like Hamas propaganda. So he is trying to send his son over to the IDF soldiers, telling his son to throw rocks at the IDF and saying to the IDF, shoot him, shoot my son, so that they can get a video of the IDF shooting a child so that they can show it to the world and say, look, Israel, they are...
So, like, this is exactly the thing that all of these, like, people in the West don't understand. Like, they think, oh, well, why would a parent want their, like, child to die? I'd never do that. Why would a pregnant woman ever commit an act of terrorism? Like, pregnant women don't do that. Like, oh, when do children ever get used for acts of terrorism? They have a completely different mindset. Look, all they're interested in is killing Jews. They think if they commit an act of martyrdom, so, like killing in the name of Islam or dying in support of Islam, they're going to go to heaven for all of eternity. Like, that's what they're thinking. So, with that logic in mind, yeah, people sacrifice their own children. They get their children to strap bombs to their chest and commit suicide. Or they try to get their kids to do something fucking stupid so they get shot by the IDF. Or, like, they literally just do not get it. Sadie N-word donate $2 every time I hear a sand monkey chomping out. Yes, space Muslims. Thanks for the donation, Sadie N-word.
Are monsters. They are the evil ones. They are the child killers. Why would you do that to your own son? This is how indoctrinated these people are. They are sick in the head. Watch what the IDF soldier does instead of shooting him. Gives him a high five. And the kid's just a kid. He doesn't want to die. He just wants to have fun. And so he's just going to give him a high five. The father's not happy. So the father's going to tell the son, throw rocks at him. Throw rocks, throw rocks, throw rocks. And the kid is just kind of throwing them into the grass. Because the kid doesn't want to hurt the IDF. It's just a kid. He doesn't understand. Kids don't understand meanness and violence and all this nonsense. He just wants to play.
So this is why, by the way, it's so ridiculous to be like so overly critical of everything Israel's doing. They're in a very unique position where, one, they have to like try to minimize civilian casualties, but the same civilians are crazy, insane whack jobs that are trying to kill them and kill themselves. And they're basically trying to like exterminate really retarded people while also trying to prevent retards from like killing themselves and them. It's insane. Like, it's the most ridiculous situation you could possibly fucking imagine. Retard, donate $2. Holy shit. Let me see. Serbian police just used LRAD sonic cannon against student protesters while they were holding their 15 minutes of silence. Acoustic weapon up to 160 decibels, so that can deafen you. So they were standing peacefully, not doing anything, and then they decided to deafen and permanently damage people's hearing. Got it. I'm glad I don't live in any of these shithole countries. Thanks for the donation, retard.
I'm actually sickened to my stomach that a father would do that to his own son. Try and get his own son killed just so that they can get a video.
Yeah, that's Palestinians for you.
So Elon Musk, and now they're talking about bringing in a bunch of foreigners. Seriously, that's their plan. It's the Trump gold card, and the idea is you're going to sell U.S. residency for $5 million each. And they're claiming they're going to get $1 trillion from this. Have a listen, you'll see what I mean.
Right? And then you have the Trump card probably raising between $500 billion and $1 trillion a year. You've got a balanced budget. You've got a fundamental change of America.
The Trump gold card so far, Howard?
So she's even asking, like, how many people do you really think are going to have, $5 million each to buy this U.S. residency? Which, I mean, I'm sure there's going to be some, but I don't think it's going to be as many as they say it's going to be. So he'll say like tens of thousands. You'll see.
How many people?
Well, we're going to announce over the next 2 weeks a pilot program, which is going to help Congress be able to score that in and help this reconciliation bill.
So it's interesting because there could be some meetings or deals behind closed doors where there's particular Russian oligarchs, or you could have even China's oligarchs or Saudi. I keep mentioning those countries because a lot of this is going to end up being money laundering to, get whatever foreign money to come in to either bribe whatever politicians, use their sovereign wealth fund. That's the one that Trump signed into executive order. I keep mentioning stuff because it's not talked about enough. And then they're going to use that money to funnel into whatever crypto or AI projects, etc. So this was interesting when he mentioned, like, wait, in the next couple of weeks, we're going to mention, we're going to do some sort of pilot program. And this is the kind of stuff that guys want you to pay attention to. When in doubt, any of these issues, follow the money. Then he's going to make some wild claims. A lot of people are going to do this. So we'll listen some more here.
But we expect tens of thousands. I mean, just the inquiries I've had, tens of thousands of applications at $5 million each. We are working our tails off to balance the budget for the American people and for Donald Trump. That's why they elected Donald Trump, and he is working really hard at it.
You say the goal.
See, it's strange. So this is what a snake oil salesman sounds like. And that's why I want to make sure it's really clear, because if we want to make things change, right, you can't just talk to the converted. You can't just preach to the choir, right? Because I know sometimes people who watch the channel, they just need some sanity and stuff like that. But we also, if you have conversations with people around you who, think the Trump and the Musk plans are going to be awesome, just show them what it is, right? They're making all these promises that they can't keep. And then even some of these proposals don't even really make a lot of sense. And they'll try to cover up exactly what it is. And that's why I said to make it really clear. It looks like there must be some sort of deals behind the scenes where we're going to be taking Russian oligarch money and bringing it to the country. Wants to fire you and steal your money. That's the subject of today's video. And check this out. This is Natalie Winters is writing, if the government shuts down, what if we just never brought most furloughed workers back? And Elon Musk replies, thinky face. Basically what this is all about is Musk is figuring out any way he can to fire everyone, replace you with robots, replace you with AI, and then figure out ways to take all of the money for himself and his buddies. It gets really complicated because the Democrats are like, okay, now we got two choices. Do we keep the government open to keep people working, essentially, or do we, fight the bill that the Republicans are trying to pass, talking about the budget, and then if we fight it, the government shuts down, and then Musk has an excuse then to fire everyone. What will happen is that the government workers would be classified as being either essential or non-essential, because there's some systems, even if the government shuts down, you got to keep people working, maybe unpaid, and then ultimately reopen again. And then you just don't invite workers back. Both are disastrous, and there's a fight right now in the Democratic Party between young Democrats and the older ones.
Yeah, Chuck Schumer probably should have voted against the bill, because if it's going to happen either way, I mean, it doesn't seem to make any sense to me, because if they vote the bill in, then that would give him actual legal recourse to fire off workers, but if they vote against it, then he doesn't have legal recourse, in which case when the government opens up again, then you can reverse it.
I'll just say this. Not everyone wants to go along with the Republicans, right? I'm in that camp. I was kind of in the middle because I wanted to see how this was playing out. I kind of knew what the choices were. My particular sticking point would be we got to get rid of Musk no matter what. And then I would be out communicating. Well, I guess I do it every day now, but if politically speaking, you'd be out communicating like, why is Musk so bad? And you got to disprove lie after lie after lie. The hard thing is that for the Musk team, it's easier for them to lie than it is for us to disprove them, right? Because they can just make crap up all day, right? Like all day they could just write like 100 lies every day, right? And then like I'd have to go through and research every single one of the 100 lies. You see how that was very time consuming. But anyway, I want to show you guys what they're saying here. It says Senate Dems brace to vote for a bill they hate to block Elon Musk. Here's some quotes. This is from a Republican. The Democrats have A or B, keep the government open or yield authority to the president. That's coming from a Republican. Then this would be from the Democrat side. Schumer says Musk has already said he wants a shutdown, and public reporting has shown he is already making plans to expedite his destruction of key government programs and services. A shutdown would give Donald Trump the keys to the city, state, and the country. That's what they're saying. Again, it's like, okay, do we shut down and then they can just even destroy more agencies, fire more employees more easily? Or do we stay open and then effectively approve Trump's budget? But Musk is going to get money in a different way, that way. So this is where the fight is. That's what I'm trying to explain to you guys. It says here, but on Capitol Hill, Republican lawmakers are saying the quiet part out loud by opposing the GOP's funding plan in protest of Trump's dismantling of the government. Democrats would in fact be helping his cause. Quote, we're cutting employees right now because we're trying to save costs, right? So Republicans want to fire you. And if the Democrats are going to play a game and shut it down, then they yield the power to him. It will be really easy for them to lift up the hood, look at all the essential and non-essential employees. Seems like to me it plays in their favor. So the vote did pass in the for the budget among the senators. This is how the vote is. And again, right now, there's a big...
Yeah, I think Schumer was probably being a fucking idiot.
Divide. House Democrats are pissed off right now, which I completely understand. AOC, right? Ocasio-Cortez lashes out at Schumer over support for GOP budget. This was the vote in the Senate. It was support for the Republican plan, 62 to 38. And I'm just putting pictures in, you can find your senator and which state you're in. The breakdown then would be 9 Democrats then supported it, 36 opposed, right? And then you had 1 independent on both sides. So again, it's 62 to 38. And you're probably wondering, okay, so how is Musk going to steal the money? There's a article that came out and it actually makes perfect sense. It has to do with the writing of the bill and how we allocate funds, right? So maybe you don't change the funding levels, but you change where the money goes. And Musk is involved in like getting his companies, like for example, say, weather satellites or EPA, whatever. And you could say, oh, okay, well, EPA money is supposed to be for Musk, right? Or he'll say, oh, that transportation money, that's supposed to be for me, So I'll read it and you guys understand what I'm saying. Funding bill may grant Trump and Musk more control over federal spending. Here it is. The measure that the House passed this week, though, what is known as a continuing resolution that largely extends funding at existing levels and does not include the additional instructions from Congress, right? So you're talking about the levels of funding, but where does the money go is the key. So while the EPA will get the same $3.2 billion that Congress allocated to it earlier, the administration could repurpose funds from specific programs they were intended to cover. So again, I think this is probably where the Trump and Musk and all of their billionaire buddies will figure out ways to steal the money. Basically, it is right here, the way that the budget is passed. Right. It says here, Democrats had hoped to include language in the bill requiring Trump to spend all the money in the measure and potentially thwart the unilateral cuts Trump and Musk are pursuing to agencies like Education Department and Social Security Administration. But because Johnson was able to persuade all but one House Republican to back the measure, the GOP didn't need any Democratic votes, which meant Republicans didn't need to negotiate over that language before sending the bill to the Senate. That's sort of where we are. You have to understand, like, this kind of stuff, and it's frustrating because the Republicans do have a majority. Honestly, I'm really pissed off. I'm staying calm because, like, you guys like to watch my channel because I do stay calm, but I just think there's just too much power in Musk's hands. I understand that there wasn't great options here because like what they're talking about is cutting money, but then they're talking about adding money to the military. So for example, I'll read what it says just so you can clear. The 62-38 vote came after days of turmoil among Senate Democrats who were split on either working with President Donald Trump and Republicans to pass a continuing resolution that includes $13 billion in cuts, right? Talking about cuts to non-defense spending or allowing the government to shut down, right? The bill contains a $6 billion increase in defense spending. So we're cutting $13 billion to non-defense, but we're increasing $6 billion in defense funding, and allows more flexibility for the White House to direct funding, right? Again, figure out where you want your money to go. According to House GOP leader aides, including an administrative request for more money for immigration and customs enforcement. So they want to focus on deportations. They want to build their external revenue service so they can tariffs and then funnel that money into the sovereign wealth fund that they keep talking about. That's why I keep mentioning this thing: when in doubt, follow the money. Already you have AOC coming out against this stuff. She's saying, keep calling, peel off all Democratic senators you can, tell them to vote no on the cloture and no on the CR. Vote is pushed to 115-ish for now. So situation is fluid. So this is earlier. I just want to say the only public yes votes are Schumer and Fetterman. I need 7 or 8 total. So before, she's trying to get people to rally against. She also said earlier as well, actually here, the far-right Republican funding bill will unleash havoc on everyday Americans, giving Donald Trump and Elon Musk even more power to continue to dismantle, I think, the federal government. So that was coming from Hakeem Jeffries of New York in joint statement. Then we also have this. Schumer has been in politics for a long time, and I would hope that this is his final term. He opens it up for someone new. That's from Jabari Bridgeport of New York, right? We're looking at people are like calling for someone different, and the talk would be, would AOC run for Senate? AOC says, I believe that's a tremendous mistake. That's referring to support for the Republicans there in their CR bill. And she had specific criticism of the legislation itself. Quote, this turns the federal government into a slush fund for Donald Trump and Elon Musk. It sacrifices congressional authority, and it is deeply partisan. I also want to point out this, and this is a really detailed article actually about what's happening to workers. Again, I want to make this really clear. Musk and Trump's plan, right? Their plan is to fire as many people as they possibly can. Federal workers told to report faraway offices within days' notice. A judge recently said you got to rehire these people, but what they're doing is if they're a worker remote, they'll only give you like a couple days to report, and you may have to travel all across the country. Like your job may actually be miles away, and if you don't show up, then you're fired. So when you hear the descriptions of
that is fucking retarded.
Regular workers, you'll get a sense of why I mention it in detail. For example, An employee of the Department of Health and Human Services got her instructions Wednesday in an email. The subject line was, quote, return to in-person work guidance for March 17, 2025, so just a couple of days from now. The employee, who lives in Southwest, has been working remotely since she started her job in 2023, so she's been doing this a couple of years. Scrolled through the email. It listed her name, followed by her return date. It designated her assigned floor and workspace, and included the address of the building she was to report to. It was in the suburbs of Washington, D.C. She had 5 days to relocate across the country. And you actually have a bunch of these kind of stories, right? Just imagine you live in Arizona or something like that. You get this email, you got to come to work in a couple of days, and you got to figure out how that's going to work.
Dude, Trump and Musk are just the biggest pieces of fucking shit. Like, my God. Why? Just why are they doing this? They're just absolute cunts.
The best argument is that Dems shutting down the gov allows Elon and his propaganda machine to blame them for shitstorm and bring the heat off Trump. The only goal is winning back Congress next year. Republicans were hoping and praying for a shutdown.
Maybe it's the better tactical choice. Yeah, I don't know if any internal messages have been leaked among Republicans where they actually mentioned they want the government to shut down. But yeah, hopefully Democrats just slay in the fucking midterms and they're able to just get rid of fucking Musk. Thanks for the donation, retard.
And then you got Elon Musk tweeting out this kind of stuff nonstop. He hates judges, stuff like that. So he literally tweets out fake stories. This Babylon Bee thing is like fake. It's kind of like the Onion in a way, like a conservative Onion is the best way to describe it. But it's not exactly the Onion because it's I'll just say this, it's just a fake news publication. Elon Musk though, seriously, this is essentially what's happening, right? And then talking about federal judges, etc. He Musk tweets out constantly that he hates federal judges, etc. And then on top of that, because judges are like, hey, you guys are doing stuff that's illegal and unconstitutional, right? And Musk wants to do illegal and unconstitutional things, so of course he hates judges. You have Musk tweeting out. I just want to show you guys what Musk has said on a daily basis. Musk tweets out, oh, so much fake news, right? Spells it GNUS. And basically the Besant guy, I think this is Treasury, he's just like, oh yeah, well, I heard about all this fake news stuff, and then now when I started working with Trump and Musk, I realized, wow, I have to side with Trump and Musk. That's basically what it boils down to. And then essentially, if you tell anyone sort of what they're saying, if you call out their lies, they just say you're fake news. And that's why, like...
Have we already reviewed this? If AI got to a point where it was indistinguishable in appearance from humans, then I don't see the issue of have AI relationships. Do you agree?
No.
You were always like, shut up.
It was like, it wasn't like, oh, I'm avoiding money now.
Yeah.
I don't want more problems.
Your boss is like, you need a raise, Scott. You've been doing it well. Like, nope, no more problems for me, sir. I'll take the regular rate. He's like, what? So it's one of the...
Well, I'm not watching an hour-long video about this topic. Yeah, if you could have an ideal relationship with an AI, why not? Right? So, if women don't want to be replaced by AI or girlfriend or sex robots, they can step their game up. It's that simple. Like, I see this as probably more of a good thing, honestly, because there's a lot of women who are just fucking insane, entitled whack jobs that are ridiculously fucking complacent in relationships. So yeah, I see that as a good thing, that there's gonna be AI girlfriends, androids, and shit like that. So, Yeah, maybe women will learn to not complain about stupid, pointless shit for no reason. Go out of their way to deliberately annoy you for no reason. Again, for no reason, make up excuses week after week. Oh, I'm not in the mood. I'm stressed. So, yeah, you know, they can learn to actually contribute to a relationship and be, act like a fucking well-adjusted adult. Thanks for the donation, though, ABC.
Like, when you go through these, I just want you to just hear regular people's experiences with this stuff. You'll understand the importance of it, right? For example, this is from Washington Post. All around the United States, federal workers are being informed that they must report to the office to comply with President Trump's January directive for all government employees to work on site full time. Many remote workers are being told they need to come to office hundreds or even 1,000 miles away, sometimes with just a few days notice. And you actually get many people talking about this. So here's another example. The email off mad schedule for one employee, a military veteran with nearly 20 years of federal service who, like other federal workers in the story, spoke on
ABC donates $2. Another benefit of having a girlfriend is that they can't get pregnant. Yeah. They also can't give you STDs, herpes, you name it. They also can't start a fight with some dude somewhere at like a movie theater or a baseball game and then force you to get into a fight with him and his friends so that you can protect your girlfriend who's being a crazy bitch and nearly get you killed. They also can't try to kill you both when you're driving by ripping the fucking steering wheel and trying to drive you into a tree when you're on the highway because she feels upset about a fight you had. There's a lot of benefits to an AI girlfriend.
Holy fuck. Watch this when you can. Hilarious.
Let me take a look. Oh yeah, we gotta watch that next. Thanks for the donation, Angel. And thanks for the donation, ABC.
condition and anonymity for fear.
No, Jasmine never did that, but I've seen crazy ass fucking women do that shit.
Fear of retaliation, right? You're worried, just afraid to speak out because they may just can you. That's because remember you're under threat all the time by Musk. They tell me 5 things, email, or the changing policies. You may get multiple emails, or they give you an email to contact you, and then you contact it and you don't get any response. You're like, what am I supposed to do? Where am I supposed to go? This kind of stuff. It's chaos.
There's actually a lot of fucking instances of women deliberately causing car accidents because they were upset about something their boyfriend did or a breakup. There was just recently a teenage girl who got sentenced to, I think, life in prison because she deliberately tried to kill herself and her passengers by creating a fucking accident because her boyfriend broke up with her or something. Teen girl sentenced to life. Let me see. Yeah, this is her.
She's the teenager who killed her boyfriend and another friend by deliberately driving into a brick wall. Surveillance captured her car whizzing by like a rocket at 100 miles an hour. Today, Mackenzie Shirilla spoke through tears as she expressed remorse for the death of ex-boyfriend Dominic Russo and his friend Davian Flanagan, who was sitting in the back seat of the car.
We were all friends and Dom was my soulmate. I wish I could take all your pain away, and I'm so sorry.
Then she sobbed as the sentence was pronounced.
She sentenced on count 1, the murder of Dominic Russo, 15 years to life.
Prosecutors say Mackenzie was also trying to kill herself, but she survived the crash.
A failed suicide attempt is not a defense to murder.
The mother of her dead boyfriend addressed the court.
Mackenzie showed no mercy on Dominic, nor did she on Davian.
Only God at this time can have mercy on her soul.
Mackenzie's mother also spoke.
I'm asking you for a leniency because this was a tragic accident that she does not remember.
As Mackenzie was let out of court, she told her family that she loved them.
I love you all.
There's a lot of stories like that. A lot. So yeah, women like causing car accidents when they get upset over a fucking breakup. It's just the reality.
Chaos and is really, really stressful for a lot of federal workers. I understand. That's why I'm going through this with you guys. Minutes after opening the directive, the employee and his wife began frantically trying to line up childcare during their kids' spring break next week, canceling plans and begging friends to help. Meanwhile, the employee began gaming out his new commute, which he expects will take an hour and 45 minutes away, right? These are just regular people. And you know, they could be your friends, it could be your
I'm pretty sure it is a gender thing. I haven't seen too many fucking stories of dudes deliberately causing car accidents because they're upset over a breakup. Like, usually dudes will just drink themselves to death, maybe like blow their brains out with a gun. I've seen a few instances where dudes with really severe depression like took their motorcycle out and just slammed their motorcycle into a truck or just flew off a cliff or something like that. But I haven't seen too many stories where a dude deliberately like got their car and like smashed it into a wall or caused an accident because they're upset over a breakup. I don't know if I've seen a single instance of that.
family. And also,
Give me a second. I've got to check upstairs. I'm hearing weird noises. Dudes will set the house on fire or kill the new boyfriend and ex-girlfriend. Yeah, I've seen that. That is a thing. True. Ugh. So, I don't know if any of you are doctors, but what does it mean if your piss is green? I literally just had green piss. Lost and found $22. I was arguing with a person I was involved with, non-binary but female parts, while I was driving Z grabbed the wheel and turned us into oncoming traffic. I struggled with them over the wheel and begged them to let go. Yeah, that... That does seem like a female-specific behavior. Like, yeah, I know, I've seen dudes, like, you know, try to kill their ex and their new boyfriend and stuff like that, but yeah, swerving onto oncoming traffic and shit like that, that seems like a female-specific thing. Thanks for the donation, Lost and Found. Lost and Found donated another $2. They let go right before another car was about to hit us head on. I heard other people had issues with this person in the past, and so I checked up on it and found out they had done the exact same thing to someone else they had been arguing with. That is absolutely fucking unhinged, dude. I hope you made a police report, because that is fucking crazy. Let me see. Green urine causes. Like, I am drinking, I just found this. It's, Cherry Sprite Zero. So they're calling it Sprite Chill. And it's Sprite Cherry Lime flavor. I didn't really see if it has a color to it. Yeah, it's... Maybe it is slightly green. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Taking a vitamin B supplement. Okay, like, I am taking a vitamin B supplement. I'm not taking B2. Huh.
Also, actually, I want to make this clear. It was just yesterday. My wife was actually talking to her mom. I didn't know this, but I guess we know someone who works at the VA, and they've been pushed out. And there was a particular office that they were saying, like, it was like something like, I don't know the exact number, it was something like, 200 workers, are there.
No, haven't eaten nutritional yeast in quite some time. Just haven't really been eating foods that I add it to. Do you wish you had a sibling at times? No. I have never, ever, once in my life, ever wanted a brother or sister. If I had a brother or sister, that means I get less money. Because, like, my parents aren't infinitely wealthy, like they're not millionaires, certainly. So, like, when you're talking about a household that has a limited amount of income, that just means I get less presents for Christmas. I get less video games. I just get less of everything. So why in the fuck would I ever want a sibling? I'd rather have video games and shit.
And they pushed out like 150 kind of thing, like really a lot. And it was crazy. And also, you may not know this, actually, my wife's sister is a reporter for Voice of America, the VOA. So I have a connection there. I have my wife's uncle. He's actually a security guard on a military base here in Korea, a U.S. military base. I don't know how to call him security guard. Because the uncle's retired, and I don't know how you call it. It's like a guy who sits in a booth and checks people's IDs. I guess you could call that a security guard, but it's I'll just say this, I don't like tell you about workers because, I have a conflict of interest and I just have to promote workers. It's like, I just care about regular people and we're all connected. I hope you understand what I'm saying. And I didn't even know about we had to know someone in the VA. But too at home, I give you an example, I just saw the story where Johns Hopkins is like laying off like 2,000 people, and someone wrote in our community it's like it affected their granddaughter. I'm just saying like all this stuff is it affects regular Americans, and the billionaires are just laughing and laughing and looking to steal your money effectively because they want to do their stupid projects to Mars and stuff. So no example. It says here, his supervisor had tipped him off earlier this week that a return to office mandate would be coming soon, but he didn't expect to be told late Thursday that he had to come back in the office by Monday. Quote, their goal is to terrorize federal workers, and they're succeeding. We're getting surrounded by uncertainty, and we do what we get in the direction last minute. On top of that, there was this really shady story. I'll read the headline and understand it. The Doge staffer broke Treasury rules in transmitting personal data. It's very detailed. Basically, there's one of the guys, I guess he resigned and then came back, which I didn't know he came back. There was the one who wrote the racist post on social media, and you can see some of the stuff from Department of Justice and otherwise. But basically, they were transmitting data you're not supposed to be transmitting, right? And personal data kind of stuff. Now, they're going to make the claim that it wasn't serious, that kind of stuff, but I read through this stuff, and it sounds shady to me. I'll just leave it at that. From my understanding, Musk wants to create his X payment system, and who knows if he's going to have X cryptocurrency or whatever. And then he has access to all this government data, like figuring out where payments are going, etc. And then he wants to use all this data to probably train his AI. They've talked about it calling the GSAI, I think that's what they want to call this thing or whatever. So again, they want to fire you, replace you with robots, replace you with AI. He wants to do his payment system. He made Musk also made a deal with Visa. I'm just trying to explain it. It gets really complicated when you see this stuff. And then every time I check something, and this, for example, this is on Fox News, which is kind of crazy because regardless of which side of the aisle that you're on, 99.9% of the people are workers, right? You're not part of the 0.1% billionaire class. And they promote this kind of stuff. So this is Fox News. It says, USPS signs agreement with Doge after moving to cut 10,000 workers, right? Quote, broken business model. And I don't know if like people who watch Fox News are just like, yeah, I really hate postal workers. I just want to fire them all. I hate the post office. I do. The post office is in bad shape, and I'll also be honest about this. But it's a complicated issue because you're dealing with their most profitable thing, and I got this from the GAO who did a study on their proposals, etc. Is used to be first class mail, so it's basically sending letters was really profitable for them, right? But now people don't really send letters that much anymore, so they're trying to get into the package business. The other issue with the post office is they have the mandate. They got to serve everyone, rural customers, right? So, generally speaking, it's just not that profitable to deliver out in the middle of nowhere. It's not, but that's something that the post office does. And then you have effectively, the pension and then the benefits of retired workers, right? And so those costs keep going up. So you kind of have like a tough business model to be profitable. Because it's the post office that delivers mail to everyone, plus you have all the pensions to worry about as well. You can read details of this stuff, but it was interesting reading through the GAO stuff, and they from their point of view, it just felt like that the review of the proposal plan of USPS didn't really add up. And so now the news is what I just showed you. Musk is making some sort of deal with them. If I had to bet, he's going to try to, if I had to bet. So, because of the details we don't know yet, we just know Musk is making a deal. They want to fire 10,000 workers. But I bet they're going to try to create some sort of hub thing to where like they'll reorganize where offices are. They'll probably try to turn all.
Well, that's some fucked up, retarded shit.
After I saw they took a ride in the Bugatti, maybe Little Pump should consider changing his name to Big Pump, because who knows what Wes tried to pump him up with. But then, remember what Wes said? Nothing comes out when he tries to do it.
But I really, when I'm I can't really bust a nut in,
ABC Donate Tellers, I don't know if it's just been my experience, but it seems like women want to be seen to be doing better than you after a breakup. And also specifically want their boyfriends to do worse after the breakup. I'm sure guys do the same thing, but just haven't seen it. I don't know if there's really any kind of gender bias with that sort of behavior. Definitely seen men and women try to make their exes jealous, so I don't know. Thanks for the donation, though, ABC.
It's really hard for me. How often do I actually bust a nut when we're...
Now let's go back a little. Remember the fight Elevation Fitness with Wes Watson and the 7-foot monster, because Wes was putting challenges out online, including challenging me, but I knew not to go because I knew this asshole doesn't fight fair. And lo and behold, the 7-foot monster goes. He gets hit with weapons, he gets his eyes gouged, he gets his ponytail pulled, his 4 other buddies run a train on the poor guy. They hit him while he's down, they use weights on him, right? And I thought about it too after it happened. I go, imagine this happened in a...
No, Andrew Tate did not work hard for any of his money. He basically sold drugs, helped the Romanian mafia, what's it called? Launder money. He sex trafficked women, and he did online scams, typically involving romance. He didn't really ever work hard for anything.
locker room. They probably would have all tried to take turns pegging the poor guy. Well now, remember the body cam footage I said I would get everybody from the incident that day? Well, I got it, because you guys know me.
Hey, the biggest fraud on YouTube, Patrick Bet-David, Empire of Lies.
From the outside looking in.
We'll watch that later.
When it comes to things like this, I'm going to do everything I can to get it. And when I saw this footage, it gives all the details, and there's a lot of things in it which I find very interesting, and I'm very curious to see what you guys have to say once you see it. Now, I'm going to play this footage in full for everybody. But the YouTubers look for me always to do all the work, release the big stories, spend all my resources and my time to get them for you, and then you go and you don't credit me when you take my things. Listen, if you're going to use my shit that I spent my time and resources on, the least you can do is credit me properly. Now, that wasn't the only body cam I have. I also got it when the asshole was arrested in the restaurant.
About?
We'll tell you in a second.
Oh, that fight thing? That's crazy. That guy came and assaulted me.
You're going to speak to a detective now, so you can explain what's
Are they going to let me go? The cops came, we all watched the video with all the cops, and they let me do.
Remember, no.
It's like, bro, I don't give a fuck how much time I would do. If I had to defend myself, I will.
And he goes to jail, and they measure his height.
Okay, it sounds like he's doing way too much blabbing.
And wait until you see that one. But this one is going to be long, 35 minutes. And then in a couple days, I'll put out the one from the arrest. And it's funny, because he talks about with the officer how he's going to get teased online about his height. But in the meantime, watch this and let me know what you find interesting after you see exactly what happened.
Who called police? Maybe. Excuse me.
Back when I tried to fight me, I was squatting. He said, what's up, you want to fight? I said, so walk away. I told him walk away.
Did he hear? Did he leave?
I think he's in the bathroom. He got pretty fucked up. I told him walk away. I don't want to fight. This happens to me a lot here because I have like a name. And then so they come here and they try to fight me. I don't want to press charges. I don't want no problems in the gym. I want people to stop doing this. I don't press charges. I don't do shit like that.
So he's in the back?
Miami police, come out. You need rescue?
So what?
You need fire rescue? You need it. I don't think you can drive like that. They're en route already. You want to wait outside for them? There's no roof anywhere? So, what's the plan right now?
We took to the hospital.
Okay, they're coming right now, but what's going on between you and him?
No, I came up to him and he said he wanted to fight me. So I came to the gym and they jumped me. Like two of the guys they're hitting me with a weight, and then he hit with a weighted belt.
Dude, this guy's fucked up. It looks like his eyes are almost completely closed.
And, like they were pulling my hair and they were beating me up.
Okay, before we get anywhere, did you physically make contact with him, or did he?
No, I didn't do it.
Are you sure? Because there's cameras and everything.
They literally attacked me. They hit me first.
2 other guys?
I was like 3 or 4 of them.
3 or 4 of them?
Yeah.
They just randomly attack you for no reason? They just went
No,
up
he
to you?
said he wanted to fight me.
When? Today?
Was it verbal, over text?
It was through Instagram.
Okay, so he.
You want to fight him or no?
That's what I came here for. It was a one-on-one, to be like a one-on-one, but they jumped me.
Okay. And then let's say we verify everything. Do you want to press charges, or we spoke to him. We got his side of the story. He said he doesn't want to press charges or anything.
Can we go out here to follow people
Yeah.
No.
What he was thinking was
Yeah, he messaged me and I said, he messaged me talking shit. And the guy he was like, fuck him. He said, it was on my DM on Instagram. I don't know who he is. I blocked him after it. It happens 1,000 times a day.
because what he said was that you guys said we're gonna fight.
No, there's no. The other guy did that. I don't have. The other guy said that.
It was probably like a back and forth, and then you probably told you know where I'm at, and meaning the gym, and that's where probably he seemed like, okay, we're gonna meet up. And
this is the thing. The other cop was here when it happened before. It happens here once or twice a week.
Did they try?
That everyone tries to fight me here because a guy who works here filmed talking shit to me and said I pushed out and didn't fight him because I don't want to fight. Okay. So now they come here all the time trying to fight me. The other cop was here last time it happened. I talked him out of it. I said I don't want to fight. I told this guy I don't want to fight.
He paid a $40 day pass to come here.
I told the fucking guy I don't want to fight. He kept trying to fight me. There's no fucking words other than this. He told me that's fine, and I said I don't want to. And he pushed me.
Okay, so what did the other people, the other two guys have to do with it?
They said stop. Like we don't want to fight. We don't want a problem. The guy came over and fought me. It's clear as day. But I'm sitting over there.
He was on the bike right here, waiting, and then he walked over.
What would have happened if he didn't come over to fight me? No.
He put his phone down. The guy put his phone down right here at the machine at the base of the floor, and then walked.
They want to get famous off fighting because everyone fights influencers. I'm famous. I don't want to fight anybody. I don't. But when they antagonize you, someone kept telling you, Brit, Brit.
He really probably shouldn't have said anything because he's made like video after video after video challenging everybody to a fight and like, oh, come to the gym, I'll fuck you up. So now he's just caught lying on camera. Like the judge is gonna see this and be like, okay, so you're just full of shit.
Fuck you. I want to fight. You get fuck you, then do it. Get sick of it, you know. But I don't say, hey, let's film it. Let's have a scrimmage or some shit.
I don't know when I get close, but I was sitting on the machine here. The other dude, I didn't see what happened when he got over there. I saw him on the bike here, so if you look at the video, you'll see him on the bike here. If you're training on a bike, you're going to adjust your bike. Because they sit he's looking straight ahead. So I was wondering, because I was sitting right here, I probably just sit on the bike like that. You just kind of like staring at it. I wouldn't think in 2 seconds that you're staring at that.
Dude, it's self-defense. Let's leave it at that. I don't fight. I got love for you guys, love for everyone.
Right. So, and then you said before he approached you, did he set his phone down and record it?
He set his phone down right here to film it.
Where are you trying to go viral?
Hear me out, bro. I don't know you. I don't know him. So at the end of the day, hear me out.
We're just trying to get the story and what happened.
I have respect for you guys. I'm just pumped up. I don't like fighting.
I will be pumped up too, but hear me out. The issue is that he's thinking that he got drunk. That was his.
No.
But hear me out, bro. I don't know, right?
Hey man, if I get hit by this guy, I'm gonna think how many was it too? Like, you sure it was one guy?
I got you, but hear me out, bro. Right? We have video that shows. So if it
So his buddy's trying to cover for him and lie to the cops.
justified, I got you. That's a different story. Okay, but we do the cameras are good. So what we're doing our end, we have to do our investigation. I can't just be like, all right, cool, take your word for it. It is what it is. So I'm taking your statement. I'm taking his.
When something like that happens, nobody knows what's happening. It's like, oh my God, what's going on? You know how it is.
Right, but it's on camera. It's clear on camera.
If someone tried to fight you, then he's going to help.
No, it is what it is. I get it. Just give us a minute. Let us finish.
It's not us going and attacking a man. It's a man attacking us.
Right. I get it.
7 feet tall.
I get it.
You don't have the messages that you say.
I'm famous. I get 90 million messages a day of people saying the same thing.
Here, no, I got you. Great. Unfortunately, we're not here for the 90 other people. We're here for this one, right?
Yeah.
So we got
I'm just saying, I don't have the messages because they harass me, and I block them right away.
No, they
I
can't.
block them right away. I block them.
Instagram, when you block somebody, it deletes the whole chat.
Relax.
It asks you, do you want to delete the chat? You say yes, and then it's gone.
I bet you someone is messaging me right now telling me they want to whoop my ass. Watch. All day long.
We have a Reddit page where a whole group, 5,000 community, that just film our story posts and make fun of us online and terrorize us, trying to smudge our name because of what.
Why do these white SJWs hate their own race so much?
I really have no idea, dude. I don't know where this nonsense comes from, but it's retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Look at this, some person writing me, you're a fucking joke, piece of shit clown. I get 90 million of these a day, look at it.
Oh, you guys are fighters?
Shut the fuck up, like, it's all day long.
You guys are fighters or?
No, I'm a fitness guy.
Where you are or what?
No, they see the gym. They see the gym we're at.
He's a mindset coach. He helps people transition their lives from bad tendencies to better tendencies. And people just don't appreciate because he's an ex-convict and they don't think that he should be able to be on a righteous path and that change his life. So that we get a lot.
Even now, donate $2. Let me see. Oh my God. What the hell is this?
I don't.
No. Oh my God. That's amazing. Oh my God, they're so orange. I love cats. Thanks for the donation, Even Now.
A lot of spewing hate from all over the world, all over the United States.
The other cop was here the other day when a guy tried to fight me, and I said, I don't want to fight, and they just let it go. It happens all the time.
Yeah, but we talk about today.
I know, but I'm just saying, well, you were just talking about a message that I said. So I'm talking about a real incident where someone tried to fight me here, and I said, I want to fight.
I got you.
I just want to go home, bro.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Remember, everything's on
I feel sick.
Arrest my arrest you?
Huh?
If I arrest you?
What do you mean? No. It's just when you get pumped up.
Okay.
We just doing our entitled.
We gotta cover it. This is see what we need to do. What we need to do. Right? It's all
Yeah, I'm just I got.
Animals are being noisy upstairs.
Respect for all you guys here at the gym.
We appreciate you cooperating with us. It's just that this is.
here for you guys.
No, we appreciate you. You could have left. But what I'm telling you is, since he has injuries, we can't just be like, have a great day. We need to do the full investigation.
And I have injuries, but I'm not a bitch. I injured my hand.
What injury do you have?
I'm just not a bitch. I don't even care. Like, I injured my hand.
He said he wanted to fight.
Okay, so you came over, and what, you guys get in an argument in the gym or what?
Yeah, we got to an argument. he was trying to hit me with the belt, and one guy came up behind me was trying to hit me with the dumbbell. And I was like, what the hell? Like, you trying to hit me with a weight? I was like, yo, it's a 1-on-1. And then that's when he hit me with the belt, and then
Gum Gum. Oh my goodness, Gum Gum. Oh.
Want me to play? You want to play fetch?
This is Gum Gum's toy. He likes chasing after it. Here you go, Gum Gum. So silly.
he called me a dick. And then that's why I was like, yo, you called me a dick. And then that's when we started fighting.
Okay, did he hit you with a belt?
So you have the tech.
Animal Liberation donate $2. As per the conversation yesterday, the Nazis came out a pagan occult group called the Thule Society. Oh yeah. Sent me that. Primary focus of the Thule Society was a claim concerning the origins of the Aryan race. 1917, people who wanted to join the Germanic order out of which Thule Society developed had to sign special blood declaration of faith concerning their lineage. I saw a documentary about the guy who kind of indoctrinated Hitler into some of these like retarded beliefs he had about Jews and the Aryan race, but it never went into it never mentioned the Thule Society. Okay, interesting.
I blame the dumb woke conceit of white gullet as the reason for all this Caucasian self-hatred.
There's a guy who claims to be an ex-Soviet spy who said a lot of this woke political social justice warrior stuff is a Russian psyop to get Americans to hate their own country. I don't know if there's any truth to that, but yeah, who knows what the exact origins are. Thanks for the donation, Dodo, and thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation. Even that, donate $2. I'm doing the $2 bargain basement donation today. Let me see.
I love cat.
Oh my god. He does that a lot, eh? He stretches his arm out when he's in his sack. Oh my god, that is such a cute kitty.
Cats.
Thanks for the donation, even now. Oh my goodness.
All over the world, all over the United States.
Look at his little kitty arm. Oh my goodness.
Joey.
Oh my god, so sentient.
Joey persists and persists and persists and persists.
Oh my god. I love kitties. It's funny how he always sits in that thing like that. Oh, Joey is such a sweetie. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though.
Text messages where he wrote to you, oh, let's come over here, fight and stuff. Can we see that? Yeah, rescue's already en route. They're en route. You feel bad? Do you feel lightheaded?
Oh, this is my face. Really
If you want, I don't know if you want to sit down so you don't pass out or anything. Okay.
This is the text that he's,
You're the one saying time and place?
yeah.
Okay, but can we see it's coming from him?
Yeah, it's,
So this proves it. So Wes Watson is caught on camera saying another lie. Wes claimed he told this guy he didn't want to fight him and blocked him. He clearly didn't. He said, "Oh yeah, I'll fight you. Come show up." And so, like, it's so stupid for him to talk to the police at all. He's one of these idiots who probably thinks he can talk his way out of this whole situation, but he's just being caught on camera saying lie after lie after lie.
So what made you guys start fighting though? Because I see you wrote to him initially, so you guys are beefing about something. What is it? That's him?
Yeah. Yeah, he calls people out to fight all the time. Like he's a
sorry, with the gloves. Okay.
He antagonizes people to fight them.
And so it was him, and you said two other dudes?
Yeah, 3 other guys were with him. I don't know if they also jumped in because like he was pulling my hair, like my head was down, so I couldn't see like who was hitting me. But it was one other guy that had a dumbbell and he had a weighted belt and he swung it at me and he hit me with it.
Okay.
Can we walk to the fire station or something?
No, look.
You can hear them. They're almost. The station's right here. Are you pursuing charges on the person that hit you from the back, on him, on like?
All of them. Whoever jumped in, because that's wrong. You're gonna jump. It's 4 guys versus 1 guy. Like that's.
Yeah.
Like that's ridiculous. And you're using weapons. Like what the hell?
So, your plan initially, you were fine on fighting him mutually one-on-one, but not a bunch of group of people. Okay.
My name?
Yes, sir.
Wes.
Wes, Officer Britt, bro. Look, man, I get it. He came out of nowhere to fight you.
We don't know.
Hear me out. Hear me out.
I'm pumped up too, I'm sorry.
All right, let's unpump for a second. Relax, I got you. So look, man, I understand that what he did, you have witnesses, he came to get you. I get it. He wanted to be famous, whatever the fuck it was. It doesn't justify his actions, right? I don't believe anything's gonna go the route of anybody getting charged, right? Because at the end of the day, you both fight. Now, just for future reference, so you know, okay, legally, hear me out. I'm talking legalities, because if we get into a fight, let's say God forbid we get into a fight with somebody here, right? Or a shooting or something, we need to know when to stop.
I've been stabbed.
Hear me out. I got you, and I'm not, but I'm explaining to you how the rules.
I don't know if he's gonna pull out.
Sir, hear me out, Bubba, hear me out. We can't do the what ifs. And
I got cut in my face.
Sir, hear me out. I got you. But I'm telling you the legalities in the state of Florida, how it works, right?
Okay, cool.
So, when he's done on the floor, he's done on the floor, bro. He's no longer a threat until the moment he gets back up and he's ready in a fighting stance to continue, right? So when you did the additional kicks, the additional blows, whatever, that's excessive, okay?
I was just saying.
I get you. But hear me out.
So now he is admitting to the crime on camera like a fucking retard. I don't even know why he's talking to the police.
Right, so, Pablo, you gotta hear me out. I get that you're on I get all that shit. But remember, it's like us. There's rules, bro. You're allowed to stop the threat. The second guy that got in, I got it was to stop the guy. Because he went to attack you all day. The moment he's on the floor, the additional blows, the additional kicks, I got you.
I don't ever want this to happen again.
I got you, Bubba. I got you. But I'm telling you, if it does happen, because you're famous and you have these people that are doing this shit, when it's done, bro. When you're on the ground and you see her not moving, hey, bro, are you okay? Then you switch. Hey, hear me out, Bubba. Hear me out. I got you. Now, if he wants to press charges, if he wants to, he will go to jail too, because he came up to you to go to the thing. He's not gonna go that. I highly doubt that he's gonna go that route. But I'm explaining to you so you understand.
I totally understand.
You know,
I like that. I know the rules.
of course. So the rules are, yeah, if he's gonna come mess you up, you have the right to defend yourself all day. But once the threat is done, it's like us, bro. If somebody fights me and I punch him and he's on the ground done, I can't continue to hit him because I lose my job.
But now in the spur of adrenaline rush,
Negative.
No, hear me out. Hear me out. He came up, pushed twice. He reacted.
Okay.
The guy didn't feel backed off by that. He continued.
Okay.
So even on the ground, he's 7 foot tall.
Sir.
Who knows how big the guy is?
Sir, you're not hearing me, man. I get you trying to defend him all day. I got you. Give me 1 second, bro. Legalities. Because video. Remember, everything's perception, bubble. You can.
So again, now this dumbass is trying. Like, again, he just did another admission. So now he's admitting that he also was beating this dude up and tried to give some sort of excuse for why he kept beating this guy up on the ground. They are so fucking stupid.
Tell him, oh no, he did it like this. The video shows everything, bro. So whatever you say is irrelevant, right? We go by legalities. Everything's on camera, everything's recorded. What I'm telling him, and I'll tell you the same thing, if the threat is on the ground not moving, you stop. Because they're gonna go, oh wait, because now God forbid he gets a brain bleed, dies, whatever, that goes on him. Hey bro, you should have stopped. I'm just telling you so you know, bro, you know?
Remember, the threat is to defend yourself and disengage.
The moment the threat is over, it's over. If somebody's shooting at
I should have just dipped right there and been like, hey,
not dipped, but you're gonna be like, hey, call fire rescue and stand back.
Yeah, okay.
You know, if he comes at you again, fuck it, it is what it is. But like, God forbid I get into a shooting, you're shooting at me, and I shoot, and the threat's down, I can't go and shoot him more. I lose my job, I go to jail. Or he punches me in the face, and I go and I keep on hitting him while he's down. I lose my. How many officers have been arrested and lost their job?
Yeah, it just hasn't happened to me in a long time. So
no, you're good. I just want you to know because
if
the guy's filming, is it possible that you can erase that? Why?
Hear me out, bro. Hear me out. I cannot. All I can do, I can't take his phone and be like, no, erase that, right? It is what it is.
Can you ask him
no,
to erase
sir,
it?
sir. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not getting involved in that. I'm gonna tell you something. The max we can do as police officers be like, hey, they don't want you to record, stand out because this is a private business. But I can't tell them to.
You see the new Invincible episode? Shit was amazing, bro.
No, haven't seen it yet. I'm gonna watch it tomorrow when I do cardio. But I'm looking forward to it. People have been telling me it's really good. Thanks for the donation, Justin.
Would hear you recording. That's his. He has rights on his phone. You got me? Everything's legalities, bro. If he wants to delete it, that's on him. But I'm not gonna ask him to do that, bro. Okay. Give it a second. All right? I just want to fill you in so you know because you say you get a lot of threats, bro. That's it. Just so you know, you are allowed to defend yourself if they come at you, or call the police, hey, and then you defend yourself. But once it's done,
I get it.
I get it. So you don't get jammed up, bro. So you know, and it's shit that you can't avoid. They want to come and get famous, you know.
Fuck, I'd rather defend myself than be a
But just so you guys know, and you're good because when you go to court, the judge is gonna look at that video and it doesn't. You can defend as much as you want, adrenaline and whatever. They'll be like, okay, well you have to know when to stop, you know. So, all right, thank you. Okay. Yeah, hey, just give it a second. They're running it through the detectives just to make sure everything's good, and that's it, man. All right. Yeah, let's go. Sir, what's up, man? What's your name? What's your name?
Nick.
Nick. Oh, I'm Nick too. How you doing, man? Officer Break. So, I get you're helping your buddy out. Just so you know, I don't think it's gonna go anywhere. But, and I understand why in the video shows that you were helping him out with the fight and all that.
I was attempting to kick the dude and I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't contact.
Well, on the video, it looks like you did contact. I'm just telling you how the video shows, bro. Okay, so, like I was telling the other individual, I don't think he's gonna go anywhere, bro. I get it, that guy came to fight him and you backed him up and whatever.
It was just, I guess it was instinct because it was like he approached 4 people.
Yeah, I got you, I did. So, you helped him out and you stopped. When he was on the floor, you didn't go and continue to kick him. So I don't think it's going to go anything on you. I just want to let you know that right now, we need you to hold because the detectives are investigating because he did get a little banged up. I understand it was on him. He started it, but we need to cover our bases just to make sure. Because God forbid he has a brain bleed or something, we need to cover all the bases. That's it. Okay?
So you say you need me to stay?
Yes, sir. If you don't mind. All right? All right, man. Thank you.
So, bro, yeah, so he was here last time when I was like, hey, like, I don't even.
And you asked me this question about what if you gave me the scenario and everything, and I told you too, you got to be careful with excessive.
Yeah, but I didn't talk to you last time. You talked to the other guy.
It was me and Cal when we were talking to you.
Yeah, I didn't talk to cops last time. When that guy came in trying to fight me, I didn't talk to any cops.
Yeah, you did. And then you guys squashed the beef. We were there, me, Cal, and it was like a Russian or Ukrainian.
No, it was a tall black dude last time.
No, this is I guess a previous time. I guess we've been here multiple times.
How often it happens?
Some guy had a beef with your cameraman or something, and
I don't know. I don't remember that time.
all right, so
Dude, yeah, but what am I supposed to do, bro? I mean, dude, you get pumped up. Dude, you know, we don't know what to
I know the other guys and
The self-defense clear as day. Like, I didn't try to fight the guy.
to a point. I get what you're saying, but again, there's a point where that fight ends, a fine line where that fight was over.
What are we gonna do then?
So this is what we're gonna do. For now, I'm gonna get your information. The male is back and forth. At first he was telling me, he thinks he got jumped. I told him, okay, let me review the he thought somebody hit him with a weight and all this. I said, he said he would want to press charges if he on the people that jumped him. He said between you and him, it was a 1v1, and he thought you got jumped. So I told him I'll see the video and then we'll go from there. But now he's like,
tell him to talk out of it and be like, dude, Wes would be friends with you. I would be friends with all these people. I don't want problems. Like, I've been telling her, like, her ex, like, talks shit about me online. I'm like, I'd be friends with the guy. I don't want, like, issues with nobody. Like, I'd be friends with everybody in here. I don't want no problem.
yeah, so right now he's getting transported to the hospital. So a lot of this is dependent on his injuries, if they're not major. And then if he, in the end of the day, I might still document this, whether it's criminal or not, that's different. But if he has no serious injuries, it might be, referred to the state, and he'd have to go to the state attorney and figure out from there, okay? So from now, I'm gonna get your information, and then I'll give you case cards, and then we'll go from there, okay? What's that?
Now you playing.
They didn't, though. There was only one guy that, I don't know who, the one that kicked him when he was that was the manager that kicked him? Like when he was on the ground and... Yeah, I know. But that didn't like change the...
Did you see Lex Little hit a 415 bench? Let me see. Was this on Insta? Yeah. I don't know if that technically counts. Looks like his butt might have lifted off the bench. I'm pretty sure his butt came off. Maybe it didn't, but yeah, it did. Yeah. I don't know. It looks like that doesn't technically count. Like, let me see his 14. Yeah, I think his butt came off there, too. Like, he's still strong, but,
Here's my ID. I don't have
the
my
direction of the fight, you know what I'm saying? Because
Take our advice because it could be now you're okay, the next time it's something different.
Yeah, next time I'm gonna kill a motherfucker.
No.
Straight up, because I'm sick of this shit. Like, me defending myself, even have to fucking sit here right now. You know how pissed off I am that I...
React to this stupidity.
Let me see, Dodo. With a few exceptions, Israelis are a whole... Even as a whole, arse. This guy can't even write a coherent sentence. With a few exceptions, Israelis are a whole or sociopaths. Any society that is okay with the death of children and making jokes about it is a sick society with people that are sick. So this guy thinks Palestinians have a sick society since they kill their own children. They also try to get their kids killed by the IDF. They plant bombs on their own fucking kids. They force their kids to join terrorist groups like Hamas. What a retard. I don't care if I'm considered bigoted for saying Israelis as a whole are evil because they are. I will not feel sorry for them. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, this guy is just an anti-Semite. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo. So, this is not a smart thing to say on camera in front of a bunch of cops. Oh, next time this happens, I'm going to kill somebody.
I get attacked in the fucking gym, and this is fucking happening. Like, I'm pissed.
What's your...
I got respect for you guys, but fuck that. You guys saw a motherfucker attack me, and I'm sitting here like I'm in fucking trouble. I'm leaving.
You're fine, don't worry. We get it.
I know, but god damn it, dude. I just was trying to work out.
We understand.
I know, but fuck that.
What's your...
I don't even care anymore. I've been to prison.
What's your phone number?
I did 10 years. I know fat. Straight up, dude.
This is not something you want to say on camera. Again, a judge is going to see this and be like, okay, well, this guy needs to be locked up.
No disrespect to you guys. It's a fucking bullshit situation. You guys should be like, nah, fuck that. That guy was sitting in the fucking corner, minding his business, and some 7-foot dude tried to fight him. He got his shit handed to him. Fuck that bitch. I know, but I don't give a fuck about the line. I'll literally I'll squish one of their heads. I'll poke their fucking neck in front of everyone. Like, straight up. I don't give a fuck.
No, but a member, you got your business. You don't want to lose any of that.
I do it for the fact of human beings and Americans defending themselves.
That's fine, but...
Straight up. Like in Florida, the cop said, if they come to your house, shoot them. Like, they say that on the news in Florida. Yeah, but the motherfucker came and tried to...
Which is wrong.
There is always a threat if he's moving. He could pull out a gun. Admit it. He could pull out a gun, admit it. I don't know what's in his waistband. What's up, dude? You guys just quit lying.
Yes, that's right. Incriminate yourself further, dumbass.
You don't know if a guy's getting up if he has a weapon. Stop fucking lying, all of you guys. Straight up. I do have a point, so quit trying to make yours, dude. Straight up. And this is not out of disrespect.
Dude, his girlfriend and his buddy here is like, dude, shut the fuck up. You're gonna go to jail now. Like, this guy, he is such a dumbass.
To you guys, it's that. No, I'm not mad at you or any of you guys. I'm mad at the fucking situation, straight up. Yeah, but I want you guys to hear me out and say he could have had a gun and you should have you should have him up. I want you guys to say that right now. He could have pulled the gun out, and you should have kicked him in the face. Straight up. Why? Why?
Because you're a police officer. They represent the
Dude,
law.
if someone's moving still and they've attacked me, I'm going to incapacitate them to where they're not moving, so they can't shoot me. Have you ever had a gun pulled on you? I have plenty of times. And yeah.
But we need to know that
I got cut in my face. I thought they cut my eyeball.
Well, again, we know he's lying because he challenged this guy to a fight. So he's saying all this shit, and then he's like, oh, he could have had a gun. Okay, then why did you challenge him to a fight?
Wow. The guy cut my face like this, and it was bleeding so much.
That's what, if it goes that wrong, you can say, yeah, I have PTSD from this and this is why I go with that.
But the thing is I shouldn't even explain that. You guys should be like, the dude was chilling, a guy attacked him, he got what he wanted. Yeah.
Listen, that's gonna be written, and we said it.
I like your demeanor. I like how you guys all handle it. I wish I was as calm as him. If I had the calmness like this dude, I'd be better in my life. But I'm not that way. Like, so I'm trying to be a calmer dude and a better dude. That's why I'm here, and I help people for a living.
And we're trying to help
Yeah,
people.
yeah,
You help people, we're trying to help people.
Yeah.
And don't take it out on us, we're trying to prevent something.
Can somebody get a case card?
I wish I was this calm. I wish I was.
No, I mistake you.
That's like a superpower.
I mistake you from someone else. I remember you because the swatting incident at your house.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
why.
But
You're
dude,
from,
I wish I was that calm. It f***ed a lot of shit up in my life by me getting fucking agitated.
But look how far you got. It's not worth you getting jammed up again, bro. You lose everything you make.
I'm down to get jammed up if people want to come fight me. But what am I supposed to do? Get victimized? And then perfectly, hey,
Oh my
this
God.
7-foot guy tried to fight you. The match is over, Wes. That's not how real life works. Like, you guys all should be like, hey, that's not how real life works. Like, when real life happens and someone comes and attacks you when you're chilling, it's fight or flight. It's life or death. It's not, hey, we're in the ring squabbling. Put up your fisticuffs. That's not real. Nobody really...
All he has to say to the cops is, this guy accosted me, I defended myself, that's all. That's the only statement I'm making. If you want to know any more, you can talk to my lawyer, blah, blah, blah. Like, you do not try to justify what you did to the cops. It's so stupid.
operates like that in the heat of the moment.
Okay, but you're talking about a neighborhood hood fight versus a gym public. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, but that was a neighborhood hood fight. The dude looked like a complete fucking.
But the thing is, you're gonna have a million people, a million cameras. This isn't a hood fight, because a hood fight, you're not gonna see any of that. It squashes there and it ends there.
Nowadays, the guy filmed it.
Yeah, he himself filmed it and he didn't tell us. But I get where you're coming from. He made a huge mistake.
As far as I know, the dude looked like a gang member who would carry a gun. If you saw a guy like that, wouldn't you think maybe?
Yeah, Primal's really
A
good.
guy like that. Of course, for people too. Exactly. There's the word. Everybody in Miami carries a firearm. Dude, my car detailer's like, "What's up?" Like, dude. Everybody has firearms.
You're taking it to we're attacking the world now, but we're trying to avoid you getting jammed up because when things go off,
Oh, in the future, like literally,
I thought you would. If it would have been excessive, right now you would have been gone.
See, my no, I wouldn't.
Yeah, 100%. This one I got anywhere, bro. This one didn't meet to that level was. We'll be like, hey, we were talking like, hey, you fucked up. He still screwed up. He came up to you.
You should still say that on my.
No. You were if the report goes, he's gonna put that you were relaxing. The guy came up to you and started the fight, which the guy admitted that he came.
You said that you were worried that he had a gun and that's why you continued.
Yeah, dude, the guy looked like a complete dude. He approached 4 people.
I'll make sure that's in the report.
I thought he had, dude, how would you not think he has a firearm? Everybody in Florida has a firearm. Everyone. I don't, because I'm a felon, so I have to fuck. I'm the only one who can't carry. So I have to beat the fuck out of him.
So he's gonna add that to.
So again, now he is admitting to using excessive force, incriminating himself again.
Report what you thought, but at the end of the day, we gotta write, but we still gotta document. You know what I'm saying? So
I'm willing to go to person.
The case number will be an information report at least. If we can talk to him or see if he wants
just talk to him the f out and say, hey, Les would be your friend straight up. I wouldn't even give a f.
I'm trying to talk to him, okay? He was pushing, oh, I got jumped. I'm going to explain to him, he wasn't really jumped. Okay, the fight wasn't changed. It was just you guys.
Say Wes is pretty strong. He f***ed you up.
But
the whole thing is, it's like, don't have long-ass, girly-ass hair. If you don't want to get f***ing shit from me. He probably could have fought better if he didn't have that girly-ass hair.
Okay. So, other than that, if it does get put into like an assault or whatever, it's going to be referred to the state. So he himself has to go to the state attorney and present whatever evidence. And then if they reach out to you, you just present your evidence.
I wish I was as calm as all of you guys. I really do. He's been over his arm.
So hear me out.
What a retard. Why do they self-snitch? Like, why do they admit to all the shit? It just doesn't make any sense.
Right? Hard gainer Paul is never welcome to be on Team Blaha again. So that's the problem with taking on some of those. There's going to be issues because they're novices. There's no way to guarantee they're going to stick stuff out. They're going to be short-term bloggers. And quite frankly, they just didn't maintain the same popularity. Okay. And therein lay the problem. Okay. Therein lay the problem. And I'm not going to go into the personal issues with that particular client, other than to say he would.
Dude, he constantly bobs his head and like vibrates every time he's lying.
Would not have made a good long-term blogger anyways. Not really what I wanted to display for my channel.
Such a weird, nervous tick.
No, he wasn't. How do we say about a hard word? I'm going to, again, I don't like to say negative things, but I'm going to give a direct quote. And this is, you'll understand why this is a problem. I go to work and work a part-time job so that I can afford a coach, a gym membership, and food. Outside of that, I don't see any reason to even have a job. I live with my mom for free. Why would I bother to work? So therein lay the problem. You try to help some people out and realize it's going to be an issue. That was a direct quote, almost word for word. Okay. And gals, and answer the question. All these guys out here see it all the time. They're like, how do we avoid being accused of being creepy at the gym? It's a serious trend. It's all over the internet. I'm seeing it everywhere.
This is a guy who... what seems like happened, he sexually harassed one of his own training clients, and she then later stopped working with him. And he's making a video how not to be accused of being creepy.
I'm scared to look at a girl, right? All this nonsense. All this nonsense. All right, guys, this is not a real phenomenon. It is not a real phenomenon. I'm saying this as someone who has been in the iron game over 25 years. I've been to gyms in more than one country, more than one state, all sorts of gyms, box gyms, hardcore gyms, bodybuilding gyms, powerlifting gyms, 24-hour fitness.
Let's see, bend over, donate $2. Oh. Okay, maybe they just do that. Oh. Wow. That's a nice duck. Oh. Little baby ducks. Oh, are they gonna go up the slide? Oh my god. Oh my god, are they gonna do it? They gonna go down the slide? Oh, he's going down the slide. Oh my god. Such sweet babies. Look at those little babies. Oh my goodness, they're all friends. Oh, those are such nice ducks. Oh.
my goodness. Get the little baby ducks. Oh my god. They're going down the slide. Oh my god. Those are good ducks.
Thanks for the donation, Ben. Retard donated Ukraine technically retreated from Kursk, by the way. Were not encircled or taking heavy losses. Well, yeah, I know. They just left for various reasons. May have had something to do with the, supposed peace negotiations. Might have also had something to do with intelligence sharing. So, yeah. Long Neptune has passed tests and is being successfully used in combat. New Ukrainian missile, precise strike, distance 1,000 kilometers. Video shows moment of the strike on Russia Tuapse oil refinery based on the significantly more powerful explosion and the roar of the jet engine. Damn. Shit. Now that's an explosion. God damn. Wow. Get fucked, Russia. Russian soldier filmed a road graveyard of equipment in Kursk. Shocked by the sight when suddenly a Ukrainian drone turned his car into a new exhibit of this museum. Yeah.
Баги. Ну, вот это вот. Корейцы тут. Квадрики, блядь, что такое мотоциклы. Пикапы. Охереть вообще. На колеса ставить, блядь.
Russians seem a little stupid. Russian forces on the Dnipro River suffering huge casualty with one soldier puts at 80%, an accurate shortage of boats. Why would you even try? Like, I guess they're just getting told to do this by, their command, and they know they'll get killed anyway if they disobey an order or something, but that's just insane. Thanks for the donation, retard.
All of them. All right. This is not a thing. This is not a thing. And I hate to say it, don't act creepy at the gym. There's your problem. No one is going to call you out on social media because you glanced at a girl. No one is going to call you out because you appropriately walked up to a woman and asked her how many sets she has left. Brushed off like that, and I'm trying to find out how many sets they have left. If you would let that interfere with your games when you're trying to get to the squat, guys, other places, but it won't be. Nice when I see my other friends, guys I went to high school with, who only have sex once a week. I have sex twice a day. I get the fringe benefits of having great energy, having a great sex drive, having sex twice, sometimes 3 times every day. All right, I'm really not trying to attract women right now because I'm kind of seeing someone a bit. I've actually been turning women away. And on top of that, I'm not really interested in what women think because I'm in a happy monogamous relationship with a girl that I'm in love with who has sex with me every single day. By the time you get to Nick's age, and certainly by the time they get to my age, probably at least half of guys out there have probably had at least one threesome with two girls. In today's age, that's not uncommon. I'm not putting a moral judgment on it. I'm not saying whether that's right or wrong or not. I'm just
Yeah, this is the same guy who had to spend at least $30,000 for some prostitute to peg him, by the way. It's just embarrassing for him to say this. I gotta just go to the bathroom again. Might have to take a shit. Definitely a piss. But I will be right back in just a minute. Oh. All right. Yeah, X-Men 97 is good.
just saying that's the reality of the world that we live in. Is it something I'm interested in doing and as I've gotten older? No. Is it something I've done in the past? Yeah. And kind of brings me to another point with that. You know, I've had an ex who was very much into other girls, but I didn't make it everyone's business. I didn't run around telling everyone. I certainly didn't put our names up on social media and throw up photos of us doing stuff together with other girls. Now, there are some of the trolls have sent me messages claiming they do have a copy of a sex tape with her, I, and one of her female friends, but that remains to be seen as to whether they really got a copy or not.
Tell them about how we got together and how you took me seriously and everything.
Okay, Brittany wants me to chime in here and let you guys know. For example, when Brittany and I got together, we got together and no, we didn't have sex immediately. I know that's going to sound funny to a lot of people because, again, everyone has views of us. But we actually were introduced by another friend who I was dating casually, who thought we would be a good match, and she hooked us up. And no, I slept in her bed, fully clothed, cuddling her for 2 weeks before we even locked into a relationship or anything. Like, no clothes came off or anything. We took our time with that. But when a guy treats you a certain way, he's not taking you seriously. And guys, by that same token, you need to understand that if you're considering anything serious or long-term with a chick and it's more than just fun, you don't treat them like that. You don't treat them like that at all. You don't disrespect.
That was his ex-girlfriend Moon Cookie, who's a crystal meth addict. So that was a real person, but yeah, she's a crazy meth addict.
Them in public that way. My girlfriend needs dick twice a day from me. Of course, I'm going to get asked on stuff like this because I do know a lot about beating and drug testing in sports, and it's something I used to do for money, was help athletes do this. Like, at one time I was working with up to a dozen university athletes who were subject to random testing and getting them through it.
Athletes.
I used to manufacture anabolics and other drugs that I used to actually sell to some of the Texas A&M football team, and I used to help them pass their drug tests. They used to pay me to help them pass their drug tests, students at that university. I'm a grown man. I've been in this game for a very, very long time. I've worked with randomly tested athletes who undergo far more stringent tests than anybody in the natural bodybuilding world has ever undergone. Because of my own life experiences, going back to this stuff 2 decades, someone who's even helped college athletes pass their drug tests. I mean, I've helped guys beat drug tests at the university level. I know plenty of guys who've done it at higher up levels I've talked to, and there's a whole industry around it. Yes, I have run an anabolic steroid lab. And yes, I have been paid by athletes to help them through random testing at the university level quite a bit. Actually, over a dozen different athletes paid me to help them with that, who undergo more stringent testing than most of these drug-tested powerlifters do. The fact that we know Saudi Arabia is responsible for 9/11, we've known since 9/11. We know it was paid for by Saudi royal family members. And you know...
Can we watch this? It's the same investigative journalist who interviewed those neo-Nazis who were protesting in my city of Nashville, Tennessee, and now he's going after another hate group and exposing them.
Let me take a look.
Fronting hate. Our exclusive News Channel 5 investigation continues, focusing this time on how Tennessee has become home for what may be the most influential white supremacist gathering in the country.
Every year, a state park right here in Middle Tennessee hosts the so-called American Renaissance Conference, drawing 200 to 300 people from around the country, some of them the biggest names in the world of hate. So who are these people and what do they want? Our chief investigative reporter Phil Williams went to Montgomery Bell State Park in Dixon County to find out. Phil?
Well, out in the parking lot, we spotted cars from as far away as California, Texas, Florida, and yes, some from Tennessee, there to hear lectures that they believe will justify their white supremacy. But instead of white robes and hoods, these attendees come in coat and tie. Here at Montgomery Bell State Park, the tranquility of a fall afternoon was interrupted by the sounds of protest.
No Nazis, no KKK, no fascist USA.
By a small group of anti-fascists upset over the return of the white supremacist American Renaissance Conference, an annual event that's been held here at the Park's Lodge and Conference Center since 2012.
We're out here to make a statement. Don't ever come back here again.
No, you are not welcome here.
Right here for conference? Yeah. Trying to avoid a clash that erupted 1 year between the two sides, park rangers set up a security perimeter
shoot yourself like Adolf Hitler.
Confining the Antifa protesters to the backside of the lodge, separated from the conference by a locked gate.
Basically, they invite some of the worst neo-Nazi hate groups into this park every single year to rally. You can see one of them right there.
In your mind, what's the difference between this and a KKK rally?
Oh, there is no difference. They're the same people.
The protesters made it very clear how they feel. We're about to head over to the conference center and talk to the man who's leading all of this. Mr. Taylor, hi, Phil Williams. At the main entrance, we were allowed inside.
This is very important. Sure, absolutely very important. These people can move their jobs. Sure, absolutely. The girlfriends can jilt them. I mean, that's the kind of society we live in.
Under the condition that we not take video of any of the participants' faces. How would you describe the people who are attending this conference?
These are smart, observant, thoughtful Americans who see that our country is going in the wrong direction and has been going in the wrong direction for decades.
And your critics say you use being smart, being intellectual as a cover for racism.
What is racism, for heaven's sake? Racism,
do you not know what racism is?
Well, nobody can really define it in any sensible, consistent way.
Jerry Taylor heads American Renaissance, which includes a website that promotes articles like How Thousands of Black Behaviors Opened My Eyes. And leaked emails show the website was one often privately promoted by Trump advisor Stephen Miller. What's the difference between what's happening here and a KKK rally?
I've never been to a KKK rally. I couldn't tell you.
Isn't the message the same, though?
I have no idea. I've never been to one. But I am delighted to see groups and organizations cropping up.
But leaked video from the 2021 conference shows Taylor meeting with Thomas Rousseau, the head of the Patriot Front. That's the khaki-loving extremist group known for plastering communities, including the Nashville area, with their white supremacist slogans. In fact, when we checked our video, that was Rousseau we had spotted on the bridge. Patriot Front later posted a group photo of them at this year's conference.
They do their thing, I do mine.
How about the neo-Nazis?
I don't even know a neo-Nazi.
But among this year's speakers was Austrian Martin Sellner, a neo-Nazi who plastered swastikas on a synagogue in 2006. And after some 50 people were killed at mosque in Christchurch, New Zealand in 2019, emails show Sellner had been in contact with the shooter. Although he was never charged with any wrongdoing, Sellner was barred from entering the U.S. and had to appear at the conference by video. Do you not consider yourself a racist?
No.
Like other people at the American Renaissance Conference, Taylor argues for a separation of the races, where whites don't have to be reminded of slavery, segregation, or the fact that racism still exists.
If leftists were consistent, they would be perfectly happy to say, yes, you white people, you torment all of these non-whites. Of course, we do not. And
but
you
white
should
people did.
Well, hold on. Why can't you let me finish?
You keep wanting to gloss over the history.
No, I'm not denying the history at all. What have I glossed over? Of course, there's been slavery, Jim Crow, segregation, lynching. I'm not denying any of that. Don't put words in my mouth.
Yet when I pressed Taylor on how he and others at the conference would separate the races, if you want that white-only land, why don't you go find somewhere else to live?
What do you mean find someplace else?
Where do you want the people of color to go?
I don't want them to go anywhere.
He was short on specifics. So it sounds like you're advocating for something that you have no idea how it would work.
Oh, I have a good idea how it would work.
You just told me you did.
Well, the practicalities of it. I think it's entirely possible that an American state might secede. There is a considerable secessionist movement all around the country today.
So you are in favor of secession, breaking up the United States?
I'm a believer in separation.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Then, as we prepare to head out,
Why none of you showing your names or badge numbers?
the last time we saw the protesters, they were at a dock across from the lodge. Now they're apparently having some sort of standoff with police here.
We are all people. They want to kill people.
We soon discovered protesters had attempted to get closer to the main entrance, hoping to be able to confront conference attendees more directly. So you're wanting to go down to the lodge?
We are wanting to go anywhere on public property that we are constitutionally allowed to do, and they are inhibiting that. But yes, specifically, we would like to go down towards the lodge where they are expressing their speech, and we'd like to likewise express our own.
They will kill everyone you care about.
Yet as I watched the determination of the protesters, I was also reminded of Jerry Taylor's own determination and his insistence that he believes he and his group are wearing down the resistance.
I think they've kind of given up. I mean, we're going to be back here, whether they like it or not.
Yeah, we're not going to change Jerry Taylor's mind. He's not going to change ours. That's not why we're here. We're here to let the public know that this will not stand in our state of Tennessee. That's all I have.
But as you saw there, Jerry Taylor and his white supremacist friends feel they have the advantage, 200 or 300 of them, to compare to maybe a dozen protesters. So they feel welcomed here, plus they get an army of law enforcement there to protect their First Amendment rights to have and express those views. Really,
Yeah, maybe the police shouldn't do anything to protect them. I think that would be ideal.
Who pays for all that extra law enforcement?
Well, as you might imagine, you and I do. A few years back, the state of Tennessee tried to charge them for the security associated with this conference, but a federal judge ruled that such fees were unconstitutional.
Interesting. Phil, thank you. Sounds like we all can keep shining a light on this. More stories to come.
Absolutely.
Those people are pieces of fucking shit, dude. Yeah, people suck. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
You know, the thing is, it's really troubling. Why does anyone even think the U.S. government or the Israelis or anyone else are responsible? Because of the online conspiracy movement. Well, I've seen the money trail personally, and I've known someone who hands out money for people within the conspiracy movement online, someone who actually pays people, and I'm going to stay out of that, and he was Saudi Arabian. You know, it's interesting that they pump money into the online conspiracy movement, and I know that for an absolute fact. I know that for a fact from personal experience that they do, and conversations I've had with various people involved in that. All right, the truth is, yes, I have been a paid conspiracy fiction writer on the internet in the past under a pseudonym because I have some unique life experiences, some unique knowledge and understanding of world history, ancient history, things like that. Very well read. And I discussed with them an idea of going online for them under a pseudonym and writing fictional material to help them with their book sales. And it grew for a while, and I did that for a while, and I was a paid fiction writer on the internet. A lot of us who know world history, who've read battle strategies all through history, see what happens.
So, Jason Blaha was a member of the David Icke forums and a bunch of other conspiracy theorist forums. People found his old accounts where he was talking about interdimensional fucking lizard aliens taking over the government. He actually genuinely believed this, and then when he got called out for it, he made up that ridiculous, stupid excuse that he was working to promote, like, science fiction book sales. I don't know why he couldn't have just said I was trolling. I guess that just sounded too plebeian or something, so he acted like he was actually doing this for money or some shit. He's, like, actually fucking retarded, dude.
Happens in other countries, those of us who are worldly and knowledgeable, because I'm not an ignorant redneck from Texas. I am extremely well read. I have traveled the world. I have lived around the world. I've spoken to people and met with people.
He's only been to Texas and the UK, and the only reason he lived in the UK is because he met his wife online on a David Icke forum.
I actually meant to send this one to you instead of the last one I sent. Lol, can we also react to this one with the same investigative journalists deep dive into the hate group? This is their newest vid.
Let me take a look.
Tonight at 6, News Channel 5 investigates the neo-Nazis next door, a large hate group that our investigation discovered is expanding its presence right here in Tennessee. Good evening to you. I'm Carrie Sharp. And that group, the so-called Patriot Front, is probably best known for plastering our communities with their hate-filled posters and graffiti. Now our investigation has uncovered new videos that reveal the group is also preparing for battle. Chief investigative reporter Phil Williams is continuing his Hate Comes to Main Street investigation. Phil, you have been working on this story for more than 3 months.
That's right. And during that time, we gathered never-before-seen video that shows what the Patriot Front is really up to. As you're about to see, that includes training men to fight right here in the volunteer state.
Right now, they've got an enemy. If they get rid of their enemies, they're going to have to find a new one. Maybe you.
Our investigation began last fall as anti-fascist activists protested an annual white supremacist gathering inside the lodge at Montgomery Bell State Park, about 40 miles west of Nashville. It was an investigation that would eventually lead us across the state to this large compound being built by a hate group right here in Tennessee. A compound where members train for battles that sometimes play out on the streets of America.
These are smart, observant, thoughtful Americans who see that our country is going in the wrong direction and has been going in the wrong direction for decades.
Yeah, these are retarded, dumbass, redneck, degenerate hillbillies.
Which may be why Jerry Taylor, the founder of the American Renaissance Conference, insisted that we not take video of any faces while we were inside the conference. How about the neo-Nazis?
I don't even know a neo-Nazi.
That is absolutely false.
Footage of ISIS chief blown up yesterday plus new footage of strikes in Yemen.
Let me see. CENTCOM forces kill ISIS chief of global operations. Get fucked. Bye-bye, dipshit. That is a very large explosion. That's so cool. F-18s are cool. Trump has ordered heavy strikes against Houthi terrorists in Yemen.
الآن في صاعدة يتم الضرب من قبل الطيران الأمريكي الإسرائيلي.
Well, that's good. Fuck diplomacy, dude. I can guarantee you Hassan is gonna start complaining about this and saying, oh, Trump wants to genocide the fucking Yemenis now. Some dumb horse shit. The Houthis are fucking slave traders. Like, they literally make money through human trafficking. Well, bye-bye, dipshits. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Jared Taylor lied to you.
Jeff Tischhauser tracks hate for the Southern Poverty Law Center, and he knows a lot about the men we identified from outside the conference using facial recognition software. Men like Thomas Rousseau.
Nationalism is natural. Patriotism is inevitable.
Rousseau, seen here during a demonstration in Nashville last summer, heads the Patriot Front, one of the largest organized hate groups in the country. Known for their flash mob protests that suddenly spring out of the backs of rental trucks, members wear white gaiters to hide their faces. Their flag-waving marches are designed to present an image that also hides the hate behind their cause.
When you get within their private spaces online, members of Patriot Front worship Hitler, right? They deny the Holocaust. They use a tremendous amount of racial slurs between each other.
They're very clever, though. They wrap themselves in patriotism. Patriot Front.
So that's a way for Patriot Front to appeal to the larger conservative movement.
We are Americans. We are not white Americans because there are no other kind of Americans than those who are white and from Europe.
At age 26, Thomas Rousseau is polished in his racism.
Life, liberty, victory!
But leaked videos from inside Patriot Front reveal that beneath that polished veneer
Good take right there. See high. Let's go.
are old-fashioned neo-Nazis.
These are hardened white supremacists who want to see a white ethno-state created somewhere in the United States.
You are now welcome here.
Outside the American Renaissance Conference, we had also spotted these two men. Our search quickly came back with matches. Robert Benjamin Whitted of Texas and Garrett Joseph Garland of Illinois. Both were among 31 Patriot Front members arrested 3 years ago, accused of plotting to create a riot at an Idaho Pride celebration. Ryan Hunter was one of the prosecutors.
They wanted to basically promote a fight. They wanted to get people to respond, make them angry, make them attack them. And, their history is that they then try to play that they're the victims.
Hey, announce. You can announce.
Hey man, sheriff's office, everyone have your hands visible.
This never-before-seen police video shows what happened when Coeur d'Alene, Idaho police intercepted two Patriot Front U-Hauls on their way to that Pride event. In the video, we see the men from that balcony, Robert Whitted and Garrett Garland, as they're being processed by police.
It does detail our peaceful intentions.
While Thomas Rousseau insisted their intentions were peaceful, police discovered what a witness called a small army prepared for war, including being equipped with riot shields. Shields that this leaked video shows Patriot Front prepares for use in battle.
Those shields can be used offensively. And in fact, in riot training, they are. They're intended to push and to move people out of the way or to certain areas. And we actually got testimony on cross-examination that confirmed that, yes, that's how they had been trained to use those.
And when police unmasked the Patriot Front members, they found their caps secured to their heads by chin straps, and the caps were no ordinary headgear. Inside, they found hardened plastic designed to protect their heads in battle. They also discovered tactical radios for communicating over long distances, first aid kits to treat the injured. One even carried a smoke grenade.
You don't come to a boxing match with gloves on and dressed to fight if you don't intend to fight. And that was the circumstance we faced with this group. Is they were ready to fight. They were prepared to fight. They had trained to fight.
Yeah, these people are insane whack jobs. It wouldn't surprise me if you see a mass shooting or something, from these people. Canada has a similar issue. It's only that we have more laws in place to prevent some of these hate groups and attack them. There's a neo-Nazi organization in Canada that's actually planned legit terror attacks, or they plan to kill people, blow them up, commit mass shootings. It's fucking insane, dude, how people like this exist. It's really sad.
fight.
And the group's ops plan indicated the Patriot Front Army would line up on the outskirts of the park and proceed inwards until barriers to approach were met. There they planned to create what they called a confrontational dynamic.
And during the testimony that we were able to elicit from them on cross-examination, they confirmed that people really they didn't consider those to be barriers that they would stop for.
So you're saying if they encountered people at the Pride Fest, they were just going to plow through them?
That was effectively what they said at trial.
Which brings us back to Montgomery Bell State Park and another man we identified from the balcony.
So Ian Michael Elliott is a longtime member of white power groups, including Patriot Front. Within Patriot Front, he's one of their lead recruiters.
Ian Michael Elliott, we discovered, is one of the people behind this 122-acre Patriot Front compound in Tellico Plains, Tennessee, located between Chattanooga and Knoxville. When we flew over in Sky 5, it appeared to be very much still under construction.
It appears that they're using this place to network and strategize. They're inviting, white supremacists from across the country into this compound to network and strategize.
This photo obtained by News Channel 5 Investigates shows Elliott with Rousseau at that East Tennessee compound, hosting another white supremacist group from Texas.
3, 2, 1, fight!
And this video posted online shows Elliott in a studio adored with neo-Nazi symbolism, training men for bare-knuckled battle that often leaves these Patriot Front warriors bruised and bloody.
Mushroom emoji.
Mushrooms are good. They are quite enjoyable. Thanks for the donation, Sundus.
Patriot Front will claim that they are nonviolent, but they're training in mixed martial arts. They're using their training in mixed martial arts to escalate confrontations and to hurt people.
Which is exactly what happened to a musician who tried to confront the group in Boston in 2022. A federal judge recently awarded the victim $2.7 million in damages, although it's not clear he'll ever collect. Police video shows that when a Patriot Front U-Haul was stopped shortly after that incident, one of the people present was Garrett Garland. He's the one on the right at the American Renaissance Conference back in the fall.
This isn't your, granddad's KKK. This isn't the old school white supremacists. These guys are smart. I'll give them that little bit of credit. They're smart in how they approach it.
Ryan Hunter says he believes it's critical that Americans see beyond the images that Patriot Front would like to project, to see that what they represent is neither good nor American.
And it's, incumbent upon all of us that see it for what it is to combat it every chance that we get and tell what really this group is about and what their message is all about. And so that's probably my biggest takeaway from this.
Seed high, let's go.
And in addition to their marches, Patriot Front members have been implicated in defacing murals celebrating the achievements of notable African Americans. But because this is usually done under the cover of darkness, police aren't always able to make arrests, and that's where the public can help. If you see, these people out, vandalizing property, for example, get a tag number and call police. People can do something about this.
That is good to know. You interviewed a prosecutor who has taken on Patriot Front. Did that person have any tips for law enforcement here in Tennessee?
Absolutely. One of his ideas is that police should not simply treat these as nuisance events, vandalism, for example, in the case of those murals being defaced. Instead, he suggests prosecuting the wider conspiracy to deprive other citizens of their civil rights, to use laws with teeth that will really, really send a message.
Really look deeper and at the big picture.
Absolutely.
Phil, thank you. We know you will definitely.
Yeah, that's fucked. Those groups should not be legally allowed to exist. Thanks for that donation, though, Ben.
People in person from countless cultures around the world. I've read history for many, many years, thousands and thousands of pages of history and military strategy, going all the way back and looking even at the strategies from the Crusades and the other previous jihads. Anyone who's well-read and knowledgeable knows what's going on. It doesn't require you to be ignorant, and I'm not just some ignorant Texas redneck. Again, I am worldly. I've read the
Patriot Front is legit like 300 people, by the way. They have very low membership prob cause Joe Rogan and Elon called them feds over the last few years. Elon, Trump etc. hijack the aesthetic, but they want a multi-ethnic mass appeal of retards to grift off of.
They're clearly not feds. That's fucking stupid. Yeah, I know Elon Musk is trying to gaslight people into supporting Nazism. It's like the useful idiot type of thing. But, yeah, it's... best thing to do is just keep those people in jail. They're fucking chimps. Thanks for the donation, retard.
entire Satanic Bible cover to cover. All right, I've had a big corporate job. A number of years ago, back when I first started getting sick with my Meniere's disease, I realized I was possibly going to reach a point to where I might not be able to do normal work again. Definitely wouldn't be able to do work abroad, might not be able to keep my corporate job. Because this is interesting, and I was reminded of this because an actor I was chatting with a while back And yeah, that's kind of what we do. When I'm not on YouTube, one of the things that my girlfriend does is she works in the film industry. And so we talk to actors and actresses. I was known in the past for very heavily editing my videos. Me sitting down and making a 10-minute video or a 15-minute video and then chopping it down to 3 minutes. You guys saw the heavy edits? That's actually what that was. I've done that for a very long time. A lot of people noticed it. And I felt like, to me, that was an enormous amount of work. Why sit here and film for 15 minutes to make a 3-minute video or 4-minute video and then have to edit it and say things 3 or 4 different ways and rethink how I want to say it, because then I get all focused on it. And I felt like it hurt the quality of my content and my production value. Sorry.
Yes, putting effort into the videos I make was reducing the quality of my videos. So I decided to be lazy and not try, and the quality improved.
Sorry, I got interrupted by a phone call in the middle of filming. Which, again, guys, this is one of the reasons you see so many cuts. My phone rings and I have so much noise outside where I live. That's another reason I have to cut these videos all the time. I will sometimes have 5 or 6 different horn honks from a car outside that I have to clip out in a single 4-minute video. As you guys notice, I'm in a new place. There's a reason I didn't make videos yesterday, just moved again. I might make a video discussing some of that in the move. One of the reasons I needed to deload, just dealing with the stress of a lot of things. Long story short, the rental agreement that we had made for where I was living at the time, the landlord did not keep their end of the agreement.
He was couch surfing. I think he originally moved in with his sister or something, and then she kicked him out because he's like an asshole. Then he moved in with like another family member, and then he got kicked out again, and then, yeah. So that's the story behind that.
And it just wasn't a good business situation, so I moved into a new place. I had just moved into a place that I thought I was going to be renting a house for a year. The landlord, I'm not going to get into his personal life, but, you know, when people try to treat their PTSD with street drugs and alcohol, it doesn't always work out well. And we had some major issues. House we were renting, other people started getting moved in without us being consulted about it to rent rooms and things like that. And we had to just get out of there. But
Salam alaikum salam. Alhamdulillah. Richard Gaines will notice the shaitan underneath his nose and fully submit to either Claude or Landru and give him snoo bismillah walla ul majdi lila dunamala.
I don't know about any of that. Don't remember agreeing to that. Thanks for the donation, though, Gigliardo.
the reality is, you guys need to understand that it is a business owner's right to do business with whom they please. For example, when I lived in the UK, back when I trained at a powerlifter gym that was owned by an IPF powerlifter, when he found out that I had made a YouTube video saying that I don't have any problem with athletes using drugs in sports, it doesn't bother me, I don't see a moral issue with it. That's just them competing. That's the reality we live in. And if they unbanned drugs in sports, that I wouldn't have any problem whatsoever with it. Me making that statement caused him to say that he didn't want a person like me training at his gym, that he felt it was bad for his gym, and he didn't want someone who was okay with drugs in sports training at his gym. He met me at the front door of it. He handed me my entire month's payment back. I'd used about a week of it up for that particular month. And
should I arch my back on Smith machine bench press? If all I really care about is aesthetics, or should I keep my back flat?
So we're men. You should arch your back. It's better for your shoulders, and it allows you to better produce force and isolate your chest. So you should arch your back. Let me take a look at these videos. Thanks for the donation, Didi.
And so we already have this. This is done. Diet. If you want it to look better, diet. Okay. It's the upper chest that needs development, and the secondary thing is the healthiness. Like the push-a-weight, this is so easy. You could go from this over to push-a-weight and you'll put on 100 pounds. Okay. And you don't have to do it to put on the 100 pounds. But the incline here and the healthiness in the shoulders, everything. Okay. Makes sense to you guys at home?
Incline press is not any better for your shoulder compared to just flat bench.
No. But I have heard that many times. Like, why? There's no point doing the lower chest. Really focusing on here, because it is hard to build. This whole area.
You ever seen a guy with a overdeveloped upper chest?
Never.
You ever seen a guy with an overdeveloped lower chest?
It's like a barrel. Lower chest, yeah.
You activate your pectoralis minor when you do flat bench. You do not need to do much incline pressing volume. I think that's just a total myth.
Let's say you could do 10 reps with a certain weight, but you stop at 7 or 8. You don't go to 10 or 11. It's not enough intensity. Oh yeah, but I do more volume. It's not enough intensity. I was very impressed with the writing of Mike Menser and about high-intensity training, which came really from Arthur Jones. He's a guy that had the Nautilus machines in the early 70s. And it's the first guy to really ask a lot of questions. What is it, muscle growth? Why is it happening? What's causing it? And he discovers it's the intensity of the exercise. So it's the intensity where you push that muscle to the point maximum in a set. Mike Mensch used to use an analogy which I like. It's like if you have a stick of dynamite and you hit it with a pencil, it doesn't go off, right? Why? The impact is not enough. The intensity is not enough. So if you tap the dynamite with a pencil and it doesn't go off, if you tap it the second time and the third time and the 100th time, will it go off? No, because the intensity is not enough. But you hit it one time with a hammer, boom, message sent.
So you do need enough intensity for anabolic signaling, but you don't need to train to failure. There's not much difference between training to absolute failure and training within 3 reps shy of failure. But yeah, in order to get adequate anabolic signaling, you do need to train hard, certainly, but you don't need to train to absolute failure. Thanks for the donation, though, Didi.
He canceled my contract, and you know what? Rather than be a dick about it, I looked him in the eyes and said, I'm very disappointed, and while I disagree with your viewpoints here, I respect your right as a business owner to decide who you want to do business with. And so I'm not going to have a problem with that. And I looked him in the eyes and I shook his hand. I think that surprised him a little bit. If all of you want to know how you can help put the juggernaut in a Benz, just check the annotations here in this video, or go to my Facebook fan page, which is down below, or Twitter, or just check out any of the social media of the other big YouTubers, because it's been spread everywhere. And you guys probably realize by now that GoFundMe was just a publicity stunt. I was already being offered quite a good deal on a used Mercedes-Benz by my sister, which I purchased from her today. And truth be told, that was really just something I did for fun. It was something my sister kind of came up with and thought it would be really funny for me to do when she was selling me the car, so we did it just for the fun of it. The GoFundMe.
What a stupid excuse.
Me with the Mercedes-Benz. Guys, I can afford the Benz now. It was just a fun publicity stunt. And it worked. It worked. It went viral everywhere. And all these people smack talked me, and all it did was increase my outreach. And it was a fun, funny thing to do. I enjoy doing it just for fun.
Yes. Sure. You weren't begging for money.
And it increased my outreach everywhere. And that's okay. It's okay to be lazy. Just don't pretend like you're not. Be honest with yourself about your work ethic on something. There are things that I don't enjoy doing, that I am lazy at. Like gardening. I hate fucking gardening.
What did you want to be when you were a kid growing up?
Yeah, we've covered this one before. A school teacher. I wanted to be a school teacher.
Yep. What kind of school teacher?
I didn't know. I kind of went back and forth on a few different ones. I thought about teaching biology or, even a health course. But I did.
He has a mental disability. He was in court for charges related to illegal possession of a firearm and I think drug trafficking because like marijuana was found on him. And the judge actually noted that he's not able to understand or answer simple questions, or I think he said he had like the reading comprehension of like somebody in the first or second grade. So, yeah, this is a lie. He's literally mentally retarded. You can look this up, by the way. It's all public documentation. The judge said he's mentally disabled.
I thought about being something like a biology teacher, and my father completely shot it down when I was younger. He said, "No, that's not going to work. There's no money that you spend a fortune on school, and you'll never make the money back. And that's no son of mine is going to do that."
Instead of putting in the work, 'cause it's not going to get you anywhere. Just like you don't see me pretending that I want an amazing rose garden out on my balcony. Why? Because I hate doing it, and I'm too lazy to do something that I hate doing. So don't lie to yourself like that. Honestly, my mother wanted me to be a medical doctor. And to me, the idea of doing a full pre-med, full medical school internships and being locked into something like that just seemed so tedious to me that I really wasn't interested because of that. In terms of the actual interest in it, yes, I could have been a medical doctor. Yes, I'm intelligent enough.
Again, no. He's actually mentally disabled, and he has like the reading comprehension of like somebody in the second grade.
Yes, my mother actually wanted me to become one. Also interesting, I recall in a psychology class I was taking many, many years ago, when the professor was asking the men in the class what they thought the research would say that women noticed first on a man's body, what part of his body they noticed first. And the guys gave the typical guesses. Guys were like, oh, the arms, the biceps, and another was like the chest. And the professor said, no, you're all wrong. Any of you know what it was? This was data conducted 15 years ago, and the number one listed body part, or part of a man's body that...
Do you think young men cranking TRT and SARMs is as bad or worse health-wise than young women getting BBLs and Botox, etc.? Is social media influencers to blame for increased insecurity, changing beauty standards? Or is there a different explanation?
BBLs are certainly more dangerous than taking TRT. They have the highest risk of any cosmetic procedure. So there's more deaths from BBLs than any other cosmetic procedure. And I think in general they're the most risky surgery, period. Or one of the most risky surgeries, period. Pretty sure you're more likely to die from BBLs than like brain surgery and shit like that. They're very, very dangerous. There's actually been a recommendation recently to change the way the procedure is done. Typically, what they do is they inject your body fat into the muscle tissue in your buttocks. That causes heart attacks and strokes and pulmonary embolisms. There's a recommendation to just do fat transfer rather than injecting fat tissue into your muscle tissue. As far as SARMs, depending on the SARMs you're taking, it may or may not be more or less dangerous. Some of them are extremely toxic to your liver and kidneys, and there are people who take SARMs for pretty short durations of time, and they end up getting kidney disease and liver disease, so it kind of depends on what SARMs you're taking, what dose. But BBLs are extraordinarily dangerous. And yeah, social media definitely has created beauty trends. And I think what is particularly unique about beauty trends right now is that they're much more homogenous. So like everyone is doing the same thing. So like women are all trying to get BBLs, breast implants, lip fillers, facial contouring, like taking out buccal fat. Like everyone's trying to kind of look the same and copy like the big name influencers. Whereas before, beauty was a bit more individualized, where you're kind of trying to take advantage of the features you already have, whereas now with plastic surgery, rather than taking advantage of the features you have, people are just trying to change their features to match somebody else. And it's very much the same with men, where like a lot of dudes are just taking steroids. Thanks for the donation though, retard.
Women noticed first in terms of sexual attractiveness, it was their butt. This is a YouTube channel. I'm not writing any more research papers for professors. I don't cite my fucking sources. I grew up doing charity work at Christmas. My family believed in that. We worked at soup kitchens. We wrapped presents for underprivileged children. That was the kind of thing that my mom made us do before we could open our Christmas presents. That we had to go wrap presents for people who didn't have anything so that we'd be appreciative of what we had. And that was just part of how we were raised and growing up. I've done tons of blood donations for like the MD Anderson Children's Cancer Research Center, things like that. But because he's got neck tattoos and things, where I live, that represents that you're either a gang member, a member of a drug cartel, or that you're like a heroin junkie or that you smoke crack or something like that. I can't be publicly associated with people who look like that because I'm trying to do business stuff in the long term where I'm going to need class 3 licenses, FFLs, things like that. I can't really associate with a criminal element like that or be seen in public with them. And I'm not going to lie, my girl does have a criminal record. Over a decade ago, she did get a deferred felony for distribution of a controlled substance, and in that case it happened to be cocaine. Yes, my girl.
I'm pretty sure it was crystal meth, not cocaine. Moon Cookie's a meth addict.
Danced a bit while she was in grad school. Now, inside the grocery store,
she is a former stripper, and she wasn't just doing it in grad school.
Probably not that big of a deal. Yes, I have been in a grocery store while growing up that was robbed while I was there, but the jackass had a knife and they ended up...
Is he natty alright?
Jason Blaha has taken steroids for a very long time. So I think since his 20s, he's been on steroids. So he is not natty. Thanks for the donation though, James.
Ended up actually tackling him. And a cashier, a really big woman, sat on top of him, which was really amusing. But it was definitely a sight to see. I'll never forget that. But that did happen. I've seen plenty of it in my life. I have, again, been around corporate executives and things a few times in my life at the golf course. And this sort of behavior is normal for them.
He doesn't golf. He doesn't play golf, and he's saying this.
In fact, I'll give you guys a perfect example before I close this down. I played golf with some well into six-figure salary corporate executives with my dad before, and the rule they had, when you drive the ball out of the men's tee box on the golf course, if it doesn't pass the women's tee box, you have to play the rest of the round with your penis hanging out to prove that you're a man. Now, I did that when I was a teenager.
What a stupid, stupid lie. Oh my god. So, for one thing, you could never get away with doing that because it's a public area. That's illegal. And two, he's saying when he was an underage minor, grown men convinced him to leave his penis hanging out at a public golf course. Like, what a retard.
I wasn't even legally an adult, but I had to follow the rules. Because that's the rules. Had to prove you're a man. You had to play with your penis out. Because you couldn't hit the ball past the woman's tee box. And there's always crazy rumors going on out there about me. Some of it's just shocking to me, the things that I see, and I'm just like, wow, this is insane. This is apeshit fucking nuts. A lot of it blows my mind. A lot of misconceptions out there. And how much money am I making doing all of this if you take everything from my combined YouTube incomes, because I've got a couple of different channels. I have 2 different affiliates. I've got a Tiger Fitness affiliate. I have an Amazon affiliate right now. I'm also writing 1 article per month, which takes me a couple hours for Tiger Fitness. What's my predicted income? For this year is probably going to be conservatively, on my taxes this year, $35,000. It could be 40 or more depending on how the later part of the year goes, because I'm going to get some additional promotion in here as a result of other outreach, and so if that pans out, it could go over 40. And yeah, at the rate I'm going with this, sure, off the fitness end, I'll probably end up making $100,000 a year eventually. And of course, I've got my other tactical channel going. I'm going into a tactical company with friends of mine, and that's another niche market that I'm going to be using this to expand upon and to grow the outreach on that slowly. And we're going to be doing gun shows and all sorts of things.
BTW, what is height and weight? Sounds interesting. How much do you weigh now? How old are you?
Jason claims he's like 5'10" or 11, but, if you see him next to anybody, and it's actually been proven that he faked his height, he did a video where he measured his height and he was clearly fucking with the tape measure. I think he's like 5'7" or something. He's either 5'6" or 5'7", because he's being next to people in public where you know their height, and he's fairly short. As far as how much he weighs, I think it's varied quite a bit. His weight keeps going up and down because he can't like stick to a diet. Right now I think he's like maybe 190 or something. I'm actually not sure how much I weigh. When Jasmine moved out, she took the scale, and I haven't bothered buying a new scale because I don't need it. It costs money, you know. So I'm not sure how much I weigh. I did lose weight. I lost about another inch to my waist because I had to. I'm on the 6th notch of my belt, and before I was on the 5th notch. So I might be close to 200 right now. Not entirely sure. And how old am I? I am 33, and I'm going to be turning 34 in June. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
There, and that's going to build up into a legitimate part-time business on top of it. And, you know, maybe in the long term, that'll make $100,000 a year. If we're cranking out people, individuals by the millions from high schools who do not have the ability to be productive members of society, I would say that that is a catastrophic failure of an education system, and it's time to scrap the whole thing and rethink what we're doing and start over, because we clearly have screwed it up. If we're producing millions of people who have no ability to be productive members of society, we have squandered our money, and we've squandered 12 to 13 years of the lifetimes of most of these students. And all things considered, this would be kind of an interesting video, considering I'm sitting here actually doing a a very technical skill here. I'm reloading ammunition. And he's such a loser. Oh, he's this fat autistic virgin, which is really funny because people who know me in real life will laugh at that. I'm actually really, really social in person, and I'm by no means a virgin. And for those asking,
he's extraordinarily awkward and antisocial. Jason Blaha. Yeah, TV show.
for me, I eat fat maybe once a week. I have a little bit of pizza usually.
Yeah, he was on a public access TV show.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Exposed TV. So Jason's been boasting about being on a TV show, and how the producers are just laughing off all the letters they've been receiving, warning them about associating with the stolen valor fake mercenary fraud.
Let's rewind here a bit and explain which TV show Jason is talking about, and how much of an impact his and Mooncookie's constant lying about Jason being a mercenary CIA agent has just had on his girlfriend's potential TV career. Around June 2017, FitMisc members spotted Jason in the audience of Tommy's Garage, a small-time but growing political TV show.
Your face has definitely lost the plumpness it had when you weighed 120 kilograms. Do you feel better and have more energy since you slimmed down?
Well, I definitely prefer the way I look, but terms of energy, no, not really. I might have gotten, like, coronavirus or something again. I was talking to my mom. Apparently, she knows a bunch of people this happened to. Just suddenly, inexplicably, I had a massive reduction in appetite, which is why I've been losing weight again recently, and it's been remarkably difficult for me to eat much during the day. So I've been losing weight again fairly rapidly, and my energy is lower as a result, so I've had to, resort to drinking more energy drinks and drinking coffee to maintain my energy levels. But at least I look better. Thanks for the donation, James.
After examining the show's archives, we found that in February 2017, Jason's female girlfriend Mooncookie attended the show alone at first, scoped the place out for a couple of weeks, then allowed her cuckboy Blaha to attend. After a nervous start, he got his clapping down pat and started to attend each and every week. Being a former stripper, Mooncookie knows how to work a crowd and quickly became accepted, while Blaha just sat and watched others visually eat her out. She didn't waste any time, and after a month her name was appearing in the show's ending credits as one of the writers, for hair and makeup, and she even made it onto the panel a few times.
Jason, being the self-deluded.
Have you watched Invincible on Prime Video? The animation is far from perfect sometimes, but I think it's a solid and fun adult animated superhero show. Feels like Dragon Ball but more violent and American.
I have indeed watched Invincible. I still have to see the season 3 finale. I'm gonna watch that tomorrow when I do cardio. But yeah, Invincible's great. I like it more than The Boys. I think it's actually better. Thanks for the donation, I'm fucking bored.
Head-ticking weirdo was just tolerated because of his female girlfriend's involvement with the show.
There's a lot of metaphors in there, just in case you were...
How are the misfits these days? Have any new 2025 vids been uploaded?
I don't think so. Big Lenny died, so... yeah, he's gone. Like a few of them, Brad and stuff like that, made a video about Lenny's death, but I don't think they've uploaded any new content. And Jason can't upload any YouTube videos, partly because of his grandma. She won't let him. And I don't know if he even wants to anymore because he gets made fun of and stuff. But yeah, they're kind of not really making content anymore, unfortunately. Thanks for the donation, James.
Right that way. Yeah. What do you got? What do you got?
Absolutely.
Moldy Locks needs to go to prison for a long time.
Oh, I like it. Absolutely.
Moldy Locks needs to go to prison for a long time.
Oh, I
like
Maybe Hispanic? Maybe? There's a few Hispanics in California, aren't there?
Okay, Rosa goes Hispanic. Señorita Fuego. All right, Gavin goes first.
Gavin's going first.
Gavin goes New York. Señorita Fuego.
I'm going to take a gamble.
Gavin goes New York. Señorita Fuego.
I'm going to take a gamble.
Oh, nice. That's pretty good.
That's it? That's all I got?
That's fine.
Señorita Fuego. That's pretty good.
That's it? That's all I got?
That's fine.
See the
When did Big Lenny shuffle off this mortal coil? What was the cause of death?
He died, I think, what was it? October 10th. I remember that specifically because he died 10/10. So yeah, October 10th last year, which is really ironic because he always talked about 10/10/10s. And he had heart failure. He was on a waiting list for a liver transplant. He had liver disease and he had kidney disease. And he ended up dying of heart failure. Thanks for the donation though, James.
New social circle.
Brittany was great tonight. Wasn't she great?
I'm always good.
Get up, Brittany, get up there. There we go.
She appeared in the opening credits and became a permanent panelist.
And Brittany.
Yeah, and then Jason Blaha's trolls called into the show and notified some of the show's sponsors that this guy is a cancerous, insane moron who committed stolen valor. And then they got both him and Moon Cookie's girlfriend booted off the show. So
Starting to think
hilarious. Dude, the Jason Blaha lore is so great.
See, I'm not on welfare. I make way too much money. I don't qualify for any sort of welfare anywhere in the world. I have 4 different W-7 and 1044s filed with the IRS. Believe me, I don't qualify for anything. And we're
So Jason Blaha was getting disability payments for the government for, I think, at least close to 10 years. He may still even be getting them. He actually got it was like a public defender. He couldn't even afford his own lawyer. And the government didn't want to pay him any money because there's no actual proof of his disability. He claimed he had Meniere's disease, which there's no real test for.
Big Lenny so disrespected his temple with the junk he inhaled.
Yeah, all the steroids and terrible dieting definitely caught up with him. Thanks for the donation though, James. Yeah, so what was I saying? Oh yeah, the disability. He claimed he had Meniere's disease. Meniere's disease is a very common disease to claim you have if you want to commit disability fraud, because there's no objective test to see if you have it. So he likely didn't even have it, and he made a post on Facebook bragging about how his attorney managed to get him his disability payments, and I think at the time it totaled to something like over $50,000.
producing students who can do nothing but pass a standardized test that have no skills. They can't weld. They can't change the oil in their car.
That skinny old man with the cowboy hat mocked Jason. Seeing them stood next to each other, he was taller and wider without training. Lol WTF.
Yeah, Jason claims he looks much bigger in person, but anytime you see him in public next to people, he looks pretty small. Thanks for the donation, lol.
They can't rebuild a basic car engine. To me, that's shocking. As someone who grew up in a different environment, the fact that there are 18-year-old young men who couldn't rebuild a simple lawnmower engine if they had to, I find that shocking. I didn't have any friends who couldn't do that when I was younger. All my friends, we messed with stuff like that. We built car engines. We loaded ammo. We made our own ammunition. We did things
He never did any of that.
like that. So I didn't actually know other boys who couldn't do those things when I was younger. Just throwing that out there, at least among my circles of friends. So it's kind of shocking that they can't do these basic things. None of them know how to weld. None of them can do basic electronics. But they don't have college degrees either. What good are these people going to be to society? We are wasting trillions of dollars educating people who can't do shit. They're worthless to society.
Yeah, the guy who's getting disability payments and he's on Section 8 housing.
Hey everybody, it's Jason Blaha here, and I thought I would just relax. Work on my
this
little
guy's
arts and
such a
crafts here, and
retard.
I will make a video soon. A few people keep asking me things.
How old is Jason Blaha?
I think he's getting pretty old. He's got to be around 50 now. Jason Blaha, age. Apparently he's 47. Dude, he's younger than Greg Doucette. That's actually fucking nuts. Yeah, I think Greg is turning 50 this year, and Jason Blaha is 47. Holy shit, dude. Yeah. Talk about making less than ideal lifestyle choices. Thanks for the donation, James.
About why I do these videos like this. A lot of people enjoy them, a few people don't. I'll cover that later, probably worthy of its own video. It was partially from advice I got from a PR expert. What am I doing here with this stuff? Why do I do it? What's my motive behind it? What message am I trying to convey? So let me put on my +5 hat of weaponsmithing, do a little bit of my crafting, and let's talk about it. Part of it is a unique stick. It's a unique stick. And when I do this, it reminds me of my grandfather. And to me, that's very relaxing because when I do this and I hand load, I'm getting teary-eyed. I think of someone, my grandfather, who I looked up to and I loved tremendously, who treated me like a son. And sorry, I'm getting teary-eyed. It puts me in a happy place. I feel like Bob Ross painting his happy little trees on camera while talking. Because for me, this is therapeutic. And for Bob Ross, painting was therapeutic. A lot of people didn't know that about him. Bob Ross was actually a drill instructor in the military. You wouldn't think that with the way that he was just his happy little trees thing that sells, gunpowder and primers and brass and reloading equipment. It's just right there down the street. This is part of my culture. And what it is for me,
He's just lazy, and I think during this period of time, he became an alcoholic, and he stopped putting any kind of effort into his videos, and he'd just film himself reloading ammo. Like, that's all there is to it.
that would be no different than if you had a British guy who got up and talked every day while making his tea and drinking his tea. Who was very, very British. I'm very Texan. All right, a lot of people aren't aware that I haven't been doing training footage lately, and it's not because of anything conspiracy or crazy or anything else like I'm hiding that I'm in a wheelchair. Apparently a lot of people thought that we were faking it and I'm sitting down at the gym because I'm in a wheelchair, but that's not the case. I'm clearly up and able to lift.
Yeah, this guy had a fitness channel where he was just hand loading ammo the entire time. And he stopped working out. He stopped training. And his excuse is when he was with his girlfriend Moon Cookie, he started drinking alcohol and not training anymore.
heavyweight for reps and Pendlay rows and everything else. I'm clearly up and mobile and still plenty strong by most people's standards. Now, people always ask me things like, Jason, why do you do all this crafting and busy work on camera? Well, one, I find it relaxing, and two, it sure has made it impossible for people to chop and screw my videos and make me say things I didn't say, hasn't it, for all you guys who watch these, who do that stuff? You guys having fun with that? Trying to make me say things I didn't say? A little harder now, isn't it? Have fun with that. Have you seen the things that people write about me on the internet and say about me all day? Have you?
On September 7th, I will have 66 years. I like to relax using slide rules as I solve vector mechanics problems from a 1962 textbook. Reloads can be dangerous to both the shooter and the weapon.
Yeah, I wouldn't use reloaded ammo. Especially today, a lot of modern guns are sort of picky with ammo. But that's an interesting hobby. I like to just play video games or watch Netflix if I just want to chill and relax and just snuggle with my kitty. Yeah. I have a little fold-out chair that he likes to sit on now. Thanks for the donation, James.
Watched the hundreds of videos that are out there that go through great efforts to humiliate me, some of which have gotten over 100,000 views. Do you read the insane shit people write about me every day on the internet? Do you honestly think, no, seriously, do you honestly think there's anything that you could do that would humiliate me? That there's like literally anything that you could say or do that would cause me embarrassment or humiliate me at this point? Do you think there's anything anybody could say online at this point about me after all the shit that people have said that would cause me a single drop of embarrassment or humiliation?
Oh, yeah, there is. Bro, he did a cope stream right after I mentioned that he's on Section 8 housing.
I'm so fucking far beyond that that I don't care. You want to post my dick pictures? Go ahead. I don't fucking care. I mean, what are you going to do to humiliate me at this point? I've been accused of literally so much crazy, embarrassing type, insane shit all day long by so many people online that...
See, Unicorn Jizz donated $3. Oh my god. Oh. Dude, why are they so silly? Oh my god. Oh. Dude, being a panda zookeeper must be the best fucking job ever. Imagine having to do this? Like, what the fuck? It's like tard wrangling, like the cutest animals ever. You gotta pick up a fucking bear, and then this other fucking bear is holding onto your leg? Oh no. Oh my god, they're the silliest animal. That's amazing. Thanks for the donation, Unicorn Jizz.
Literally, I am completely above embarrassment at this point. Like, literally, there is nothing that you could say that would embarrass me in any way. Like, nothing at all. Like, I'm so used to people saying stuff all day that I just laugh at this point. It's fucking crazy. Just read some of it. Read some of it. My God. Like, I don't think that you can come up with anything better than what people have already put out. Like, it's all been done already. I don't think there's anything left. I spawned a whole economy of people who make probably $1,000 or more a month on their YouTube channels talking about me. That's all they do. It's like, dude, seriously. Now, the other thing I would ask too, if you're older as well, if you are older as well, out of high school, and you have all these body composition and muscle gaining goals, and you're still living with your mom, because it's one thing if it's occasionally your mom cooks you a meal, that's fine. But if you're still living with your mom and that's why she's cooking meals for you, I might want to suggest to you that you reevaluate your life goals a little bit. It sounds like you got more.
Have you ever seen a slide rule? There are good slide rule training films on YouTube. The slide rule needs to be reintroduced into education. There is much to learn from slide rules. Slide rules are better than calculators and computers. I own 8.
Hand-operated mechanical calculator. That's interesting. I've seen them, but I've never used them. Seems a little complicated. Thanks for the donation though, James.
Important things on your table that you need to worry about than getting your ideal body composition down. I started my original weight loss journey when I was 19, and it ended after I was well over 20. I lived with my mother at the time, and a lot of people laugh about that. My family had a lot of money. Believe me, they had plenty of spare bedrooms. This is not an issue. It's not like I didn't have privacy. when you live with your family, but they own several houses. All right. And by the way, I'm going to note a few people will come in here and comment, but you live with your sister, your mom, or whatever. No, I haven't. I don't know where any of that came out. Just because Michael Hearn said that, there's no truth to it. I haven't lived with any members of my family in many, many, many years. So I don't know where that weird idea came from. Most people who know me are kind of like, I'm a very intense person, and it's not that I'm not empathic, or all the people on the internet who perceive me differently. I'm not autistic or anything ridiculous like that. But I am a very intense person. However, I do have that intimidation factor, and I do come across, especially a lot of other guys, as very intimidating. I have a presence when I come in a room, and that's been told to me by quite a few people, that I'm a very intimidating person, and I'm very scary in some ways, and I have to try to keep that reeled in. But yeah, Jerry, this is kind of ridiculous. It's kind of pathetic on your part, but you know what, man? Make all the money you want off of it. But if I decide...
Yeah, vasectomies don't change ejaculate volume, so... You like come just as much when you have a vasectomy.
That it's my money that you earned. I don't want to hear any crying when I come to collect it. It's just business, nothing personal. But on a side note, you better not ever mention my mother again, you son of a bitch. That is personal. That's not business. I'm going to be nice and give you a warning on that one. And maybe you did that by accident, another one of your heroin and drug-induced hazes, because you have admitted. And I'll just tell you straight up. Anyone approaches my girl and hits on them, they might disappear. Just going to leave that out there. I don't know what happened to you. If someone becomes a threat to you, whether it's a physical threat, then they have to die. No question about it. You do everything you can to take them down. I don't even want my worst enemies to die of cancer or to have diabetes, because I've seen people die from those things. Me personally, when anyone is my enemy, I don't like them. Do I wish them harm? I wish they get Ebola. I hope every person who is my enemy out there, I hope they get Ebola. And before I go to bed at night, I pray to Nurgle, the Lord of Roth, that he infects every person who has made themselves my enemy with fucking Ebola. I deadlift over 600 pounds. You think I can't kill you with my bare hands? Think about it. I do come across as the tough guy, the alpha male. Oh, people complain about me wearing comic book shirts. Are you okay with that?
What is he doing?
Just retarded nonsense. That's what he's doing. Just LARPing as somebody who's far more intelligent and capable than he is. Thanks for the donation, James.
I'm okay with that. I'm going to slightly upgrade your wardrobe as we go along here.
Okay.
Yes, he's very intimidating and comes off as an alpha male.
Comic books don't put you off?
As long as you let me dye your beard.
But a semi-male version, I guess. He's kind of, I don't know, ambiguous a little bit with all the eyebrow plucking and all that shit. Okay, she's gonna dye my beard. That's the next project. She just did my eyebrows. She's a stylist, by the way.
Those sexy eyebrows right there. Woo! That's right, ladies. He's taken.
And a lot of you guys do know that I am a super nerd in addition to a number of other things. You know what? When you're a boy, your ego rules you. When you're a man, you rule your own ego. Quite a few people have asked me and linked to me the whole Lyle McDonald thing of Lyle McDonald talking about his book where he walks in two worlds, and people want my opinion on all of this, and people are acting like this is a big deal and a big scandal, or a few people are. And I'm sorry, but to me this is laughable. Now, I think it's fine if Lyle wants to write a book about this. That's his prerogative, selling points. But to call this stuff a dark side, managing a strip club, working in the porn industry, having sex with strippers, that's really your view of a dark side. That's mostly legal stuff. Anybody who thinks that that is a dark side has led a very, very sheltered life. The majority of people who have a dark side...
True or false? This song is a banger.
It's not one of my favorites from them. I do like some of their songs, but yeah, it's not one of my favorites. Thanks for the donation. I'm fucking bored. Wouldn't say it's a banger. How is it disability fraud at Blaha is retarded? He clearly needs the money. Well, the fraud aspect of it is he is lying about what disability he actually has. But yeah, I guess if you want to be fair, guess he does need the money. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh, look who's here. It's Gum Gum. Oh. Oh, I love you, Gum Gum. Look how handsome. Oh my goodness, I love him. Oh, I love you, Gum Gum. You are so beautiful and so special and amazing. I love you. Oh my god, that's my Chonko. Look at him. You're so fuzzy. I love my little fuzzy baby. Oh yes, sit on my lap. Oh, I love it when you sit on me. Oh, that is a good cat. Oh, I love you, Gum Gum. Yeah, you're a good baby. Oh, you're always gonna be my baby. That's my Gum Gum. Oh, Gum Gum. Yes. Oh, I love you. Oh, sweetie. Oh, I love you, Gum Gum. That's my baby. Oh, yes. I love you so much, Gum Gum. Oh, you're my handsome. Yeah. Oh, I love this cat.
A real dark side are not going to talk about it on a video or in a book because they will go to prison or they will get assassinated.
Oh, Blaha's so very cringy.
that lunging to the far right while trying to sell electric vehicles might not be the best business strategy after all. According to new polling out of Germany with a sample of 100,000 respondents, it is a rejection that couldn't be clearer. More than 94% of T-Online readers said that they won't buy a Tesla again. Only 3% said they would still consider a car from the former electric pioneer. Around 100,000 readers voted, a record turnout. The message is clear: Germans are turning their backs on Tesla. And while it's easy to cast off polling, the actual sales numbers back up the findings. Tesla sales were down a staggering 76% in Germany, all while total EV sales actually climbed 31%. And it wasn't just Germany either. Tesla sales seem to be lagging across the world. Sales in Australia are down 71%. In Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, they're down 42 to 48%. In France, down 26%. In China, the number of Teslas being manufactured dropped 49%, even while its Chinese competitor, BYD, has seen sales surge by 90%. And right here in the US, sales dropped 11%. That comes as Ford, Chevy, and Volkswagen all saw sales percentages increase at the same time. In other words, the data is undeniable, which might cast doubt on the sales strategy of trying to sell electric vehicles, largely adopted by consumers who appreciate environmental concerns, while simultaneously aligning yourself with a far-right movement that thinks climate change is a hoax and that democracy should be overhauled by a...
If you had to live as one of these people for the next year, who would you pick? Jason Blaha, Sean Baker, Frank Tufano, or Sverige?
I'd probably choose Frank Tufano. The reason being is I could ruin all of his businesses and shit. That'd be great. So yeah, I think I'd live as Frank Tufano for a year. Sverige is definitely out of the question because he has like that crazy fucking bitch girlfriend and the baby and everything. Andy's just an asshole. Sean Baker just seems fucking boring as shit, and Jason Blaha, I would not want to be in his body. So yeah, I'd probably just be Frank Tufano for a year. It'd be kind of fucking funny and menty, and I could just ruin his life. Thanks for the donation, Tyler.
A form of technocratic oligarchy. And look,
your nicotine addict kindred is debating your favorite topic on the whatever podcast right now. Oh, Andrew Wilson?
Into marriage, I think that's the obvious goal. Sure.
So then it seems like anything that would reduce me getting a divorce, like having a woman who's much more religious, that's going to reduce the chance of divorce. It's also going to demonstrate to me that...
I think there can be other goals, though.
Well,
like,
it's also going to demonstrate to me if she's not having sex, that...
Would you rather be unhappily married or happily divorced?
Well, from my religious standpoint, from my preference or my religious standpoint?
Either.
Yeah, from my preference, I'd rather be happily divorced, preference-wise.
Okay. Yeah.
But I still think you have an obligation to stay married, even if you're unhappy, because unhappiness in marriage can be short-term, even if it's only a couple of years. So I still think there's an obligation, especially for kids, to stay together. So anyway.
I mean, I don't necessarily disagree.
Yeah, so that aside, we'll leave that for a second. If I look for correlates of things, right, that strongly correlate, that are going to reduce the chances of divorce for me. In this case, a woman cheating is going to greatly increase the chances we get divorced. That's just true.
Why?
Because if you cheat on me, I'm going to divorce you.
So, but you just said you have a duty.
Yes, but there's threshold breakers for the duty.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why is that a threshold breaker?
Because this would violate the very thing which kept me in the marriage to begin with, which is the religious obligation towards it.
I see. Would the degree of, what are we counting as cheating? Is that intercourse?
No.
Okay.
If you just like, even I have an emotional connection with X, for me, would be cheating.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
So if your wife said, I have emotional feelings for this guy, even if she didn't want them, but she just still felt it.
Well, that's different. Well, it depends on the severity. Like, I'm in love with Chad. I don't want to be in love with Chad, but I am. That's it. You're done. That's over.
Yeah, I'd agree.
So,
go be in love with Chad when we're not married.
I'm sorry. So if your wife developed emotional feelings for someone, but didn't act on them.
Do you think plug-in hybrids are a better choice if you want to get into electric vehicles without committing 100%? I think plugins might be the best option for lowering emissions while also not getting screwed by the lack of charging infrastructure.
Yes. I would say the majority of people would probably want to get a plug-in hybrid. They have their own set of issues. The engines in plug-in hybrids are not as reliable because the hybrid systems prevent the engines from getting up to proper operating temperature. So they have designed the engines a little differently, and they do have specific oils that you're supposed to use for hybrid systems. And again, depending on the car, maintenance might be an issue. But, you know, outside of that, plug-in hybrids are probably more ideal for most people. Thanks for the donation. I'm fucking bored.
I may not own a car company, but I have a business degree from a good business school, only I can't quite remember the class where we were told to find our consumer base and then act in the single most hostile way humanly possible to that very consumer base until they stop buying your products. But then I drank a lot in college, so maybe I missed that class. With regard to Germany specifically, Elon recently threw his lot in with the far-right AfD party, basically the modern iteration of the Nazi party. Only about 20% of German voters aligned themselves with the AfD party in the latest election, despite Elon trying to use his considerable resources and influence to elevate the party before voters went to the polls, a move that was swiftly condemned across the German political spectrum.
Ja, das ist schon eine Einmischung, ne? Also das ist keine Frage, aber es bleibt dabei, dass er nicht wirklich inhaltlich zu irgendwas beiträgt und er auch, glaube ich, gar nicht weiß, wie die Diskussionen in Deutschland politisch laufen.
Ich habe mich gewundert, weil eigentlich liest man...
Hassan don't hate the player biker argues for communism but not at the expense of his grotesque capitalist excess. New Porsche, illegal immigrant maid / cook. $3 million crib in expensive WeHo neighborhood.
Let me take a look. Hassan defends his house purchase to a chatter. It's a single-family home, normal size. Oh my god. It's probably smaller than your parents' house. Yeah, sure. Oh my god, this guy's delusional.
Wherever the fuck it is kind of different, at least on the vibe check. Bro, what are you saying? First of all, it's a single-family home in West Hollywood. And if you think it's a fucking mega mansion because of its price, you would be deluded. It's a normal size house.
Yeah, right. Cool story.
It's probably smaller than your parents' house in Connecticut, dumb fuck. Also, it doesn't matter. I didn't design the market. That's number one. Number two, it literally fucking doesn't matter. Like, think. Think about it. Please, for a brief moment, take a deep breath and go, Hassan, having a house or renting out an apartment, does this change his commentary even a little bit? Does this change his worldview even a little bit? Who has explained to you that this is inherently hypocritical? Who? Was it me? Did I say that it's inherently immoral to own a house? No, I never said that. As a matter of fact, I want you to be able to own your own home.
Well, if he's communist, then yeah, by definition, ownership would be immoral.
Home as well. This is the problem. You treat this as though I'm some fucking televangelist who has a private jet and is like, yeah, I have to fly in a private jet. I can't be with undesirable sinners in a tin can. Like, it's...
This guy has a Porsche Taycan. I think at one point he had like a McLaren or something. He had like... he is the most virtue signaling fucking dipshit imaginable. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Elon Musk sei das Wunderkind und besonders begabt. Bei dieser Aussage muss ich daran zweifeln. Verändern kann nur jemand etwas, der regiert. Die AfD wird aber nicht regieren, weil niemand mit dieser Partei eine Regierung bilden wird.
Dass die Faschisten nicht nur von Putin gekauft sind, sondern auch von einem rechtsradikal gewordenen Multimilliardär unterstützt werden, sagt ganz viel über die Faschisten aus. Sie sind eine Truppe von Landesverrätern, die auch noch gekauft sind von Milliardären.
And so what resulted was decidedly not some windfall victory for the AfD, but rather Europe waking up to Elon's far-right bend. Here, for example, is a float in a German parade showing Elon being dubbed Napo-Elon with the US flag in tatters, while he foams at the mouth and a doctor chases him with a straitjacket.
Napo-Elon, ja, das ist dieser verhaltensauffällige Tech-Milliardär aus den USA. Und bei Daniela Patenzi, unserer Kollegin, ist jetzt Jacques Tilly live auf der Tribüne, der mal erklären kann, was...
Yeah, people really don't like him.
In mind, if you are the CEO of an EV company and your audience, your consumer base is presumably people who buy EVs because they have some semblance of an understanding about climate change or whatever it is, how does that make sense from a business perspective to then get to completely red pill yourself, to go all in, to basically to not only abandon your core market, but then throw your weight behind a political party for whom climate change isn't even a real concern?
Because having the power to manipulate the most powerful man in the world is far more valuable than any amount of EV sales from Tesla. Just being able to be the puppet master.
Yeah. And he's already come out and said that he would work in Trump's administration.
Yeah, and that's fine, right? Being, trying to increase the efficiency. I've had the same conversations with the Harris campaign about, okay, what can we do to increase efficiency, to make it easier for businesses, et cetera, right? So that's all fine and good. There's no knock on Elon for that. But, if you're the wealthiest person in the world and you have control, effective control, you're the puppet master of the president, the most powerful person in the world, oh my God, that's about as intoxicating. That is
a trip to Heart Attack City.
Hey guys, my name is Patty, and I'm here today to try Gorilla Mind's new
She eats like shit. Like a complete toddler.
ultra high stimulant pre-workout. This is Gorilla Mode Lightning. With over 31,000 milligrams of active ingredients, 550 milligrams of caffeine.
That is horrifically irresponsible. You should not be taking that much caffeine in a single dose.
This is freaking insane, and we are going to taste test blue raspberry flavor. Let's begin. I'm only going to do one scoop because I'm a baby. Gorilla Mind frother. Let's taste it. Cheers. Whoa. The flavor is delectable and delicious. Blue raspberry, 10 out of 10, to be honest. The punch that is being...
These influencers are just absolute scumbags, and they have no goddamn ethics. It's all just clout money. Can't stand any of these fucking people. Thanks for the donation, Fraud Saladino.
And Patrick Bet-David is the living embodiment of the American dream. He's a first-generation Iranian immigrant who moved to the US, served in the military, built a multi-million-dollar business empire, who then went on to become one of the most influential voices in American politics through his incredible podcasting skills.
How much money can I give you for you to become gay tomorrow? Can I give you $1 billion? What do I need to do to convert you to being gay? You don't think I could convert you to being gay? I don't think so. Okay.
But once you look past the surface, Patrick's story becomes less about inspiration and more about exploitation. Because behind the carefully crafted facade that he puts on, we find a man who spent almost 15 years of his life running one of the most predatory types of businesses.
Do you like climbing? I've been to rock climbing gyms a few times, and it is fun. I've never actually committed to signing up to a rock climbing gym, though, but I probably would enjoy it.
in all of America, a multi-level marketing insurance company called PHP Agency, where instead of focusing on actually selling insurance, their real goal was to recruit people into a scheme, which promised them a rags to riches story just like Patrick's.
I know a lot of people have been contacting us because just in the last week, we got 2 new people making over $1 million a year income. You know, we have people that are doing stuff that they've never done before. We had a record-breaking year in $100,000 earners, $250,000 earners, new $500,000 earners, new $750 earners, new $1 million earners.
While Patrick was telling people the agents at his company were making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, what he conveniently failed to mention was that the company was built off the backs of people who barely made enough to pay for a McChicken. Yet, at the same time, he was teaching his fans things like how to build wealth on his YouTube channel Valuetainment, even though behind the scenes, he was actively trying to recruit people into an industry where 99% end up losing money.
You realize how much hypocrisy there is with that there's contradiction to that.
And if that wasn't bad enough, after more than a decade of ripping off the American general public with this MLM, Patrick sold the company. Then he turned around and started LARPing as a patriotic right-wing political commentator. And somehow, it's all working, as Patrick and his media brand are slowly becoming house.
Nice hair and beard trim cupcake.
Well, thank you, handsome. I appreciate that. I also have Gum Gum on my lap, and he is also very handsome. Thanks for the donation, handsome.
Household names in the political sphere, gaining millions of subscribers every year and hundreds of thousands of views every single day, yet almost nobody ever calls him out. But I see Patrick for exactly what he is, a master manipulator who has perfected the art of cashing in on people's trust in him and exploiting the American dream. So today, we're going to be taking a deep dive into PHP, the groundbreaking interviews he does, his opportunistic political grift, and surprising ability to get worse over time, and of course, the future of valuetainment.
Surprise, surprise, motherfucker! The king is back! What we do here is go back.
He built his channel myself, I'd be the man by making excellent educational videos about entrepreneurship. And as a multi-millionaire entrepreneur myself, I'd be the first to admit that I used to love Patrick's content. I'd even go as far as saying that Valuetainment used to be one of the best resources for real-world business advice back in the day.
Look, there's 2 ways you can learn about business. One of the ways is go to college, learn a bunch of theories by professors who have probably never ran a business before, or you can watch Valuetainment, ran by entrepreneurs who have built and sold businesses, and you can learn from our mistakes and what we did right. And by the way, I'm willing to bet anybody who goes and takes this boring route versus watches Valuetainment, I'm putting my money. This person who watches Valuetainment is going to beat the person who goes to college.
But while Patrick was promoting Valuetainment as the best place to learn about entrepreneurship, he wasn't exactly very transparent about his own business. And that's why if you watch his old videos, or even his podcast nowadays, all he ever really says about PHP is that it was an insurance company that he ran and sold a few years back, if anything at all. Which wasn't just a minor oversight or a mistake, it was a deliberate strategy to keep his fans in the dark about what really went on at PHP. Because actually digging into the details would reveal a lot of information that Patrick doesn't want out there. But to be honest, as a former fan of Patrick's,
I'm tired of getting a taste of them. I want the whole load.
So what is PHP actually? Well, the name stands for People Helping People, and it's a life insurance and securities MLM company. If you're not familiar with MLMs, they're essentially legal pyramid schemes with a product attached to it. The main difference between the two is in how the money is actually made. MLMs rely primarily on product sales, and pyramid schemes rely mostly on recruitment.
If distributors' earnings come primarily from selling products to actual customers outside of the company, that is probably a legitimate business. But if those earnings come primarily from selling product to the distributors you've recruited below you, and their sales of product to the distributors they've recruited below them, all within the company, that may be a pyramid scheme.
Now, MLMs are not illegal. Pyramid schemes are illegal. However, I think PHP does a great job of blurring the lines between the two by prioritizing recruiting over actually trying to sell insurance. A perfect example of this would be the PHP website itself, where as soon as you go on the site, the direct call to action is to join our team 3 separate times, and the top 2 tabs are focused on recruiting instead of trying to sell insurance, which you would assume would be the primary goal of an insurance company. And they also use typical shady MLM language on the front page like financial freedom and a career for you, which again has nothing to do with the insurance they sell. But hey, maybe PHP forgot about their customers. I mean, who needs those? Not PHP, of course, because in my opinion, the true product at PHP isn't actually the insurance policies, but rather the endless stream of new recruits. Again, this is proven by their own website, where they claim to have sold 450,000 policies since the company's inception in 2009, which sounds impressive until you realize they have 45,000 agents. That means on average, each agent has sold about 10 insurance policies, or less than 1 per year. So based on the statistics, their agents are either clearly more focused on recruiting new agents into the company, or the average PHP agent has sales skills like this.
Hello, I want to buy life insurance. No. Why not? Because you are fat, and I already hit my quota of 1 sale per year this year. Are you being fat phobic? Your hairline is clapped, buddy. Yes, I am, and I asked for this cut. Now get out of my face, so I can get back to recruiting. Actually come back. I have a secret to share with you. Do you want to get rich and join my company? I help people achieve financial freedom by enhancing their lives. Get out of my face with that pyramid scheme stuff, little bro. Okay, get out.
And the reason why PHP is so focused on bringing new agents in instead of actually selling insurance is because their entire business model revolves around charging each new agent a $200 initiation fee to join the company. So the company profits from each new recruit, even if they never sell a single insurance policy. On top of that, PHP also charges their agents an annual fee of either $99 or $180, so they're actually getting paid regardless of performance in two separate ways. This creates a clear conflict of interest because the guaranteed income from each new recruit reduces the company's incentive to provide the best possible training, since they still profit even if an agent never sells anything. But putting that aside, these fees make absolutely no sense because selling insurance is a job, not a passion project. Nobody's out there shilling term life insurance to their 19-year-old niece for fun. So why are people being recruited into a job that promotes financial freedom in writing, yet they have to pay up front just for the privilege of working there?
What job do you know that you would pay in and be told, like, oh, you're gonna make money and be sold all these wild dreams, and then you make not only zero money, you lose money? That's the MLM, like that's like one of the hallmarks, is most companies, when they onboard you, do you think you will pay them or they will pay you to train you? Which one? A normal job, do they pay you or do you pay them?
Of course, at a normal job in a capitalist society, you should be paying your employer for the pleasure of putting the fries in the bag. I actually send YouTube CEO Neil Mohan a nice tip every single month because I'm more of a socialist myself. And that's essentially what the average PHP agent does to Patrick. Because as we can see here from this 2022 income disclosure released by PHP themselves, the majority of PHP agents make little to no money. 44% of agents make under $1,000 a year, and 30%.
Jesus. Dude. Like only like less than 4% are making more than what you'd make, you know, just minimum wage at Home Depot.
31% make between $1,000 and $5,000. So 75% of their agents make less than $5,000 a year, which means 3/4 of these alleged insurance agents make less than $14 a day on average. And keep in mind, these numbers are only counting the agents who've wasted weeks to months of their lives studying to get an insurance license, and those fees are also on top of any additional expenses required to get the license.
There is extra cost associated with getting licensed, like it's an extra $500. So if you don't have almost $1,000 to put down whenever you get started, then you're probably not going to make any money.
So now that we know it costs at least $500 to join PHP, let's take a look at how Patrick used to talk about how much people can actually make at his company.
It all depends on how big you want to build it. We have a lot of people that get started with us that part-time, they simply get their insurance license to do this part-time. They get trained, somebody goes out there and helps them out. And you can make anywhere between $1,000, $5,000, even some make $10,000, $20,000 a month part-time. Then there's people that want to become marketing directors, similar to real estate, where you become a broker, you run your own office, you have your own agency. You can make as much money as you want to make with that, $10,000, $50,000. We even have people make $100,000 a month. And then you can become a chairman's counsel, which is somebody that has a vision to want to build a national agency, and that kind of income can go into a multi-7-figure income.
Obviously, everything he just said completely contradicts reality, and that's not just a one-time mistake. Patrick would consistently misrepresent the truth about joining PHP. And although he wouldn't explicitly say things like, if you join PHP, bro, you're gonna become a multi-billionaire, he did lie almost every time he was trying to bring in new recruits, because he knows that if he didn't lie, he'd have to tell the truth. And Patrick is allergic to that.
When I look at the stories today and I look at the people, the life they're living, I remember when I first met George, when he always had an Infiniti, you know, and he always had these cars. He's driving a 488, got an Audi for himself, got one for his dad. You got Jason driving around in a red Aston Martin, beautiful, gorgeous Aston Martin. Then you hear Vargas buys a yellow Lamborghini, brand new 2019, 2020. And then Ricky just bought a black Lamborghini. We got a bunch of guys with Z06s and Corvettes. And then Sopanos just bought a Rolls Royce black, drop dead gorgeous.
This guy is the reason why humans don't deserve the right to free speech. Everyone lies every now and then. That's fine. But it should be a crime for someone to consistently say words that are that far from reality. Because according to the stats, only 0.17% of PHP agents earn over $500,000 a year, and only about 1% earn between $100,000 and $250,000. And the agents that fall into the average income bracket only make up about 2% of agents. But this guy's talking about Aston Martins and Ferraris? If Patrick were 100% honest about PHP, he'd show his agents 2006 Corollas and bus passes, not exotic cars that a very small percentage of agents can even afford to rent. But Patrick doesn't actually sell insurance. He sells a fantasy, because he knows that if he told the actual truth about PHP, no one would ever join. So instead of being honest, he creates this alternate reality where statistics don't exist, and instead, joining the company is sold as a path to quit your job and financial freedom.
What exactly do you guys do? So say for example, I meet him, okay, and I say, so what do you do? I'm doing XYZ. Are you happy with your job? Not really. How much money are you making? 80 grand a year. What are your dreams? I want to have a house. I want to send my kids to private school. What kind of money do you need to make to do that? $250,000 a year. House one is, glad to pay $250 to be able to do that. Not anytime soon. What are you going to do? Stay here? You want your dreams to become a reality? I want to do something big. Great. Why don't you get an insurance license part-time? I'm going to teach you how to sell the product. And from there, maybe make $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 on part-time. And if you later on get good at it, you can go full-time, then maybe you can become a broker. That's pretty much what we do.
According to the founder himself, he uses the allure of high income like $250,000 a year or $3,000 a month part-time as a way to bring in new potential recruits, while conveniently ignoring the fact that statistically, an average person is far more likely to lose money by joining PHP rather than buy a Lamborghini or a Rolls Royce. So if financial freedom means pretending to sell insurance just to end up making less than a high school freshman that does part-time landscaping on the weekends, then maybe PHP is the dream we've all been looking for.
If there's anything I love seeing with our guys, I love obviously the houses and the financial freedom and all the good things that's happening.
I always loved people that the facts were irrelevant.
So with numbers like this, I think that definitively proves that PHP was clearly never about helping people. It was about helping Patrick and the rest of his boys at the top of the pyramid. Company. A 4% chance just to make above average income isn't exactly high, but one might say that's every business owner. Entrepreneurship isn't easy, right? I agree. But the difference is that in almost every other entrepreneurship opportunity, people aren't monetarily incentivized to recruit other people into joining a business model, which factually doesn't work out for most. And this is where MLMs go from unethical to truly demonic. Because in MLMs like PHP, you're expected to try and recruit your friends and family. For example, based on this PHP document that I gained access to, PHP instructs their new agents to write down 25 of their closest friends' names and contact information so the company can use the agent's familiarity with them to try and recruit the people around them. On top of that, behind the scenes, Patrick would explicitly instruct PHP agents to try and use social media in order to recruit their friends and family.
Send 20 messages on Facebook now. Send 30 messages on Facebook now before you go to sleep. Ask them, what are you doing this Saturday? How are things? A simple message is how you doing. But you got to do it now. And for those
Do you know the company that makes the Army K-Bar knife runs an MLM called Cutco? I didn't know that. That's pretty retarded.
you guys that do that, and you stay like that for a month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, a year, 2 years, 3 years, it's inevitable for you to become financially free. Truly, it's inevitable.
But when someone tries to recruit their friends and family into a scummy company like PHP, they're attempting to turn a personal relationship into a transactional relationship. And obviously, people get turned off by that. Because trying to recruit someone into an MLM is essentially saying, let me help you join this scam so I can make money off of you.
If you're somebody who's like looking to maybe go actually in the recruiting route, then maybe PHP would be right for you, but just know that like you're definitely gonna lose all your friends.
Well, that's a horrible thing to say. I mean, then nobody should do it. Listen,
Right,
you don't want to be part of the NFL. You know about the NFL.
You want to clarify that for me?
The No Friends Left Club?
Oh, that's right. The no
Everybody in MLM enters the NFL because they pitch to their friends, they pitch to their family members, and they eventually, nobody wants to talk to them anymore because they're just toxic.
It's pretty disgusting in PHP too. Like if you're not pitching somebody on recruiting, you're pitching them on life insurance. But it's always like priority to recruit them first. But they actually make you feel selfish if you don't recruit. They tell you that you're selfish if you don't recruit.
We've all had that one friend from high school or an old job that randomly hits you up or that we run into, and after a few minutes, they end up trying to pitch you on joining this shady company that sells lotion or overpriced protein powder. And when they try and recruit you, it feels fake because they're not actually calling to see how you're doing. They see you as a dollar sign, not to actually talk like two normal people. My general rule of thumb is that the second someone tries to recruit me to a pyramid scheme, we're throwing hands right there on the spot.
Bro, you don't want this medicine. I said, this causes insomnia, it causes dizziness, and sometimes it causes death if taken in large quantities.
This strategy has actually worked out pretty well for me, as I'm currently not in any MLMs, but if I run into the wrong guy, I might just start shilling Herbalife or Primerica on the channel soon.
Other opportunity do you know of that's gonna pay a 21-year-old $500,000?
But you know what? Maybe I've been too harsh. Maybe I'm just not seeing the bigger picture. So let's take a look at PHP's compensation plan. Because not only is it complete garbage, it's intentionally designed to be overly complicated in an attempt to confuse potential recruits, and it completely exposes the company's true colors. But of course, if you ask Patrick, PHP has the best compensation plan in the industry.
So if you're watching this video, it's probably because you fall into 3 different categories. Either somebody from PHP shared this video with you because you're thinking about making a move to PHP and you're wondering why everybody calls our compensation structure the sexiest comp plan and sexiest comp plan.
First of all, no human since the beginning of time has ever defined a compensation plan as sexy. Patrick is the first because he probably gets aroused by stealing his agent's time and money. I know that sounds crazy, but to prove my point, let's check out this now unlisted PHP recruitment video, which is literally called the sexiest compensation plan for builders.
Let's talk about our comp plan. Number 1, our comp plan position-wise, it goes from trainee, which when you get involved, there's a 30% contract, then 40, 50, 60, 75, this is the premier position where you become a broker.
This allegedly sexy pay plan is actually trash because no normal insurance company starts an agent out as low as 30%. That is far lower than the industry standard. For example, based on the information I could find online, New York Life...
Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see. Ate a cake and Elton John farted on it. What the fuck? What? That's weird. Millennial couple bikes through ISIS territory to prove humans are kind, gets killed. I'm sure there were plenty of people who warned them ahead of time. Teachers gang rape, blackmail hell. Group of children arrested, including Iraqi and Afghans, after school tutor suffers hours-long sex attack and is forced to buy the youth drugs. This is Germany, right? Landes Gerich für Straffischen Wein. Yeah, it's got to be Germany. Yep, thank you, Germany, for the cultural enrichment. Why is the first one not judged, but the second one offends? Nuns don't randomly explode. Yeah, that's a good point. Thanks for the donation, Sadie N-word.
Starts agents around 55%. So if a customer's annual premium is $1,000, that agent would make about $550 at New York Life versus $300 starting out at PHP. And because they're both 1099 commission-based jobs, neither company pays a salary. But if the low starting commission wasn't bad enough on its own, it actually gets worse because PHP directly incentivizes recruitment over actual product sales by structuring the compensation plan in a way that makes it physically impossible for agents to succeed without exploiting others.
When you first come on board, the levels that we have start at the level trainee. A trainee is somebody that gets started with us that's at 30%. To become an associate, you need to bring on board 3 business partners, 3 policies, $3,000, get licensed, you become an associate. To become an FA, you need to do 15 policies, 15 recruits, $15,000 of production within 90 days, you become an FA. To become a director, you need 30 recruits, 30 up $60,000, you need 6 new licensed agents, and 2 direct FAs.
The number of policies that need to be sold are the exact same as the number of recruits that are needed to move up at every level. And as we heard earlier, if the majority of sales come from selling to recruits, that may be a pyramid scheme. The thing is, this still isn't an illegal pyramid scheme because Patrick doesn't directly tell his agents that they need to sell to new recruits. He just incentivizes it through the compensation structure by making the amount of recruits needed to move up identical to the number of policies they need to sell.
You hear these words, Ponzi scheme, pyramid, everything nowadays is called a pyramid scheme.
Yeah, I wonder why, buddy. And I haven't even mentioned how outrageously unrealistic some of these quotas are. For example, moving up from field associate to director requires 30 policies sold, 30 recruits, and $60,000 in production in just 90 days. Most people are not recruiting someone new into an MLM every 3 days, and even in the small chance that they are, they probably don't have the time to sell that many policies to actual customers unless the recruits are also buying policies themselves. Now, later in this video, he spends more time describing the higher levels in the company, like senior marketing director, which requires 100 recruits and 100 sales in 90 days, which is obviously grotesque, but the higher levels are completely irrelevant given the undeniable statistics. So the next type of compensation that Patrick describes is the generational override, which is the percent of the commissions that agents earn from their recruits and the recruits of those recruits.
We get 10% first, 5% second, 4, 3, 1, 1, 1. This, if you add it up, gets to 25%. So far, we have 82.5 plus 25%. What does this mean? When Rodolfo develops a broker, we have Cindy at the top, then we have Rodolfo, which she makes 10% on. But if Rodolfo develops another marketing director, Cindy now makes 5% on that. Then 3%, 4%, 3%, 1, 1, 1.
So instead of rewarding the agents who do the actual work of selling insurance, they funnel commissions through 7 layers of leech, aka insurance agents. And the reason why they do this is to ensure that the money from commissions flows upwards and not towards the agents that are actually doing the work. So the higher ups end up benefiting from the recruits' deals. And once again, the comp plan is decentivizing selling insurance and directly incentivizing recruiting instead. Because why in the world would the commission not just go to 1 or 2 or 3 people and more of the commission go to the person who actually did the work? Because that would mean less recruits, which would mean there'd be less people to cover Patrick's mortgage on his $25 million mansion. And of course, we can't have that.
When somebody buys a cell phone, right? Well, what happened? The sales rep got a little portion, right? Then the manager got a little portion.
But can I just pause you there? Yeah. In any other sales job you could name me, including T-Mobile, the majority of the commission goes to the person who actually made the sale. That's how they incentivize people to sell. In PHP, in the example I just gave you, the first few levels of PHP are less than 50% all the way up into level 3 field associate. So the first 3 levels of the pyramid, the hierarchy in PHP, you're earning the minority of the commission and the rest is going to people above you. How is that not just bullshit?
And the rest of the compensation plan can't really be described as anything other than BS. The guy starts throwing around random numbers and math equations, like my schizophrenic uncle at Thanksgiving. He talks about something called the Great Equalizer bonus and claims that agents can earn up to 198% commission, or maybe it's 168%, or maybe 175%. Honestly, I think he just makes it up as he goes. But the fact of the matter is, the compensation structure at any company should never require a college lecture. If someone is trying to pitch you a pay plan by saying words for half an hour, you can probably also smell their cologne through the screen. This compensation plan clearly is not sexy, nor is it even fair. It's a system which is intentionally designed to funnel money upwards while leaving the majority of agents struggling to break even. And ultimately, the numbers don't lie. The compensation structure does not work for the average PHP agent.
We're a fair company. A company bought our company. You know what the conversation was about after they bought it? They said, your benefits are too rich. We're going to have to bring it down a little bit before the end of the year. So no problem. Our benefits have always been above what others offer. No problem.
Putting the compensation plan aside, I also think MLMs like PHP are fundamentally anti-consumer, because in a company like PHP, the price paid by the customer doesn't always go directly to the actual quality of the product or service, but instead to sustain the ridiculous compensation hierarchy. And that often leads to too much markup for the consumer. And believe it or not, even Patrick himself agrees with me.
I'm just not a fan of a lot of these multi-level marketing companies out there because they take a product, like this product, let's just say is a nasal spray. So this costs $5 to make. They have to sell this for $50 to pay bonus, all this other stuff. I have a problem with that much markup. I have a very big problem with way too much markup. One, because the customer shouldn't be paying that much for a product. Two, because on eBay they can buy this for $6.99. So I have to compete with eBay for $6.99, and I don't want to do that.
MLMs are completely different from other businesses because in almost every other traditional business model, companies grow by providing quality goods or services to customers for fair prices. And if they take care of their customers, they actually end up making more money in the long run through repeat business and referrals. For example, Toyota sells good cars for reasonable prices, and because most of their cars don't explode fresh off the lot, a lot of people end up buying more of them. In general, that is good capitalism. PHP, on the other hand, is bad capitalism because unlike a typical company that prioritizes customer satisfaction and product quality, an MLM's main goal is to recruit people into their scheme so they can sell garbage to the recruits and the friends and family of those recruits.
PHP, we don't buy leads, we don't sell, we don't go door to door, but we recruit and we find warm market, people that's, friends and family market.
So MLMs are able to use trust as a sales tool even outside of recruiting.
Why did I choose this model? Because if I have to buy the lead, this is the cheapest model of not having to buy the lead. I don't have to advertise. I'm paying $10.99. You get to make as much money as you get. I don't have to pay you W-2.
MLM is the cheapest model to buy leads because the leads are often the agents themselves or the agent's personal contacts, which means that the trust is inherent. And with that being said, based on the limited information I could find about PHP and the products they actually sell, one of the main types of insurance they sell is an IUL from National Life Group.
We sell index universal life policies with incredible writers, probably the most competitive index universal life policy in the marketplace today. We sell this through National Life Group as well as Anaco. I haven't yet seen a carrier that can compete with the index universal life policy that they sell.
This guy is just so oily. I don't even mean physically, and I really can't describe it any other way, but I have to clean off my monitor every time this guy tries to sell me something through the screen.
The slipperiest, most conniving motherfucker on the face of the earth.
But oil aside, an IUL is an indexed universal life policy, which is a life insurance policy that also has a side account tied to a stock market index, which is typically the S&P 500. So when someone pays the premium, part of it goes to the insurance, and another part goes into an account that grows based on how the market performs. But based on my research and 83 IQ, IULs are heavily flawed because they often cap how much someone can actually earn from the stock market side of things, while also charging high fees that eat away at potential gains. To put it simply, IULs are an overly complex and completely unnecessary product for most people. Investments and insurance do not need to be tied together, aside from very, very niche situations, and I think IULs are bad financial products for the average person. But don't just take my word for it, take it from someone in the insurance business who used to work directly with National Life Group.
I know for a fact that their top carrier on the Index Universal Life side is National Life Group. In my opinion, that product is very subpar. I used to work with National Life Group, so I know it pretty intimately, and so I think that's dangerous.
But let's just look past that, and let's also just ignore the fact that National Life Group is currently being sued for allegedly being an illegal pyramid scheme, and also for misrepresenting the returns on the IULs they sell. I mean, who actually cares about the customers anyways? The real reason why Patrick pushes his agents to sell IULs to PHP's customers is because IULs tend to pay higher upfront commissions for insurance agents compared to standard life insurance. In fact, by his own admission, Patrick even made a special deal with National Life Group to get paid higher commissions on IULs.
One of our relationships with National Life Group, they have a very popular index universal life policy that's a Flex Life IUL, and that product, we are currently paying 105% to the field, but they have chosen, because we spoke to them about it, and it's arrangement with PHP and PHP only, they're advancing 100%. Let me say it again, 100% of 105%. If you were at 100%, you're making the whole target premium up front. That's what this means. This is why people are making the kind of money today that they've never made before. Many are quadrupling, quintupling their income of last year because they're cracking into the Great Equalizer Bonus program.
Just to clarify this, if his company is making a 105% commission, that means every dollar a customer pays in their first year does nothing to build cash value or fund future insurance coverage, and instead, 100% of the money paid by the customer in the first year is just being transferred to line the pockets of Patrick and his agents. If that is not anti-consumer, I don't know what is. So not only are PHP agents selling bad insurance, the company goes...
How is this even fucking legal? Like, it just is a fucking pyramid scheme, and they're, like, stealing money. It's insane.
Goes out of their
like,
way.
This has to be corporate lobbying that, like, no one in government has gone after these people.
To sell bad insurance so they can maximize short-term profits versus simply just taking care of their customers and making more long-term. And from a PHP agent's perspective, when a salesperson is selling an objectively bad product, like IULs from National Life Group, that makes the job of selling more difficult because there's less demand for the product, which makes the salesperson's job harder and in turn makes the salesperson less money. With that being said, I think it's more than fair to say that this company isn't actually about empowering families and...
CDG donate $2. Hey, let me see CDG.
Jag vet, Klaus. Leverade det.
Oh.
Literally everything I had, he wanted. He would call me very early in the morning.
Wow.
He would literally pick my pockets. earphones. He loved those.
Wow.
He was very cheeky.
Oh.
I work in a school not so far from where I live. Some of my students came up to me and said that they had found a baby bird. He'd been abandoned by his parents. I thought that maybe there was a chance that I could rescue this little fella. When he got older, he flew out. He would come back every day. He was interested in everything I had, so obviously he would want coffee as well. Birds shouldn't have caffeine. I bought some decaf coffee. He enjoyed that routine. He didn't really drink the coffee, he would just have a good time out in the garden.
My goodness.
Do definitely have a very, very special relationship.
Wow. It's a very nice burb.
Loved to take a bath. Like a spa.
Oh.
And I would dry him with a hairdryer.
Wow.
It's really been a special experience, and he means a lot to me. This is something that I will never, ever forget. Oh, Klaus.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a nice burb. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Improving their financial futures, it's about chasing the highest commissions possible for PHP, which, may I remind you, stands for people helping people.
I don't know how you say you're positively changing people's lives. Like, it wouldn't be like, oh my God, we are positively changing people's lives on a daily basis. It's purely a business. It's for profit. If you do it following the certain guidelines, and the laws in the state what they state, there's ways to make money with this legally. But it's not a legitimate business.
And nowadays, whenever Patrick is asked about PHP, all he does is start speaking in absurdly long monologues and stories, which makes it nearly impossible for someone to actually confront him about it. For example, in his interview with Noah Kagan, he gets asked about PHP point blank, and if you really listen to each and every word he's saying, his responses are simply offensive to the English language.
So taking a step back on PHP business model, it sounds like half the business is in the recruiting, kind of an MLM of sort, network marketing model, and half is in actual profit from selling the insurances. Am I understanding that correct?
No, nobody makes money from recruiting. So for example, are you familiar with how multi-level marketing works?
I'm trying to understand it, because I think that's sometimes what people have said about...
Okay, so when you think about multi-level marketing, who do you think about? What companies do you think
Amway.
About? Okay, Amway is a $12 billion company. So in MLM, there is unilevel, there's binary, there's matrix.
Unilevel, bi-level, matrix, my ass, bro. You run an MLM. But because Patrick talks in circles like this when it comes to PHP, there's no point in anyone even bothering to ask him about it, because he'll just talk about irrelevant stuff and deflect.
But the business model part I'm still trying to understand. Because you said no one makes money from the licensing or the selling. So
no one makes money from recruiting. You only make money. I don't make money if I recruit you. I only make money if I recruit you and get you licensed and get you to sell so I can override you. Or if I sell you a product. But just recruiting you, I don't make any money.
This is nothing but a technicality meant to confuse the audience because he knows most people don't know the details of his company. Although he's right that PHP agents don't technically make money from recruiting because the fees paid to join the company don't go to the person who recruited them. As I showed earlier, the entire compensation structure is dependent on recruiting others. So PHP agents do make money from recruiting, just not directly. But I think the best example of Patrick tiptoeing around the PHP subject was this interview he did with CoffeeZilla a few years back. Now, please do not ever watch this podcast in full. I'd rather just not live than ever have to listen to this again. But here's how the podcast starts out.
I got to know you from your channel, Valuetainment, and big fan. And around that time, I found this John Oliver piece on multi-level marketing, and I saw you had made a video on multi-level marketing, and I was like, dope, I'm gonna check out Patrick's take, blah, blah, blah. But eventually, I realized you have this other company, PHP, I think that's one of your main business. Is that your main business?
I would say so. Yeah, I'd say that's the main business, yes.
Yeah, awesome. So, and then I realized that that is itself an MLM, and we wanted to talk to you about it, because I think MLMs are extremely predatory.
Do you know the difference between an MLM and an FMO?
FMO?
FMO and an MLM?
This guy is just so oily. CoffeeZilla did not criticize FMOs in his video. He criticized PHP because it is an MLM where he's ROBing his agents. Patrick is deflecting to a completely irrelevant subject because he knows for a fact MLMs are scummy and he knows that his company is scummy. If CoffeeZilla were to make a video about Howard Schultz and Starbucks' business model of selling overpriced coffee for money, Howard would probably just tell him to fuck off and not buy the coffee, not beg to come on his podcast just to make up acronyms. But Patrick can't afford to be that honest because his entire business is built on layers of deception.
When you think about multi-level marketing, this is how my career got started. I think you need to know how the story of my career got started. Maybe that'll kind of put everything together. I'm in the Army, I get out. In the Army, one of the favorite things I enjoyed.
Why even come on the podcast at this point? This is exactly why no one can ever confront Patrick about PHP, because even if someone asks him about it, he'll just go on a 4-minute rant about his conception and how his career got started.
I made a video about where I featured PHP, and I talked about y'all's income disclosure, everything. One of the overriding features that I'm critical of, and if you guys aren't an MLM, I'd still be critical of, is that the vast majority of people don't make money, while the push and the marketing is that they will make money, and that it's easy to make money, and that don't worry about it. It's a lot of people do it.
Like banks.
Does that it's like, hey, dude, forget about McDonald's, forget about Walmart, like come work for PHP, baby.
Let me ask you guys this. By the way, I love your content. I love what you guys are doing.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say,
Diddler to Nighttiller's valid reactions. Let me see.
Not the father. Alfonso, you are not.
Are not the father.
What? Told you,
Are
bro.
you serious?
Told you, can I really rock? You are not the father. Andrew, you are not the father. You are not the father.
Those are good.
I don't know why dumb retards are letting themselves be duped by Patrick, a fancy-looking Tuscan raider at heart. Lol, it's like how they're being duped by the monkey known as Andrew Tate.
Yeah, I mean, people are stupid, and there is an endless sea of retards to sell a bridge. So, God damn it, I'm trying to plug my wireless thing in one hand. Sorry, gum. There we go. That's my gum. Here he is. Let me take a look, Sadie. Thanks for the donation, Diddler. It's, yeah, it's fucking hilarious, these women. Space Muslim. Yeah, it's hilarious, these women who are like, oh, you gotta take responsibility and be a man and take care of your child. All these women are fucking like 5 different dudes at the same time without protection. Yeah, and in the majority of cases, the dudes are right. They're not the father. Like, vast majority of the cases. If you watch, like, Murray Povich and shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Diddler. And thanks for the donation, Sadie. But yeah, there's a lot of stupid people who are uneducated, don't know anything about how businesses work, aren't financially literate, get confused by, like, the payment structures and shit, and, you know, if you tell them Santa Claus is real and they can end up making millions of dollars, they'll believe it, you know. But, yeah.
Hey, Patrick doesn't actually love CoffeeZilla's content. Of course, this person who got criticized in front of 1.8 million people is not going to be a huge fan of the person who exposed them on a mass scale, which is totally fine, but there's just no need to lie about it.
Have you never been in politics? Because you honestly, don't take this the wrong way, but you do
strike me as a politician. The way you, like, no.
Ultimately, I think PHP is an extremely predatory and shady company. If even 1/5 of what I've covered has any sort of basis in reality, it would be impossible to think of Patrick as anything other than a professional con artist. Because the entire MLM business model is fundamentally broken. These companies are structurally designed to funnel money upwards towards the people at the top, like Patrick, while the people at the bottom, who do a majority of the actual work, lose time, money, and relationships, all while being sold a dream that never even existed in the first place.
If you want to make money, you can make a lot of money in this industry. You want the cars, you want the toys, you want the travel, you want the private school, you want whatever it is that drives you.
And I found the industry I'm going to be part of, and I know I'm going to be.
CDG donate $2. Can we watch whole thing, please?
Well, I finally had to throw somebody around on camera. I'm gonna break it down.
Fought a protester, Tesla protest. Okay, I can watch this. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Down second by second, totally uncensored. This was an anti-Elon Musk protest at a Tesla dealership in Palo Alto. So we pulled up in my Tesla, dressed as Department of Government Efficiency guys in order to raise the temperature a little bit. We did such a good job that this video is a shoo-in for demonetization. So shout out to our Patreon supporters who keep this channel going. Also, if you're new, your subscription to the channel is really appreciated. Now let's get into the brawl.
So there was a white woman with a dachshund sneering at me. Not a lot of love for Elon here. And we haven't even yet revealed that we're Doge workers.
Right, which is going to be...
Apparently there's a crosswalk parking issue. Fascists have their nose 1/8 of an inch into the white. That's the only people who drive like you do. You gotta get into character, Manny. Come on.
Okay, man, I got money now, man.
And now look who's breaking the rules. Look who's breaking the rules.
This guy is a retarded dipshit, by the way. He's also crashed vegan protests and started shit for no reason.
No, this was really a time for Tesla to hire some private security. Thank you, ladies. Thank you. Appreciate it.
A lot of dry panochas around here.
A lot of dry panochas, Manny? What's up, dude? Doge, baby. Consider us your first counter-protesters of the afternoon. We're gonna help you guys out.
That's right, man.
So here's what we need. We need guarantee that none of these blue-hair 50-year-old women can get near my vehicle, and I can guarantee to you that we'll go stir up some hell.
Silence is the best thing right now, so we don't need any help, but we appreciate you coming to show our support there.
I like your accent, man.
Thanks, man.
This is the kind of guy you want selling you a motor vehicle.
That's right, man.
All right, well, I'm just gonna leave this thing on idle here. I might check out the gallery. I'm thinking about getting a Cybertruck, but mostly you might see me out on the street.
Have you driven a Cybertruck before?
Never have.
What a pro. Amidst all this, the guy's still hustling test drives.
We'll pop out. There's a Harris Walls Cybertruck over here?
How can we help, guys?
I just want to watch these people through the glass.
Yeah, so I would ask that you don't antagonize.
Somebody's got to defend the honor of Elon. Hey, Doge right here, baby. I'm taking the Cybertruck for a spin. Yeah. Right. Thinking about getting an internship, too.
That guy likes it.
Hey, at least he's got a sense of humor about it.
I'm going to have to ask you to leave it.
All right. What's up, guys? Yeah. What's up, guys?
You guys want to be in it?
Yeah, sure, man. So, as you can see, you got a bunch of disgruntled people. They like spending money irresponsibly, and they're brainwashing their children. That might be the worst part about it. Their chants suck. I've been to a lot of protests this year, even. Yeah. And these chants aren't good.
Leo here is dressed as an eggplant just to appear more insolent. If you watched our Doge and SF video, you know we're playing off the irreverent Gen Z humor exemplified by Doge leader Big Balls.
I don't get it. The leading guy in clean energy, which side are they on? Yeah. I thought that was a priority of theirs. I will say, though, they're being peaceful, and I respect that.
Well, that comment was a little premature. Most people were cool, though, like the guy who was laughing through the glass and a lady we're just about to meet. Most people knew we were just screwing around.
You want us in?
No.
They might damage your grill.
Yeah, probably.
It might be a corrosive effect. I'm not a chemist. Yeah.
And no, I don't zin in real life. This was another attempt to come off like a Gen Z asshole.
We want to know what happened with you guys inside Tesla right now.
Well, I'll be perfectly honest with you guys. I wanted a place to park the Tesla where nobody would attack it, and the safest place seemed like in the dealership.
Yeah.
So that's where it's resting currently. We'll see. I can only take too many Native American drums. That one looks like it was purchased at a toy store. That's not authentic.
There he is, the first appearance of our antagonist.
Guys, we're Doge. We got some important stuff to do.
That's right. Show the camera?
Oh, that's right.
This is my friend Manny.
What's up, man? My name is Manny, man, from Cuba.
Yeah, what you got to tell the people back home that are watching this right now?
In Cuba, man, remember, man, Elon Musk, he can save you, man. Elon Musk gonna make Cuba the 51st state.
Hey. This is Big Dick. He's in charge.
How you doing? I'm from Cuba.
I'm face. I'm a little lower down.
Hi. Curb your Doge.
Hi.
I think increase my Doge. Ramp that shit up.
Can I see a couple of your pay stubs, sir?
Hi.
Yeah. Hello.
Nona.
Hi, Nona.
Hi.
Hello.
To San Francisco State.
Oh, no, not good. That's a good school.
It is a nice school. I really love my students.
Yeah.
I just want to say hi.
Okay. Well, thank you, Nona.
You're very sweet.
I'm face.
Oh, no. I don't want your whole name.
Yeah, I've had 4 milligram lozenges before. I can't have as many in succession without getting sick, but I don't get sick just from taking them. It's only when I have like too much at once. I have a cat here. This cat is grooming himself. Looks like he's cleaning his toes. Gummy likes having clean toes. He has very nice kitty toes. He's very sentient.
I'm not going to get in trouble. I just want your
Just call me Face.
I'm from Cuba. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
We have tiny dicks, and that's why we support this shit.
Man, we got that shit on answer. Oh, poor Nona. She can't believe what she's seeing.
Shit.
I love this pause here. It's like ChatGPT thinking before it spits out an answer. I'm crawling all the data from my 8 years of YouTubing, my martial arts experience, trying to decide how to handle this thing artfully.
Oh, wow, that's not okay.
To quote King Theoden, so it begins.
Okay. Oh, wow, that's not okay. Hey, you can't. Hey, you assaulted him, man. We got that shit on camera. Now you're gonna go down. Now it's gonna be a problem for you, man.
I don't really like this guy's grin. I do like that I have the clarity of mind to set down my sunglasses before things get nasty.
No, it's gonna be a problem for you, man. It's gonna be a problem. Yep.
Garnick, I consider you my judo father. Are you honored by that?
Yeah, I mean, I would hope my kids were better looking, but I'll take it.
Dude, how stoned are you right now? Garnick is a jiu-jitsu brown belt, one of my best training partners, and a judo black belt, and he taught me this move. And then also your friend here, Garnick, what's his name?
My friend's name is Wes. He's actually my first judo instructor.
And this particular move he taught you was one of my all-time favorites. It's one that I'm an expert in. I do it to just about anybody I choose. So.
All right, well, we're going to see who the new expert is after you watch this.
Oh.
And that's why we support this shit. Okay. Oh, wow, that's not okay. Hey, you can't. Hey, you assaulted him, man. We got that shit on camera. Now you're gonna go down. Now it's gonna be a problem for you, man.
Nice. Nice.
Man, we got that shit on camera.
A couple angles for you.
Oh, shit. That was awesome.
I guarantee you he didn't feel good the next day.
Yeah.
So, Garnick, the way you taught it to me, I want to be reaching underneath his armpit and grab his belt. I'm over his back. I'm just grabbing a handful of cloth.
That's Russian style right there.
And one of the things I did subconsciously, Garnick, that I feel like was key to the throw is trapping his right arm. You might say that I controlled that sleeve, and that's what I think got him to whip around onto his back at the last second.
No, it was really good. What I was impressed with is how you grab this collar and we're pulling him towards you a little bit because you want to engage your opponent to walk towards you so you can, do the move more effectively using his weight, like Kazushi.
Yeah, Kazushi, a principle that our instructor is emphasizing constantly. Yep. Well, this is good. Garnick, Garnick likes to give me a hard time. He big brothers me a lot in the gym, so I'm surprised I'm actually getting complimented.
No, it's well done, bro.
Now you're gonna go down. Now it's gonna be a problem for you, man.
You gotta love Leo commentating in character in the eggplant costume.
That's why you don't hit somebody, man. You don't hit somebody.
So this was his finest moment in the fight. He's biting my chest right now, and that shit hurt.
This guy's biting me.
Bad news for him, right into a triangle. Good news for me, Leo retrieves my sunglasses.
You don't hit somebody, man. Here, I got those. Give me his glasses, man. Thank you. Give me his glasses, man. Thank you.
And there's the triangle again. Just another reminder, the boys are headed out to New York City this weekend. March 8th, we're doing a show, stand-up right in the middle of Midtown Manhattan. Also, Ryan Long, big-time stand-up comedian, he's joining us on the show. This thing's gonna sell out, so if you're anywhere in the area, get a ticket now! Also, guys, I wanted to say, since this video is a little shorter, we're dropping a second video this week exploring the San Francisco Bay piracy epidemic. We even get on a real pirate. The guy was on the ground, the threat was neutralized, and I wasn't trying to hurt him. At the start, the hit, the little bitch, the grin, the grabbing me, it made me think that he wants combat, and I better get him to the ground so that I don't get hit again. Jiu-Jitsu is based on the idea that if your opponent is standing, he can put his whole body into a strike and generate enough force to knock you out. But once you get him down, it's over. He can no longer generate power with punches or kicks, or not any real power. I'm a brown belt, so it's possible one day I find myself on the ground with a black belt and I get out grappled. But as a rule, people who know how to fight don't start fights. Guys like this dude. Come on, man. He's just biting me, dude.
Dude, he hit me.
I think he said, I hit your hat, dude. I do appreciate that he's trying to have a real dialogue with me now while he's between my legs. But the problem is he hit more than my hat.
Dude, he hit me. He hit him first. Calm down. Come on, man. Calm down. He hit him first, man.
The problem with grappling in an enemy protest is you got people pulling your legs apart, trying to cock block your triangle.
Come on, man. Calm down. He hit him first, man. Don't touch him. Don't touch my boy.
But that's not going to stop me. The triangle's been my baby since at least 2008. If you want to, you could completely extinguish somebody's life with a triangle. But for a situation like this, it's nice too, because you can just put the guy on timeout.
My boy, let him do it. He's gonna put him to sleep. Hey, he bit me. He's biting me, dude. He's biting me.
That's triangle checkmate right there. That's not a fun place to be. This guy's pushing on his face, trying to free him. All these people had a primitive understanding that something bad was happening, so they're just trying to push and pull on various body parts, hoping to alleviate pressure. But I wasn't torquing this hard enough to actually put the guy to sleep. My plan was catch and release from the beginning.
I want the gun. I'm not gonna hurt him. He did it. I know, it's definitely him. It was him. We also knocked his head off. No, he knocked his head off. You come on, don't lie, man. You're lying. What are you doing, dude? We got on camera. We got on camera, and that was a.
We saw who took the first swing.
Yeah, him. He did. I know, it's definitely him. It was him. We also knocked knocked his head off. No, he knocked his head off you. Come on, don't lying, man. You're lying, man. We got on camera. We got on camera. We got on camera.
So at first we thought this guy claiming that I struck first was just lying in order to protect his comrade. But my editor Ian pointed out that he legitimately was looking away when the first blow was thrown.
It was scary when you knocked your head off, so you had to punch him and
He hit him in the face. He hit him in the face.
This guy had a human moment for a second where he was explaining his side of the story, but then the grin came back. And I like this guy a lot more when he doesn't have the grin.
Maybe because is that your ability?
Team Doge. Team Doge for the win. Team Doge for the win.
Is that your ability to debate?
Yeah, she's right. The finest debaters are on her side.
We have tiny dicks, and that's why we support this shit.
Okay. Bitch. Also, a fight is a fight, so I guess biting and scratching, like he did, is valid, but it does limit your ability to call your opponent a little dick bitch.
Is that your ability to debate?
No, he wasn't debating. He attacked. He attacked first. That way, we got the coveted, assault. Yeah. Now we can get out of here. Oh, yeah, it's good stuff. Wait, let me see it on camera.
If you want me to well, how do you guys, you can't make me feel bad for winning.
I'm a big geek.
A man attacked me, at least ostensibly, and I whooped him.
You know, big balls, he's a good friend of ours.
He attacked me, and I had to defend myself. Overall, I am not psyched about how this played out. Molested by the transgender.
Yeah, this guy's a douchebag. Thanks for that donation, though, CDG.
Financially free. Because once you figure out how this thing works, you know it's just a matter of time you're going to win, right?
According to John Taylor, an MLM critic who submitted his findings to the FTC, 99% of MLM recruits end up losing money after expenses. That's not just bad luck, failure is baked into the structure of these companies. In this study, he also specifically said of the 350 MLMs I have analyzed for which a complete compensation plan was available, 100% of them are recruitment-driven and top-weighted. In other words, the vast majority of commissions paid by MLM companies go to a tiny percent of top of the pyramid promoters at the expense of a revolving door of recruits, 99% of whom lose money. With that being said, PHP fits that definition exactly, and if you know the reality of the statistics behind this industry and the stats behind PHP, and you still choose to recruit people into a company like this, you are a scumbag, and there's no debate to be had there. Even if you just think about it logically, if Patrick's MLM business model worked as well as it's advertised, he wouldn't need to lie just to create an endless cycle of new recruits. The business would make money simply by selling the product, just like every other business. But in MLMs, the product isn't the commodity, the people are. And the product they're really selling is a dream that's been carefully curated to prey on the emotions of the weak and the vulnerable, regardless of the actual truth. Patrick fully understands all of this after 2 decades in the business, but he chose to ignore all of these flaws and instead chose to use this exploitative and deceptive system to his advantage.
So the culture of deceit and corruption grew roots and became the tree. It wasn't one bad apple on the end of a branch. It was the whole damn tree.
And if Patrick never ran PHP, I don't think Valuetainment would have even existed in the first place, and no one would know who Patrick is. Because in 2022, Patrick sold PHP to Integrity Marketing Firm, and that sale coincided with his slow shift into becoming a full-time content creator and political commentator. And in my opinion, this proves that although the Valuetainment channel was never a direct funnel into PHP, I do think it was a subtle advertisement in the sense that he wanted to use Valuetainment as a way to funnel some viewers into PHP over the years, although he would never admit this out loud.
Never once on my YouTube channel, if you
Another dipshit promoting tallow.
You didn't give me a link. If you give me a link, I can take a look. Thanks for the donation, Fraud Saladino. Got a sweet little gum here. My kitty is sleepy. CDG donate tellers. New Eric Knefsky vid. Can we watch, please, Rich? Let me take a look.
Pickup police. Can we take the card back to the card return?
Yeah, we can watch it. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Let's see. Sadie, donate $2. Let me take a look. Nambla was founded by a Norwegian guy with a Christian background. North American Man-Boy Love Association. These people are unhinged. Fraud Saladino, donate $2. There you go. Alright, let me take a look. Oh yes, this retard who's too afraid to debate me.
Oils are great. They're good for you. There's no studies at all showing seed oils are bad. This is what we're commonly told. And every day when you're scrolling on social media...
Yeah, there's literally no studies showing seed oils are bad. Literally none. Like, literally none.
You'll see somebody in a lab coat going, there's no research showing seed oils are bad. They're actually really good for you. They lower your cholesterol. However, there is new research that does show that, hey, cooking in beef tallow might be better for us. This 2025
No, there is not.
paper compared
Physiochemical analysis of beef tallow and its liquid fraction comparing Frying performance with oleic acid, rapeseed oil, and rice. This has nothing to do with human health.
The frying performance and basically what happened to these oils. They compared canola oil, which is rapeseed oil, rice bran oil, and beef tallow. What they found is beef tallow exhibited superior physiochemical properties during frying, lower deterioration levels. In those plant
That has nothing to do with human health outcomes.
oils, the seed oils, the rice bran oil, benzoapyrene content increased in those, but in beef tallow, it
I don't think he knows what benzopyrene whatever is. Neither do I. Why would I care? Again, this has nothing to do with human health outcomes.
remained low during cooking. There was also less oxidation in the beef tallow. Beef tallow demonstrated stronger antioxidant properties compared to those liquid seed
Has nothing to do with human health outcomes.
oils. Now, why is this important? We said the benzoapyrene content was increased in those seed oils. Well, benzoapyrene is a probable cancer-causing agent in human beings.
No association with seed oil consumption and cancer.
Well, I don't think this study is like, oh my god, this is the best study ever. Oh, there is other research as well. There is a neurosurgeon and a guy with a PhD in neurochemistry.
This guy looks like a retard.
Of Japan named Dr. Tetsumori Yamashima. He has published research and multiple papers on how he believes the excess intake of these seed oils causes Alzheimer's.
Well, that's a really cool story. If he's published research, how about you show us the research and not just the cover of his book and his disgusting, rotted corn niblets for fucking teeth. Like, this guy is such a fucking joke.
And neurodegeneration. He goes into some mechanisms of action and he warns against this. He says,
oh, mechanisms of action. So he has no actual data showing there's an association. Okay, gotcha.
hey, if you eat too much soybean oil or food cooked in soybean oil, what he thinks is happening is it can lead to neuronal death and Alzheimer's. The simple fact is, yes, it does appear.
Oh, there's research showing it causes Alzheimer's. All he does is shows this guy's disgusting rotting teeth in the cover of his book.
Seed oils lower LDL cholesterol. And while this could be important for some people, there was also a guy who ate a bunch of Oreos, like ate an excessive amount of Oreos and showed that that decreased his LDL. And while excessively high LDL
this has nothing to do with whether or not seed oils are associated with any health issues.
is correlated with heart disease, I just don't think.
Oh, so high LDL is correlated with heart disease, so we shouldn't eat beef tallow since it's pure saturated fat and it increases your LDL. Okay, gotcha. This guy's a dumb fuck, dude.
The strategy of, okay, then you want to eat a bunch of seed oils to lower that LDL is going to turn out that it's correct. Science should always be questioning everything. And while I make fun of seed oils,
you didn't show any science. You literally are just a fucking retard.
A lot, I'll still go out and eat a Chipotle bowl. You're in and out. You guys have seen it. I'm actually not that panicked about them. But to say the opposite, to say that I'm dumb and doing something bad.
You are, in fact, dumb. You look like you're fucking inbred.
For my health because I like to cook in beef tallow, olive oil, ghee. I just don't think that's going to pan out as more and more research gets done. We also see new research.
This has been studied for fucking decades. Research on types of cooking oil and its association with heart disease really began in the 1950s. If there was a link, we would have found it by now, you fucking idiot.
Research coming out about the heart that elevated HbA1c is very strongly correlated with heart disease. And while we don't
Yeah, that's because of how it affects your lipid markers, dumbass.
have any crazy good papers on this, we talked to a couple functional medicine doctors right here that say when they get people off of the soybean oil, the canola oil, they see their HbA1c come down.
Oh, okay, so trust me, bro, is your evidence. I talked to a guy who says he did this thing and it helped. Okay. Oh.
So I think we just need to land somewhere in the middle. Do I think seed oils are the absolute devil and you're a bad person if you ingest them? No. On the other side of that, do I think there should be a push to have places cook with traditional fats like beef tallow, butter, which the French have used forever, and they have
French people have higher rates of heart disease when they eat more butter, dumbass. You can look at certain areas of France that cook with more butter. They have higher rates of heart disease compared to areas of France that cook with things like canola oil or olive oil.
have low rates of heart disease, yes, I think we should get back to that. And to say there's no research to support it is false. Let me know your opinion.
You literally showed no research. You said, trust me, bro, and showed a guy's disgusting rotting teeth. Thank you. Okay, that's science, apparently.
Because I think we really need to hear from people. Like, when I eat seed oils, for example, I get a headache. Could that be connected to Dr.
When I watch your videos, I get a headache. I wonder if you're giving me fucking cancer, dumbass.
Tetsumori Yamashima's research, or there might be something negative going on in our brain when we eat seed oils? Maybe. For some people, they...
Oh my god. Buddy, these fats don't cross the blood-brain barrier, you fucking idiot. If they did, you'd die.
Get skin issues, gut issues when they increase their consumption of seed oils. This is very important stuff to hear back from you guys. So for anyone that sort of run this experiment on themselves of eating seed oils and then switching over to, you know, traditional fats, let me know below how you feel, what you feel. Because
what you feel has nothing to do with what's healthy. You can... Dude, if you've ever dealt with, like, if you've ever done online coaching or, like, ran any kind of business where you were giving people diet and exercise routines, you will run into people where if they're in a caloric deficit, they regularly get, like, things like headaches, nausea. That's very common. A lot of people say they have difficulty sticking to a diet because they get weird symptoms like that just from reducing their caloric intake. Not even any actual dietary modification, just reducing their caloric intake. People report feeling headaches or feeling nauseous. Is dieting bad for you? Is losing weight bad because somebody anecdotally reports, I don't feel so good anymore? Like, what a fucking idiot. Like, and this is, like, across the board, anything. People who are addicted to nicotine and smoke cigarettes every day, they'll report similar symptoms where they start experiencing nicotine withdrawal, feeling headaches and nausea and shit like that. Oh, I guess they should keep smoking because they feel better when they're smoking. What a fucking moron.
Because while people might try to tell you that that doesn't matter, that is the thing that matters most. How do you feel?
No, the thing that matters most is not how you feel. It's objective markers of health. You idiot. That guy's a fucking clown. I can't stand these people.
There must be a cabal of health insurance companies or the big players in the meat industry funding huge network of bots, paid promotion for beef tallow and general retarded nutritional content so that niggers get fucked health outcomes quicker and earlier.
With nearly 100% certainty, I can tell you, some of these channels are being promoted by, like, the meat and dairy industry, and they're getting some funding to promote this crap. I don't think there's any kind of conspiracy on that level, but, yeah, like, there are meat and dairy industry people giving some of these social media influencers money to spread this bullshit. Thanks for the donation, retard. Dodo, donate $2. What time are we playing games? Also, when you first started talking to Jasmine, did you talk to her every day, or did you play those alpha male power moves? When you ignore her for like a day and then respond and stuff like that. I talk to her almost every day. Sometimes I wouldn't message her back for like 2 or 3 days just because I was really busy, and then she'd get mad at me, but like generally speaking, like that only happened a couple times, but yeah, I'd pretty much talk to her on a near daily basis. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. We'll probably play games in like a couple hours. Not a single Muslim should be in Denmark.
And as you all know, there was a time in history when even the thought of insulting our Prophet or desecrating the Quran would put the fear in the hearts of the enemies of Islam. A time where the shadow of our nation was enough to make the hateful tremble. A time where acts like what we are seeing would never be committed and would mean the declaration of a war. A time where the Quran was implemented instead.
Buddy, you're 5'5" tall, bald, and you can't even bench your own body weight. You're a little fucking bitch. Muslims are little fucking bitches. And that's why none of you, like, no one's afraid of you, no one cares. We all know you're short, hairy, balding retards.
And in society. The fact is, my dear brothers and sisters, the fact is, as long as we live in the shadow of liberalism, as long as we live in the shadow of capitalism.
What's the average height of, like, men in some of these countries? Average male Afghan height. 5'6". Oh my god. Let's see. Syria. 5'6" and yeah, it's so Saudi Arabia is 5'6.5". Bahrain 5'5". The Levant and Syria is 5'8". Lebanon 5'9". Let's see. Iraq 5'7.5". What's another fucking... Yeah, they're all coming from those countries, so it's like between 5'5" and 5'8" generally. Yeah, you're short little fucking weaselly, bald-ass losers.
There will be nothing to prevent these hateful desecrations and acts from taking place. There would be nothing to defend our sanctities. So my dear brothers and sisters, the real solution to these and the many other problems we as an ummah are facing, no matter how far it may seem, is working for the establishment of the Khilafah, because the Khilafah is the shield of this ummah. The Khilafah is the shield we fight behind, and it is the shield that we protect ourselves with. Takbir! Takbir! La ilaha illallah!
Gay. What a bunch of fucking losers. Yeah, stay in your own fucking country if you're gonna talk that shit. Peter Thiel was raised Christian and professes Christian faith. Why does everyone assume he is a Jew? Christian faith is at the center of his worldview. I think they just like to accuse everybody of being a Jew. Islam is a perilous threat to all human life. Muslims respect human life about as much as a lion respects a gazelle's life. Yep. What's funny, too, is if you go to any of these countries like Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, they'll all tell you, we hate these Muslim radicals, you know, Wahhabism and all this shit. Like, there's literally been a press conference, think in Saudi Arabia, where they're telling the Western world, don't let these Muslims in from like Afghanistan, Syria, you know, shitholes. Because, yeah, they're all fucking troublemaking retards, and they know it. That's why there's no fucking Muslim refugees ever coming out of like Palestine, Afghanistan, Syria, Yemen. They never go to any of these Arab countries because they know it's a bad idea to let any of them in. But because we're such geniuses and, everyone from every culture is equal and we need to accept everybody and we're all human. Yeah, and then we get terrorist attacks and fucking no-go zones and Muslim rape gangs. Fucking retarded.
Car return is that way.
They're harassing everybody.
You know, everybody lives up here. Someone is here recording me. You get a unit here.
Dude. My name is Vladimir, and I've been MIA for several weeks. But Oh, goddamn, it looks like out of luck. That wasn't the car return over there, my friend. Yeah.
Yeah, I know it wasn't. But there's no other place.
What do you mean? There's 1, 2, 3. There's so many card returns. What do you mean there's no place?
Bunch of cards all over the place.
We just got here.
Okay.
Card police just got here.
All right, what? Write me a ticket. Take me to jail.
No, we don't do that. We just ask you to return your card.
I always do, brother. The guy was waiting, so I didn't want to keep on waiting and make traffic.
Well, we don't want to make him wait even more, right?
Okay. So what's up now?
Can we take the card back to the card return?
I ain't taking shit, man. That's not mine.
What do you mean that's not yours? This is literally yours.
Okay, leave it there.
You left it there.
Who are you?
I am Vladimir.
Okay, there's a bunch of cards right there.
Well, this is the one I'm concerned about right now.
As long as we live in the shadow of liberalism, why the fuck do SJWS of all people support this trash?
It's a very good question. I don't know why people with left-wing liberal views want Muslims in the country. It's completely antithetical to their own values. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Card return over there? Is that it?
No, it's not looks like that. Clearly it's not.
I got all day.
So do we. It's not like a day.
Hey, I don't appreciate you filming me, by the way. You see how he picks it up?
That's not the card return, though, my friend.
Do you see how he picks it up? Can I move this with you? There you go. Appreciate it. Right?
It's kind of a cop-out, but maybe next time you will like it. I don't appreciate you leaving your card in the proper spot.
Go get a job, man. Go get a life. That's something else to do.
Why? There's nothing higher return on investment. Should I do insurance fraud?
Maybe you should. Maybe you'll get some real tattoos in prison.
Why would I want to go to prison?
Some fake ass thing to be a gay.
Are you trying to go to prison for your insurance fraud? All right, Upper. Take care. Sorry, but you are out of luck today. Эй, пиздюк, это что такое? Today, it's out of luck today. You need to remove that to the yellow sign. Oh, that sucks, because I will. Yeah, I will.
Yeah, look at my face. Look at my face in there.
Did you get a good shot of that? Do you want to show it again?
Oh, yeah, look at my face.
That's how you get good luck on St. Patrick's Day. Yeah.
It's funny, that guy is not even that much taller than the dwarf.
Oh. Sorry. What a great day, right? You are out of luck today. Could you return your card back? Why? Because it's a nice thing to do. Блять, это что, так тяжело? Это убрать тележку вон до желтого знака? You don't want to take it back to the card return? 5 feet? You're going to take my beer back for me, too. You sure you don't want to take it to the card return, my friend? О, они фотографии делают. Давай, позу сделай. Давай. А уже не делают. Вот, давай. Давай. О, вот так вот. Yeah, see the card return? It's like 5 feet away. Oh, yeah, I'll take it for you. Hey, sir. No, the car return is that way, my friend. We're out. Car return is that way. It's 5 feet away. Is it that hard to move it?
He's a work here. This is a third job. Easy take.
Come on, this isn't insurance. You don't need to scam him. You can take it to the card return. The car return is over there.
You take this one or no?
I don't think so. Just take it to the car return. See the yellow sign? Yeah, it's not too far.
It's right there. What the fuck?
Thank you. Good work, my friend.
This is not good work, you know?
That was pretty good work.
If frozen Russian assets get sold off and the money is given to Ukraine, Ukraine will become impenetrable with unprecedented drone tech, and likely win decisively. If Europe unfreezes the assets, you should give Stream a free Slava Ukraine to work.
Okay, I'll do that. I don't know why they don't just do that. Like, it's pretty obvious they should do that. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Во. Давай поможем этой женщине.
Yeah.
No problem.
No. We're just getting these out of your way so you can park. Because these assholes leave them, you know? For real, this is why you gotta take the carts out. There were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 carts in the spot she wanted to take. You got it? Безобразие, Владислав.
Не говори. Hello. Yeah.
Ты чё, офигел?
You know, I swear this is more of an American thing. Every time I go to the grocery store, I never see anybody doing this.
Remove. Да.
Your cart seems to be in the improper spot for the cart return.
Yeah, you forget something in car. It's not that far from here. What the hell is it? Да пойдем, блядь, заебал. Пойдем.
Пойдем. You can just wait here all day.
Hell yeah.
Oh, whoa, look at the car return is that way, my friend. No, not that way. Come on, no. The car return is that way. Car return is that way. What's up?
Perfect costume.
Thank you. People are probably so confused, like, why is there a guy sitting with a car behind? Oh, shit. The car return is that way, my friend.
Yeah.
It's not funny to leave it in the improper spot. This isn't funny at all. This is actually the first time this has ever happened. First time in history this has ever happened. 3 times in a row, this guy just doesn't want to put his cart back. He's just gonna sit there with the cart behind his car. So strange. The crazy part is the cart return is like 10 feet the other way. It's been like at least 20 minutes he's been sitting like that. Oh, come on, it's right there. It's right there. Are you serious?
I already called,
Why in the hell don't they just return the cart?
It's right there. 4 times already. This is a new record. Guinness World Record. Fuck it. St. Patrick's Day.
Just put it like
in the cart return. It's right there.
Everybody leaves it out here, they come and pick it up.
So if everybody's an asshole, are you trying to be an asshole too? Why?
I really don't know what
The issue is putting the cart on the curb.
You guys are not even shopping here at all.
Because we're not dorks. We would Instacart, but the cart return is that way. Are you serious? It's right there. What point are you trying to prove?
Come on, y'all. Oh, here. You know what? This people are
Yes, I do.
They're harassing everybody.
They pranking y'all, and y'all just go
Pranking.
Y'all got
Cards being put, there, and everybody leaves it here.
This is a real leprechaun. I just met him today.
I seen.
This was a new record though, 4 times in a row.
Oh, that's crazy.
He wouldn't put it back.
I seen you before, but y'all gotta go.
Yeah, we're gonna go.
Appreciate it, man.
Good luck, man.
Appreciate it.
You're still wasting 25 minutes.
Could you just return your car to the yellow sign?
You work for Costco or something?
No, we just work for being gentlemen,
Okay. Was this cart here?
Oh no,
Who put it here?
Oh, I think somebody put it there,
I put it there.
right.
Yeah.
That's what happens sometimes. They roll back. They can hit a grandmom, or they can end up over here.
Thank you.
Dodo Donate Tellers, how long after you started talking to Jasmine on Facebook did you consider her your girlfriend? Probably like a month or 2. Also, when you normally on your computer watching videos or doing whatever off stream, are you always in your basement or do you have a laptop or something upstairs? I've got a laptop upstairs. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
It has to do with EU regulations and law. That's why they frantically negotiating together RN, They all have to agree. Hungary is the huge roadblock, so they are thinking about making a EU 2.0 and ditching Hungary so they can unfreeze. Would be Sigma Afu.
Yeah, dude, fuck Hungary. What a bunch of fucking pussies. Yeah, just ditch Hungary. Retarded. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Yeah.
That's where the card's supposed to go.
Who are you recording, dude?
Who?
Are you recording me?
Well, that's what it seems like, yeah.
Did you get my consent?
He doesn't need it.
Okay, let's see about that.
Okay.
Stay here, don't go anywhere.
You want like a charm?
Yeah, someone is here recording me at a Costco parking lot. They don't have my consent. You get a unit here. Can we have a unit here before we get into an argument with these guys?
I think we need a SWAT team for this.
You're on a speakerphone.
Goddamn.
This is police department talking to you.
Oh no!
No, it's me, bro.
I think we need the SWAT team for this. Wait, who?
Okay, sorry, you didn't take me off speaker.
You sure you don't want Lucky Charms? Just like, sir, can you take me off speaker? Bro, who does that? Who puts like their, what would I be? If he's the victim, what am I? Suspect. Who puts the suspect on the phone?
Put it there when everyone put the cards there.
Just because every...
It's crazy.
The car return is that way. You can't park like that. Come on, man.
You guys just give me a break for like an hour?
What do you mean?
I got this guy's calling the cops. So you guys just give these guys a break for a second?
See what happens when you put the card in the improper spot? It can roll, it can hit a grandma. Are you serious? We have 3 people at once calling the police. Oh no, but by the time this video's out, Tanner will be off probation, but for now, we'll probably have to dip. All right, so we're here today to support my
People are just entitled fucking dipshits.
good friend, Den the Midget, little brother of Vladislav. He's competing in his first ever Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu tournament about Russia, and he would win against like regular-sized humans. So curious to see how this goes. Doing that, so he has his first tournament today. We're here to
Dude, that's insane. The fucking dwarf fights like actual people?
show support. And you know, Den, he used to do street fights back in Russia, and he would win against like regular-sized humans. So curious to see how this goes, but we are like 11 minutes out from his fight, literally. Probably be at the end of the St. Patrick's Day card police. We made it just in time. Den. Последнюю секунду успели.
Glad to see you, man.
What's up, bro?
Tanner.
How you doing?
Great.
Ты следующий? Давай, ты должен выиграть. Давай, Дэн.
Holy shit, dude. I've never seen a fucking dwarf fight that well. Oh, hey, Gum Gum. You're a good baby.
All right, so Den just competed. He took the L today. I mean, he did pretty fucking good. He held his own pretty fucking well. But the thing is, you know, this Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, I thought this was like fighting, but apparently it's like some hugging thing. Like, I didn't even understand any of it. I mean, because if this was a real fight, let's be fucking real. Den wasn't allowed to throw punches. He wasn't allowed to throw kicks. He couldn't even pull out mace. He couldn't do a Joey Stacks and be like, hey, what's up, homie? And stab his opponent and reverse the decision. Den definitely won that one. Man, this is my client Justin, who in the past 6 months went from 227 to 190 pounds and completely transformed his physique.
Jeez, 6-month transformation. That's crazy.
Pounds and completely.
Pretty sure he's on gear to make a transformation that quick, but that's nuts.
Transformed his physique. Justin is just one of hundreds of other clients who've done the same under my guidance. And I can help you transform your.
If you watch my YouTube channel, you will never once see me say, I run an insurance company, apply here to be an agent with us. Not one video will you ever find. I kept the two brands separate. But what people in the industry started saying is, Pat, you're running insurance? Yeah. Man, I want to be part of insurance. Boom. My brand elevated, the insurance company followed.
So although Patrick claims the two brands were separate, according to his own words, Valuetainment's success benefited PHP because some of his viewers were drawn to the business that he ran in the background. But just the fact that he had to run this business in the background says a lot, because if you're a full-time entrepreneur and your part-time job is making content that centers solely around entrepreneurship, you would be more than happy to discuss your company in depth on that platform constantly. I don't think Patrick was ever proud of PHP. I think he knows it's an extremely shady business model and company, which is why, still to this day, he doesn't put the company anywhere on his social media, and I can't even blame him for that. Frankly, I don't think any non-sociopath would ever be proud of running a company with numbers like this. But given how evasive he is about the company, I think that raises two important questions about Patrick. Putting aside everything I've shown so far, if the founder himself wasn't proud enough to frequently discuss the specifics of his company in the entrepreneurship content he made, what does that say about the true nature of PHP? And what does that say about the difference in how Patrick has portrayed himself on YouTube over the years versus who he truly is?
Fame and money has become more valuable than actually being a valued leader with character that's tough, that's stubborn, that's willing to stand up. If people around you are making money and their life is getting better this year than last year than the year before, is measurable, you're a great leader. We are out of whack in our priorities. We look at heroes in a complete different way because of social media era. It's a very confusing way of what we look at.
He talks about values and how other people's priorities are out of whack, but the entire foundation of Patrick's success is based on deception and exploitation. Because with no PHP, there would be no valuetainment. And with no valuetainment, there would be no media presence. And with no media presence, there would be no mic for him to virtue signal on. And although Patrick now claims to have sold the company and just brushes it off as something he did in the past, as of now, he's still listed on their website as the founder and CEO of the company.
How much you sell for? Shy of 300 million. 300 million. Oh, 300 million. Yeah, now you own 83% of it. It was a cash deal.
Now that Jasmine's gone, who's the human being you love the most in the world? You can't say no one.
Gummy. Gummy is the human being that I love most in the whole world. Gum. This is my
Don't know if
favorite
you saw
human.
this, but Destiny's lawsuit is going to be pure ments. If I was Pixie, I would settle now.
Oh, I'm sure her lawyer's telling her to do that. I don't think she really has a case to stand on. This is pretty funny. Thanks for the donation, retard. And thanks for the donation, Gainigus VG. Update. Destiny has retained Andrew Bretler. Bretler as being the lawyer for Prince Andrew, Bill Cosby, Danny Masterson. Please donate to help me continue the case. Yes, throw your money away. Oh my god, idiots are actually giving her money. What's hilarious too is she fucking spread porn without someone's consent. Like, she's a complete fucking hypocrite and a fraud and a fucking liar. She's gonna fucking lose. It's so ridiculous. Like, again, she created the social circumstances in which Destiny would have thought she'd have, like, no problem to share nudes because she was fucking doing it. It's so dumb. Like, these other women, like Melania, Cherry, you know, those people, they, like, that's a totally different scenario, but Pixie's a fucking lying fucking fraud, and she's clearly doing this just to pocket fucking money. Like I sniffed that shit from a fucking mile away as soon as she made that, that fucking post on, Substack. Like, my god, it just so fucking painfully obvious she was lying about fucking everything. Oh, I was sexually inexperienced and yeah, I thought it was normal to, like, film yourself having... Bullshit. Like, normal people don't film themselves having sex. And she was and she lied about all of that. That was proven later. She's just such a manipulative jackass. The fact that she even raised 50 grand for this is just shows how fucking gullible and stupid everybody is. But yeah, dumbasses are going to throw their money away and then she's just going to lose the lawsuit. It's a complete fucking joke.
That 300 million is going to end up being $500 million because
if you invested, exactly.
No, the company I sold is much bigger now, and I have 25% left, and it's grown exponentially.
So even though Patrick may claim that he's moved on, both his legacy and his pockets are still deeply tied to PHP and their predatory practices. And no matter how much time passes, Patrick can never erase the fact that his empire was built on the backs of those he misled. And as we all know, you can't build a great building on a weak foundation. So as you would expect, Patrick hasn't changed for the better or grown as a person since selling the company. He's simply repackaged the same manipulative tactics that he used to grow PHP and applied it to a new audience.
Okay, so you get complete financial freedom. You don't have to work another day in your life.
I don't have to work a single day in my life.
There'll be another grift, though.
There will be. There's no question about it.
And then you decide to be a YouTuber.
It's all a lie. It is all a grift.
Now that Patrick has successfully sold PHP, he's moved on to something greater, politics, because everyone needs to get their political takes from a silver-tongued MLM salesman. So, 3 days a week, PBD and his boys run a pretty standard right-wing hack show, and to be honest, I absolutely love it.
There's something cool about that show where it's like they sit down and they go, all right, well, here's all the stuff we're gonna get into, like, and he says everything's going on in the news, so you go, okay, I'm gonna be informed now, and I'm gonna like use this to start a business or buy some stocks.
I'm gonna get my own suit.
You feel like, yeah, you get your own suit with just the vest. Like you feel like you're gonna get rich listening to that show.
I'm gonna get a boat.
Yeah.
This guy's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move to Florida.
On the show, they have a great setup. Patrick is the host, and when it comes to politics, I think PBD is the perfect combination of InfoWars and Jersey Shore, mixed in with a little bit of I'm just asking questions.
I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking the question.
He's asking the question. I'm asking the question.
You're asking a bizarre question.
I'm just asking, like, the question I'm asking. I'm asking the question. I'm asking the question because I'm asking the question. You know what the one question was? You ready for this question? What do you think the question is? The question was, how much money can I give you for you to become gay tomorrow? Can I give you $1 billion?
Wouldn't change my sexuality for money.
They also have Adam, who's supposed to be the more left-leaning or moderate voice, but because he gets viciously cyberbullied by Patrick's fans, he moves more and more to the right every week. Then there's Vinny, who's the more far-right conspiracy guy, who turns into the color of a tomato every time.
Animal Liberation, donate $2. I don't like how big my stomach is while I'm trying to get stronger. I want to get a flat stomach again. Our BMR calculator's accurate. I want to figure out how much to eat to lose fat on my stomach. Yeah, there's very little difference between individuals for basal and metabolic rate, so they tend to be pretty accurate just based on sex and body weight. And you can roughly plug in, you know, your activity estimates, and you'll get a pretty good idea of how many calories you'd need to consume in order to lose weight. Thanks for the donation, though, Animal Liberation. Gummy. Oh, I love my gum.
He gets mad, and we have Tom, who's the more level-headed business and economics guy. Through this show, his viral interviews, and his frequent visits on other big podcasts, Patrick has managed to build up this reputation on YouTube as an inspirational figure and a role model for young men.
Guys, we're in the great state of Florida with Patrick Bet-David, an inspiration to us all. I just want to say thank you, first of all, because you've inspired me personally. You've inspired our team. We watch all your content all the time. I like to think of you as the American dad that we all need. You know?
And I gotta give credit where credit is due. Patrick's pivot from scumbag MLM owner to media mogul has been a masterclass in rebranding. He's successfully managed to sweep the shady parts of his past under the rug while crafting this image of an honest, self-made millionaire just by talking out of his ass for hours on end. But the fact that Patrick has a generally positive reputation on YouTube makes no sense because I honestly think Patrick's only gotten worse since selling PHP. Because at least back in the day, one of the things Patrick had going for him was the old Valuetainment content. Putting aside the MLM aspect of it, I'd be the first to admit Valuetainment used to be a great channel which offered actionable business advice to young entrepreneurs for free. For example, this video, 20 Rules for Young Men, is great. It's entertaining, practical, and educational, and it has 3.1 million views, so obviously Patrick was doing well making these types of videos. And just like these videos helped me back in the day, I'm sure they helped millions of others out there. But nowadays, Patrick has made his brand all about regurgitated partisan talking points and culture war content, which is a complete abandonment of Patrick's previously stated values for the Valuetainment channel.
I feel value is very much easily internalized if there's entertainment. Entertainment opens the mind and values fed. So if you can entertain while providing value, it stays more. Instead of trying to force value into someone's mind without entertaining them, entertainment opens their mind, and that's what we call the channel Valuetainment.
After selling PHP, Patrick didn't need Valuetainment to funnel viewers into his MLM. So instead of providing either value or entertainment now, Patrick is covering groundbreaking news stories like an LGBTQ police raid in Moscow, which was just so valuable to the world, I'll just let Patrick explain it.
Police in Moscow raid bars over LGBTQ propaganda. This is a barren story. The Moscow police raided at least 3 bars, including the popular Mongo Gay Club.
That's crazy. They ought to be ashamed of themselves.
And Inferno Nights, detaining patrons and arresting the director of a travel agency for gay men under laws criminalizing LGBT propaganda. What is this about, guys? Why is this a story?
This is political journalism at its finest, folks. Even the host of the show himself can't read the story he chose to cover without questioning why they're even talking about it.
Is this story you're sharing with me with drama about a police in Moscow? That's noise. Why am I even putting time into this? That's not helping us scale the business to the next level. I want to minimize noise as much as possible.
Obviously, Patrick's shift isn't about any sort of genuine conviction or spreading some sort of a message that he's so passionate about. Instead, Patrick's pivot into politics is a calculated move to bury his shady past by pandering to a built-in audience, which he knows will defend him unconditionally if he just says the words they want to hear. And it also allows him to churn out endless low-effort slop that simultaneously grows his influence and bank account.
The news can't have a day to be like, yeah, you know what, man, there's really not much happening. Guys, just turn it off. Like, every day has to be like, oh my God. Dude, it's like, dude, it's not, there's really nothing going on.
A perfect example of the culture war nonsense they cover on this show occurred right before the 2024 election, when the comedian Tony Hinchcliffe made a joke at a Trump rally about how Puerto Rico was a
floating island of garbage.
And shortly after, Joe Biden responded by calling Trump supporters garbage. And of course, our guys over at the PBD podcast couldn't miss an opportunity to cash in on this juicy news story.
Here's what he just had to say about half of.
At the end of the day, when it comes to politics, I think Patrick is still just as much of a grifter as he was when he was running BHP. I don't think he's a grifter in the sense that he doesn't believe any of the values he preaches. In fact, he probably is a real conservative, but even Patrick's biggest fan can't deny the fact that his actions consistently do not reflect the rhetoric that he pushes adamantly on his show. Instead, I think he's saying the words that he knows his fans want to hear in order to grow his brand. He's leading his flock of sheep not towards meaningful change or genuine values, but towards his own bottom line. And that makes sense because Patrick is still a con man, so of course he's gonna run his podcast in the exact same way as he ran PHP, through lies and deception. And ultimately, Patrick being involved in right-wing politics is actually a bad thing for the right as a whole because he's now become one of the biggest right-wing voices in the entire world. He's getting tens of thousands of live viewers on every show. He interviewed the President of the United States, and on election night, he hosted one of the biggest streams in the entire world. But no one should be getting their political takes or information from a guy who ran an MLM for 15 years, right or left. I've met drug dealers more honest than MLM guys. Getting your political takes from an MLM salesman is just as bad, if not worse, than getting them from a basketball player like LeBron, who Patrick is constantly.
All right, well, that's Patrick Bet-David. Just stupid scumbag. I'm gonna go take a pee-pee. I'll be right back. And sorry, Gum Gum. Oh, I hate having to get up and move Gum Gum. I'm sorry, Gum Gum. I gotta get up. Oh. Gummy. Oh, you're so big. Look how big he is. Look how big this cat is. This is a big cat. So big and strong and handsome. Oh, I love you. All right, I'll be right back.
You know, I love my gum gum. Oh.
A giant wall cuts through an ordinary neighbourhood in Belfast, 25 feet high. On one side, a Catholic population. On the other, a Protestant one. But this wall isn't just here because of religious differences. It's here because people on this side of it want Northern Ireland to remain part of the UK, and people on this side want it to be part of a united Ireland. It's called a peace wall, and there are many like it, carving Belfast up, separating neighbourhoods that were once at war with each other. Because from 1968 to 1998, this was home to some of the most dangerous armed paramilitaries in the world.
Meanwhile, in Northern Ireland itself, the bombings were setting new records in horror, and an IRA explosives expert...
Hey, Tommy gun.
Just had a convo with girl on veganism. Please start around 26 minutes. It would be really entertaining to see you have a conversation. He is hesitant to set something up and I want you to insult him.
Let me take a look.
Analogies, I won't even bother.
All right, I think I gotta end the stream soon. So, do you want to?
Oh yeah, please.
Thanks for that.
I'll donate money if you talk to Vegan Games.
Mr. Girl.
How much money?
10 million.
Why don't you could literally join his stream right now. His chat would be like, well, Mr. Girl wants to join, and then you could easily hop into. I've talked to Vegan Games before.
I'm open to talking to him sometime. I just don't do it right now. But I have some fondness for Vegan Games. So not that that's like why I would talk to him, but like I'm not against the idea of talking to him. I think he's a smart guy, and I respect him. So I'm happy to talk to him at some point.
Is there like a little timeline that you might talk to him?
I don't know. We're both very cagey about how we set these things up, so I don't know.
All right. Well, I'll keep an eye out for it.
Maybe I'll have him on my podcast at some point.
Oh yeah, that would be. Wait. Where is the podcast?
On my Substack or on Spotify or Apple Podcast, anywhere podcasts are sold.
Okay. Yeah,
I think Substack is probably the preferred platform at this point.
Okay. All right. Well, it was nice talking. Do you remember me, right?
I don't. I mean, I remember you generally. I don't remember what we talked about before.
Okay, you get angry at me every single time because I'm talking about Destiny, and I'm kind of defending him a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah.
Well, I can't wait for the next one of those conversations too.
Well, sounds like he's a little afraid to debate or even talk about veganism with me, but I guess we'll see. I mean, I'd be down to debate him, but, you know. Thanks for the donation, though. Talk to Mr. Girl.
Received a life sentence for murder.
One you might have heard of, the Irish Republican Army, or IRA, which spent 30 years fighting for a united Ireland. The conflict was called the Troubles, and would see over 3,700 people killed and almost 50,000 injured. We spoke to two men who fought on opposing sides. Michael, who joined the IRA in the 70s, and Billy, who joined the Ulster Volunteer Force, or UVF, to fight against the IRA.
I'm Michael Colbert. I was in prison for almost 16 years.
I was a life sentence prisoner. I was charged with various IRA-related activities, including killing members of the British forces.
My name's Billy Hutchinson. I'm a former loyalist prisoner. I was in prison from 1974 to 1980. I was in for murder.
But before we get into that, you need to know about two groups that populate Northern Ireland. Irish nationalists, or Republicans, are those who want the unification of Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. They tend to be Catholics. British Unionists, or Loyalists, want Northern Ireland to remain part of the UK, and they tend to be Protestants. So what's behind this divide? How does it link to religion? And why is Northern Ireland part of the UK? To find that out, we'll need to cover a bit of history. From the 1100s, Britain was attempting to colonise Ireland, and it faced some of the strongest resistance in the northeast, in an area called Ulster. So the British decided they needed to anglicise the region, basically make it more English. And in 1609, they began confiscating land from native Irish residents to give to loyal settlers, who were mostly Protestants from Scotland and northern England. If settlers owned the land, they'd have more control over Ulster. This period was called the Plantation of Ulster. Fast forward to the 1900s, long after Britain had colonised Ireland. The vast majority of people here were Irish Catholics and were heavily discriminated against by Protestant British rulers. In a rejection of British rule in Ireland, the 1918 elections saw an Irish nationalist party that was pushing for independence, called Sinn Féin, win 91% of the seats outside of Ulster. But in Ulster, all those settlers that were given land hundreds of years ago had had families, and over the centuries, their population grew. It was now the only region of Ireland where Protestant Unionists in favour of British rule were in the majority, winning 4 out of 9 of the counties there. After those elections, rather than taking their seats in Parliament, Sinn Féin decided to form their own separate government and proclaim a new Irish Republic. And they'd formed their own army. This was the birth of the original IRA, so when Britain tried to step in, they fought a war for independence against the UK. To try and put a stop to the fighting, Britain passed the Home Rule Act, which partitioned Ireland into Northern and Southern Ireland. The goal was to keep Ireland in the UK, but create 2 Irish governments, one unionist one in the north and an Irish nationalist one in the south. But this division was rejected by most Irish citizens, and the fighting only stopped when a ceasefire was agreed and the Anglo-Irish Treaty was signed. This agreement created a new country, the Irish Free State, but kept it as part of the British Empire. But this treaty had an opt-out clause for Northern Ireland, and with its unionist majority, within 2 days of the treaty coming into effect, Northern Ireland had declared it would separate from the Irish Free State and rejoin the UK. All this created a huge divide in Irish society, and within the IRA, between those that were pro-treaty and willing to let Northern Ireland go in return for what they saw as a stepping stone towards total independence from Britain, and those against it that wanted a united Ireland independent from the UK. So there was a civil war immediately after the War for Independence, this time between those two groups. The IRA fought against the treaty, but the pro-treaty side, supported by the British, won. And so Ireland remained partitioned as it is today. But that left a region that was still home to a lot of Catholic Irish nationalists inside the UK, living alongside Protestant British Unionists. And so the problems were far from solved.
You've no concept of the awfulness of what Ireland went through. I mean, we had this thing called the plantation and the settlers in Ireland and the planters in Ireland. That's code talk for theft, for eviction of people from their homes. How did people live? They starved to death. So, I mean, we were subjected to quite horrendous treatment by the Big Island. I think ruling one country should be enough for any country. British government set up a false state here in the North of Ireland.
Yeah, dude, I'm totally in support of the IRA. The British can suck my fucking dick.
Get out of there, Gummy. No, what are you doing? That's a heater. No. No. Oh my god, you're an idiot. I have to turn my heater off now because you're retarded? Get out of there! Get out! Get out!
So I don't use the term the UK, because the UK would mean legitimising the existence of the Northern State. If I was talking about the Big Island, I was talking about Britain, because I see this part of Ireland as being Ireland. But the actual use of the word the UK acknowledges the existence of the state, and to a degree to a republican. That's what the conflict was about. By the way, do not think for 1 minute that people like me are wanting the north of Ireland to join with the south of Ireland. We want a new Ireland, because we see the southern state has been quite corrupt. Yeah, I want to get into a state where you have the same 2 ruling parties that has ruled corruptly under the auspices of the Catholic Church for 100 years. I don't think so. I don't think so. That's not what I spent 16 years in prison for or was engaged in military activity about. Oh no. We want a new start for the people on the island of Ireland.
We're politically and culturally British. You know, I've lived here all my life. We can talk about 600 years and we can talk about 300 years, but this is 100 years. Like, yeah, there's United Ireland here. People here would be persecuted. People would be murdered. So if you think it's bad in Iraq or Iran, it'll be 1,000 times worse here. They may not throw LGBT people off the roof, but they'll certainly shoot and kill and persecute loyalists. And Republicans would be behind that.
How did you actually come to be involved in the IRA in the first place?
Look, I was a young man in the 1960s. England was getting thrown out of their colonies all over the world. Our struggle was an anti-colonial struggle. So the tactics which they used in Africa or the Middle East, India, it's no different.
To understand why someone would join a group like the IRA or UVF and be willing to commit acts of violence in their name, you have to know a bit about Northern Ireland in the 1960s and 70s. Discrimination against Irish Catholics was rampant. Most large businesses were run by Protestant unionists, who gave preference to Protestant employees or simply refused to hire Catholics. The courts and police forces were overwhelmingly Protestant and treated Protestants more favourably, and then there was the housing. But this was more than just a place to live. You only had the right to vote in local elections here if you or your spouse owned property. Not only were the wealthier Protestants more likely to own property than Catholics, but council homes were often allocated by Protestant local councillors to Protestant families, who would then vote to keep them in power.
Allocation of a vote depended on you having a house. And having a house depended on who got elected, because the councils allocated housing. There's a circle here and you had to break the circle. So what we were pushing for was the one person, one vote. You had some people, if they were big property owners, they could own 10 houses to 10 votes. Whereas you could have 2 families living in the house with a couple of adults in each family, and there was no vote.
Even though the Civil War had ended decades ago, the IRA hadn't actually gone. And against the backdrop of a growing civil rights movement, it was recruiting again. So the British government, to try and weaken the IRA, introduced a new law, giving them the ability to imprison people without trial. That process was called internment.
There are now something like 12,000 people held in camps like this throughout Northern Ireland, since the British government began its controversial policy of internment 3 months ago.
The internment was brought in August 1971. I mean, what do you say about a government which has to bring in internment? There's something wrong somewhere. Because the vast majority of the people they interned were people who they perceived as being anti-state, but they were wrong. Or they were anti-state, but not violently anti-state.
As the tension simmered, there were 2 camps.
So what you had was a totally reform movement for electoral changes with the civil rights movement, and you had always the little Bernie bit, which was revolution. There's a history of rebellion against the British rule. It's always there, and nearly every about 20, 30 years, there's an attempted revolt. The IRA had tried to lift their military campaign in the late 1960s. It wasn't overly working.
While the IRA was trying to make a comeback, initially, most people supported the peaceful reformists. But then came a protest on the 30th of January, 1972.
On the last Sunday in January, Catholic civil rights marchers defied a government ban on parades and came into violent conflict with British troops in the centre of Londonderry.
15,000 Irish people defied a ban on public gatherings and marched against the internment law. Soldiers made arrests, used tear gas and rubber bullets, while protesters threw stones. And at 4:10 p.m, British soldiers began firing live rounds at the crowd on what would come to be known as Bloody Sunday.
1972, the Civil Rights March in Derry, which I'm sure you've heard of, Bloody Sunday, where 13 people were shot dead. Reform had to be put in the bin, had to be put aside, and to a degree, revolution took over. And I would have been one of the thousands of young men then and women who said, nah, I'm not going to take any more of this.
And so I ask our people at this difficult and trying time to remain calm.
In the space of half an hour in the middle of the afternoon, no fewer than 20 large bombs exploded in various parts of the city.
This was a tipping point. After Bloody Sunday, support for armed revolution surged. The IRA was back with a vengeance and would undertake a 30-year fight against British and Unionist forces, becoming one of the most feared and infamous paramilitaries in the world.
That the British government during the 1970s, it did make an effort to bring about major reform here. But the ball was already then rolling down the hill. Right? The IRA campaign was underway. Thousands of people had joined into the IRA, so it was too late. Eventually, Belfast particularly became this gated community. You weren't able to approach the city centre except you had to go through gates and be searched because of the IRA bombings.
At this stage, the forces they faced were the 8,500-strong Royal Ulster Constabulary, or RUC, which was the mostly Protestant police force in Northern Ireland, and the 21,000 British troops deployed to Northern Ireland to support the RUC under Operation Banner. That operation would last 38 years, making it the longest continuous military deployment in British history.
In areas like this, there was a lot of British forces killed. It was the conflict was mostly contained within working class nationalist Republican areas. What they then had was the growth of reactionary forces then being formulated. Those reactionary forces would have been on the pro-union side, who got their logic from attacking nationalist Republican communities with this fake concept of, well, if we kill enough people in that area, those people will become Republicans and stop attacking forces.
I made the choices in the organisation, but there were reasons why I joined it. 100 yards from here, There was a place called the Balmoral Showroom, and it was blown up. There was an 18-month-old baby killed in it. There was a boy killed in it. I didn't know at the time of the bomb, but I knew afterwards. I knew the fella. There was a pub that was blown up. I called the 4-Step Inn, and 2 pensioners who everybody in the Shanghai knew because they were characters, and everybody knew them. But the IRA blew that up. Those are the 2 things that were impacting me most because they were very local and I knew people. The IRA were attacking these communities and murdering people, planting bombs, and nobody was doing anything about it. British government wasn't doing anything. The police's hands were tied, and you had to make a decision then. I probably made a decision when I was 15 that we needed to do something about it, and that's how I got involved.
In all the fighting, there were over 10,000 bombings and almost 37,000 shootings. Over 3,700 people were killed and almost 50,000 injured. In Britain, the conflict came to be called the Troubles.
Yeah, Tesla is probably going to go bankrupt. They're going to end up getting 0 sales in Europe, and their sales in the US are going down, so... Yeah, they're fucked. Absolutely fucked.
But some of those who were involved in it push back on that name.
The Troubles is such a weak term. We call it the conflict, right? Which is a softies term. Others, friends of mine, will call it the war, because it was a guerrilla war. Guerrilla war in the streets, in the countryside. In England, we were also active in England. We were active in Europe. There was actually a British military man shot dead in Australia. By the
They tried to kill Margaret Thatcher. Fuck that bitch.
So, I mean, we consider it a war. This Troubles gives it an inference of being an internal sort of civilian throwing stones at each other. So, if you'd have seen this area back, you would not believe with armoured cars and the military personnel in it. You just wouldn't believe it.
Do you regret involvement with the violence?
No, not the slightest. No. I've been asked that quite a few times by especially Americans. And I go to them, what would you have done in the 1980s if the Russians had landed? Do I regret? Absolutely not. I think I've been very instrumental in bringing about major societal change. We considered it a war and not a colonial war. So, no regrets. I regret being in prison. I regret the loss of life. I regret the hurt, all that type of stuff. I'm not an insane, maniacal, whatever, killer or whatever it is. We were sentenced under terrorism legislation. I didn't consider myself a terrorist. It might sound a bit, I don't know, cheeky for me to say to you, but what would your views be to the French who resisted the German occupation?
What would mine do?
Yeah.
I would obviously say, yeah, that it's you'd be fighting and occupying.
So would you then say to the French in 1946, do you regret killing those Germans? I mean, it sounds aggressive of me to say it, but that's the way I feel. No, absolutely justified. Why should I have a foreign soldier in my country if you think other people aren't paid to get rid of them? What's your nationality again?
Well, I'm English.
Yeah, you're English. Yeah. I mean, you didn't let the Germans come over. Churchill held them back on the beaches. To me, it's a no-brainer. But I understand you asking the questions. My regrets are that life had to be taken. Because I'm a father, grandfather, husband, brother. I'm an okay fella. I just was a member of the IRA.
I don't regret it, no. I don't regret getting involved in the violence, but I regret every life that was taken and my option I took, and I don't regret it. And I won't deny it ever. As far as I'm concerned, I had to take it. But I don't make excuses about it. I try to find reasons. But what I don't want to do is to condemn another generation of young people in this society to any type of war. I don't think circumstances are the circumstances that I was growing up in, and I think that people need to allow us to try to find a political solution.
The first of those political solutions and the transition from violence to politics came on the 10th of April 1990.
Did you see James Aspey is back debating street veganism again? I think he's evolving.
Let me take a look.
You just been watching what
I did not see that he's debating people on the street.
we're doing here?
Yeah, you know what? I heard.
Thanks for the donation, Tyler.
Talk from down when I was down there at Powell's.
Oh, okay. Someone already spoke to you a little bit.
Yeah, they got a card and everything, so I'm gonna check it out.
Oh, well, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, there's a lot of valuable. As we've got the science, there's a lot of valuable truth here, man. It's not just about the animals, but that's the main thing. But it's a better thing for all of us, for our health, for the planet. We can really do ourselves well by moving away from this exploitation, this cruelty, this killing of these innocent beings. And this is a strong form of discrimination. Probably I would say this is the largest discrimination of all ever, because these animals, we see them as less than us. We breed them into existence. We keep them trapped against their will. We force them to do things they don't want to do. And when they're done all that, then we end their life with a knife to the throat. And fair enough if we had to survive.
Yeah.
But we don't have to survive, man. And I think that's the thing that most people don't realize, is that we can live and thrive perfectly healthy on a plant-based diet while still eating burgers and pizzas and ice cream and all our favorite foods, just the vegan version of those foods. I mean, we all know about racism, we all know about sexism, We got a long way to go until that's stamped out, but at least a huge amount of people realize the injustice in that. That skin color or man or woman, your gender, does not determine the value of your life. We're all equal. And similarly, I would take it a step further with these species and say, just because we're the human species doesn't mean that we have the right to do whatever we want to these more innocent and vulnerable than us. They can't fight back. They would never anyway. They never do anything to hurt us, man, and we treat them like this. And it's good people. It's good people who are against things like racism and sexism. It's good people who are against animal cruelty. Yeah, we don't think about it when we buy the supermarket. We go and we buy that chicken or we buy those eggs. And that's the part that we're trying to help people make that connection. It's, you're not just buying a product on the supermarket shelf, you're paying for everything that happens before that as well. Yeah. Is that food for thought, man?
It is food for thought.
Oh, that's good, bro. I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. And like I said, you don't sacrifice anything. You live longer. You reduce your chances of those pains, those sufferings, those diseases. Everybody wins.
And actually, that's what I'm trying to do now. Get off that red meat, especially as old as when you get older, you can't do this to yourself anymore and to them, Yeah, exactly.
Totally. I think that's kind of the karma of it, man, is when we kill them and we eat them, they start to kill us.
Yeah,
they clog our arteries,
that's
man.
Right. Exactly.
It's like, oh, they'll get you. Yeah. So, no, I'm glad you're thinking about it, man. On that card that you received, there's a website called Happy Cow. That'll tell you all the places close by that you can easily eat at, that have delicious vegan options. When you go to a Mexican place, you just get the beans instead of the meat. You just get the guacamole instead of the sour cream. It's easy to do, man. And there's.
Did you say the name of that?
Oh, you didn't get what I here. Let me give you the updated card, man.
Oh, okay.
I got all the resources here for you.
Oh, okay.
But the thing is, man, like, if you want to start doing this, the best thing for you to do, 22 days of full support. It's just a thing you join. It's totally free. Any recipes, questions, anything like that, they'll hook you up. They'll tell you.
Okay.
And just go to vegankit.com or animal rights.
Mostly for health.
Mostly for health initially.
But yeah, I'm sure animal rights has something to do with it.
I think that, me personally, I initiated for health as well. I started going on that path. But then there's a really good Buddhist quote, and it is that the consumption of animal products extinguishes the seed of great compassion. And I really found that when I stopped, because I never cared about animals, but when I stopped eating them, I started to feel like I was growing in compassion for them and I could feel more for them. And I've gone to somebody who didn't really like even dogs to like a massive, I love animals now, man. Like if I can spend some time with a cow, man, I'm stoked. Like they're some life highlights for me. Yeah. Well, that's cool. You've got someone real close to you who can help you out. I'm sure they'd be happy to hear you going vegan because, they care about you and they're going to want you to live long, healthy life as well.
Oh yeah, he'll be very happy for me to go ahead on and take the steps to do it, man.
Hell yeah, dude.
Like I said, I'm inching my way towards it, so maybe I'll just start rushing towards it. Well,
so he's in the U.S. right now? I know he was traveling around a lot. I think he was in Brazil for a while. Then he was in, what's that? Bali, I think.
At least easing into it.
You know what, man? You do whatever feels comfortable. You could do it overnight. You could do it over weeks. You could do it over months. Mm-hmm. You don't want to do it in a way that you try and it's too hard and you just put it in the too hard basket, right? Maybe you start with, okay, I'm gonna figure out a couple of things I enjoy for breakfast, a couple of vegan meals. And then when you've got your blueberries on top of your oats for breakfast sorted or you got avocado on toast or you're just having cereal.
Oh yeah, he had a neck tattoo. I guess he got that removed.
We noticed there's a...
Yeah, I swear he had a gnarly ass neck tattoo.
The Southern vegan...
Yeah, that thing. That must have been hard to get it removed. I think red and green are the hardest to get lasered off. Wonder when he did that. He hasn't posted on Instagram in a while. Ugh.
A vegan one with almond milk or soy milk, boom, breakfast done. Then move on to lunch, move on to dinner. Mm-hmm. And when your toothpaste runs out, just look up vegan toothpaste at whatever supermarket you already go to. boom, it's already there, man. You just get that one instead of that one. This one wasn't tested on animals. It doesn't.
Well, what it was, you know, I work for the San Francisco Park District.
Oh, okay, right.
So we had a big event over there at Fort Mason, and we heard that we were going to have dinner afterwards. It was going to be at a vegan restaurant.
Yeah, right.
So
there you go.
So at the pre.
No, black is the easiest to remove. You may need more laser treatments to remove a black tattoo, but in terms of laser intensity, I think it's either green or red. That's the hardest to get off because you need a way stronger laser.
Dinner thing, we start stocking up on crap because
I would have done the same thing.
Because we said, oh,
we can't just eat lettuce.
We're gonna be able to eat. But we have to show up.
Right.
We get there, and the food is delicious.
No way. There you go.
It was fantastic.
What did they have?
It was. I had some kind of mushroom dish of mushroom. It was like mushrooms in a. It was baked in some kind of crust or something.
Yeah.
I forgot what.
Yeah.
It was, oh, man,
that
it
sounds
was
beautiful.
It was fantastic. And I said, you know what? I need to give this a try. And that's
Hell
when
yeah.
I started doing it.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I had the same.
Would you say your mental health has been affected from streaming, or social media in general? You seem generally resilient and unaffected. What would you recommend to people who aren't, other than obviously disengaging? Doing a report for class.
I think certain jobs require certain temperaments or mental outlooks. Like, you know, there's people who are criminal defense lawyers, and especially if you're a public defender, like, you're gonna have to defend child rapists and shit like that, like the absolute most horrible scum of society. And you're gonna have to do stuff like, you know, question witness testimony and like try to debunk, you know, something that, you know, an 8-year-old girl is claiming. And you know, you're gonna have to say, oh, do you really trust an 8-year-old girl? She can't even remember what date it happened. Like, that's going to really, most people, I would say, probably wouldn't be able to handle something like that. So, you know, there's certain types of people who can be criminal defense lawyers. There's certain types of people who can be doctors, especially surgeons. Like, you have to slice somebody open with like a knife. A lot of people don't like that sort of thing. And I think there's certain people that just end up thriving on social media. So, you know, the types of people that are prone to being able to handle criticism, brush everything off, you know, forget about it and just manage that sort of stress well. Obviously, like, there's coping tactics. So you can either like block comments or just choose not to read comments. I know some people hire social media managers who will scrub their comment sections of, you know, negative stuff so they don't have to look at it, because like some people get really affected by it. But I think it's mostly a matter of just genetics. Like, people are just wired to be able to handle certain things. And there might be like some social factors where, you know, you just learn to handle, you know, criticism in tough situations. You know, but yeah, I think it's mostly just a personality type thing. But yeah, I've never had mental health issues from social media. I just don't really care what people say. Like, I might get frustrated at stupid shit. Like, you've seen some of my debates where like I'm debating a dumbass, but you know, it doesn't like get to me. Thanks for the donation though, retard.
Experience. I was like, okay, I'm going to do this because I think it's the right thing to do. Yeah. I don't want to contribute to that. Foods. But then burgers, I ate enchilada.
All right, dope.
We know.
Yeah, hopefully he starts uploading more.
In the form of the Good Friday Agreement.
After 2 years of talks and after a generation of bloodshed, an agreement that unites loyalist and Republican, unionist and nationalist leaders.
Those who believe in a united Ireland.
Another generation of young people in the society till any type of war. I don't think so.
Bloodshed.
can make that case now by persuasion, not violence or threats.
Well, I look forward equally to a new era of friendship and reconciliation between Unionists and Nationalists.
The agreement outlined over 30 pages of terms that would put an end to the fighting in Northern Ireland. It acknowledged that the majority of people here wanted to remain part of the UK, but that a substantial portion of the population wanted a united Ireland. It was put to 2 referendums, one in Northern Ireland and one in the Republic. Turnout in Northern Ireland was 81%, and this is the moment the people of Northern Ireland learned the results.
Yes, 71.12%.
In the Republic, turnout was lower, but 94% voted in favour of the agreement. So after 30 years of fighting and over 3,500 deaths, peace at last. No more car bombs, no more pub shootings, no more sectarian killings. And the paramilitaries agreed to give up a lot of their weapons. 9 years later, Operation Banner came to an end, and British forces were withdrawn from Northern Ireland.
If it doesn't get to you, can I type "you shall not be named"? It's not that it bothers me necessarily, it's that whenever you give that person attention, just more people go to his channel and he ends up making more money. I don't like the idea that a fucking rapist just gets to walk free without facing any consequences and he's making money on social media. That's why I don't let people mention that guy's name in chat.
But a lot of people outside of Northern Ireland seem to think that this solved the issue entirely. But what it really did was secure peace for now and leave the question of Northern Ireland's place in the UK open-ended. It stated that Northern Ireland would remain part of the UK until a majority of people in both Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland wanted unification. If unification ever does have majority support, it says there should be a referendum. It wasn't the united Ireland that Republicans wanted, and it wasn't a guarantee that Northern Ireland would be part of the UK forever, but the majority of people were okay with this middle ground if it meant the violence would stop. This political solution was much easier when the UK was in the EU. The land borders were invisible, and that meant things were flexible. People could act as though there was or wasn't a border depending on their identity. But then when the UK voted to leave the EU in 2016, it changed everything. Because this is the UK's only land border with an EU country. And Brexit risked creating a hard border here, with customs checks and security posts. Anywhere else, and that might be acceptable, but here it threatens the agreement that put an end to 3 decades of bloodshed, because it puts a barrier between Northern Ireland and the Republic, something thousands of Irish Republicans fought against. So, to try and get around that, initially the UK and EU agreed on the Northern Ireland Protocol, which moved this border, basically creating a customs barrier in the sea between Northern Ireland and Britain, and leaving Northern Ireland inside the EU single market. For Loyalists, though, this threatened their place in the UK, and was likely to draw Northern Ireland and the Republic closer together, while distancing it from Britain.
From the Unionist Loyalist perspective, they see their connection with Britain definitely winning. Their protests about the Brexit, they wanted Brexit. They supported this very English nationalist perspective to leave Europe, which I think is...
Yeah. So, point proven. British loyalists are fucking stupid.
Very, very dangerous.
So we got to put a clause in. You know, people call an Irish sea border. I believe that it abuses my rights. We need unfettered access between here and the rest of the United Kingdom. The border is a calamity probably went through it. You know, it's been there for 100 years. The Irish government and all of the Nationalist and Republican parties all said if there's a border there, that there would be Republican attacks on it. So they moved it. We can't live under threat from Republicans.
But since then, British politics has been kind of chaotic.
Boris Johnson is going to step down.
My friends, in politics, no one is remotely indispensable. I want you to know how sad I am to be giving up the best job in the world.
Liz Truss has been elected leader of Britain's Conservative Party and will become the UK's next Prime Minister.
For the second time this year, our Prime Minister has resigned.
I cannot deliver the mandate on which I was elected. I am resigning as leader of the Conservative Party.
Rishi Sunak is set to become Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
I am humbled and honoured to be elected as leader of the Conservative and Unionist Party.
3 Prime Ministers in 1 year obviously leads to some changes. And so, out with the Northern Ireland Protocol, in with the Windsor Framework.
27 pages, 13,000 words. Now it's a deal that Boris Johnson, Liz Truss, or even Theresa May could not strike.
The new plan is to create 2 separate customs lanes. A green lane for goods moving between Northern Ireland and the rest of the UK, and a red lane for those moving between the UK and EU. Goods in the green lane aren't subject to EU checks, which should make the Irish sea border much less noticeable, meaning Unionists can breathe a sigh of relief. But it's worth keeping in mind that the Windsor Framework hasn't actually been implemented yet, And how well it'll actually work in practice is an open question. So while peace has been achieved and bullets are no longer whizzing overhead, the tension is still very much there and was one of the biggest sticking points in EU-UK Brexit negotiations. On the ground, though, today that tension is most visible in Northern Ireland's segregated neighbourhoods, where Protestants live on one side of a peace wall and Catholics on another. Within moments of entering any of these areas, it's obvious which side of the divide the people that live there are on. In Belfast, Catholic Republican strongholds like Falls Road and Protestant Unionist ones like the Shankill are home to countless murals expressing Loyalist or Republican allegiance that cover the sides of buildings. And Irish or British flags dot the streets, along with memorials marking either IRA or British Unionist attacks. The Northern Irish government aimed to remove all peace walls here by 2023. But they've missed that target. There's still 20 miles of the structures left in Northern Ireland, mostly in Belfast. And many people have them running straight through their back gardens.
What is it like having a peace line in your back garden?
Dark and south down terribly, but I suppose we feel safe at the same time. Well, I think everybody's glad that they're here, but I suppose it would be a wee bit better if we could get a wee bit more natural light in, have sort of corrugated shields the whole way down rather than like green things in the end. So the whole back of my house is completely dark.
I'm old enough, right, to remember when there was no peace walls. But when I walked down Conway Street and I crossed the road, right away I knew where it was. I was in a Catholic area. I mean, you don't drive through a village or a town in Northern Ireland without knowing what it is. So from that point of view, we've always had peace walls in our heads. And when you go to a peace wall, you're going, all these people on your side must be bad, that's why I've got that wall there. So you've got two factions on each side, and one thinks, all the prods are bad, and one thinks all the Catholics are bad. It's in people's heads, and we've never got rid of it, So you can't take them down until people's got peace of mind, and we don't have that.
It's still quite segregated, but that's what people are used to in their living. It'd be nice to have people living all in a broadly mixed society, but we have maybe several hundred years of separated living. It's customary, but that tends to be in the working class areas. You don't get major issues in middle class or upper class areas, but you're right, in working class areas there's still major segregation.
Belfast is the most starkly divided city I've ever visited. For one side, this is a fight for Irish freedom. For the other, it's the risk of being dragged into a country they don't want to be a part of. There isn't really much room for compromise beyond what's already been achieved, and both sides have taken up arms for their respective causes before. But regardless of the cause, civilians were often the victims. 54% of those killed in the conflict and 68% of those injured were civilians, sometimes targeted just for being Catholic or Protestant. Republican paramilitaries killed 2,000.
No, I don't think Mike Tyson committed the rape in 1992. His girlfriend or wife at the time seemed insanely manipulative.
And 57 people, and over a third of their victims were civilians. Loyalist paramilitaries killed fewer people, 1,027, but 85% of their victims were civilians. The British Army also killed 188 civilians, mostly Catholics, and the RUC killed 28. So while it's important to listen to those who were directly involved in the conflict to make sure
Seems like there's
Would you say Hassan is increasingly mentally deranged? Second link is epic.
Oh yeah. He's losing his mind more and more. Surely bombing one of the poorest countries on the planet for implementing a blockade against Israel for the crime of doing... Oh my god. Like, by the way, they're attacking Houthis, and the Houthi terrorists, they're human traffickers. That's how they make a lot of their money. They're literally engaged in slave trade. And now he's spreading more terrorist propaganda. Jesus Christ, what a retard. Why can't we just ban these people from the country? Like, he's not even American. He fucking immigrated from Turkey. Like this fucking jackass keeps talking about how he hates the United States. Oh, America deserved 9/11. Oh, America's evil. It's a puppet state of Israel. He promotes this terrorist propaganda. Get rid of him. Like Why can't there be a fucking law on the book where if you have a fucking immigrant spreading terrorist propaganda, talking about how he hates the country and he loves terror attacks like fucking 9/11, yeah, get the fuck out. Go back to fucking Turkey. Like, just drop the guy in the middle of the fucking Middle East. Like, send his fucking Porsche Taycan with him, too. Like, that'd be hilarious. Oh, you want to bring your fucking, your shit with you? Yeah, here's your Porsche Taycan. Drop it in, with a parachute with this dipshit in it. And he can drive his Porsche Taycan and, like, help out the fucking Houthi terrorists in Yemen. Fuck this guy. What an asshole. Hasanabi reacts to the Hassan system, says he's not dodging debates because he wants to talk to Asmongold. Now, what's really interesting about this, I think it's projection. I openly say I want to debate. He never debates.
Generation has Asmongold versus Hassan proxy debates, commenting on each other's streams, the information age Cold War. And I said I'd do it in person to be fair. And there is, like, this is the...
Yeah, because Hassan is going to go to Asmongold's cockroach-infested fucking home to debate Asmongold, sure.
Funniest fucking response to that, this is what I saw in response to that. The Hassan system, the proven method for handling criticism, hide, ignores critics' content to obscure their argument, alter, drastically misrepresent their opposing view, strawman. Also, I look pretty hot in this, so thank you. Once again, my haters, like, making me look hot. Strawman, attack the misrepresentation by grouping critics with deplorables. Avoid, debate only weaker opponents, not the original person. Name call, label frustrated opposition is crazy or obsessed to discredit them.
That's fucking brilliant. Hassan explains the reason why he still wants to talk to Asmongold.
No, and also the reason why I want to talk to Asmongold is pretty clear, like pretty open. I'm pretty open about it. I don't care about Asmongold doing like transmog competitions or even like reacting to political stuff in general with his own seasoning. That's great, right? I do, however, care about, like, Asmongold doing right-wing propaganda, either deliberately or because he just doesn't have all the facts. And in that process, I've never not been charitable to Asmongold. I would still absolutely be charitable to Asmongold in a conversation, like in a direct conversation, you know what I mean? And I think that watching clips of one another is not going to give people the full scope of people's arguments. But what I don't understand is a lot of these people used to always say, oh, Hassan, you're like afraid of debates. You're too afraid of debates. I don't understand why you're so afraid of debates. And it's like, now they still say I'm afraid of debates while I'm trying to talk to Asmongold. So they have to, like...
What does he mean trying to talk to him? He's dodging him like fucking crazy. He dodges everybody.
Negativity came here and wild.
Like, by the way, Asmongold is a fucking retard. Like, I could debate Asmongold on practically any topic when I was a fucking toddler. Like, that guy's a retard.
How a lot of us fell into the negativity came here and get mesmerized by Azan's arms. Yeah, that's usually what it is, honestly. Honestly, that's what it is. I just, people come in here and they're like, you know what? This Hassan guy's a really bad guy. I'm going to show him what's what. And then I do one of these and they're like, wait a minute.
He has, like, mid as fuck physique.
Wait a minute. This guy seems to take care of himself, and he seems to have some opinions that maybe I misunderstood because other people were saying he was bad, but they weren't really explaining it. Your new NPR interview is great. I don't think I did an NPR interview recently.
Like, the funny thing is, he might be right. It's entirely possible the only reason people watch him is because of his looks. Like, he's absolutely fucking retarded. Like, some of his political opinions are popular, like, the genocide of Israel, like, anti-Semitism is really widespread and shit, and I know there's a lot of, like, cringe socialist or communist kids that hate the idea of having to, like, move out of their parents' house and work. But like, at the same time, the guy's an actual fucking terrorist. It's just hard to believe that this guy would have a large audience purely based on his political beliefs. Thanks for the donation, retard. Bend over, donate $2. Let me see. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's a puppy and a duck. That's nice. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, wow. Oh my goodness. That's a duck. Oh, that's a nice duck. Oh, that's a good duck. Ducks are nice. Oh. Oh, look at your little baby ducks. Oh my goodness, those are good little babies. Wow, I love baby ducks. Really looking forward to seeing the baby geese. Ow. Wow. Those are really pretty special ducks. Oh my god. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
I hate Hassan wish all my being. I hate him way more than critical. Pure garbage. Embarrassing. I followed this beta.
Yeah, I think I'd have to say Hassan is a worse person than Moist Critical. The thing that I really don't like about Moist Critical is absolutely everything about him is a complete lie. Like, at least with Hassan, like, he's dishonest for sure, but when he promotes terrorism, he's being honest. Like, he actually supports terrorism, you know what I mean? Or when he says he hates Jews, like, yeah, he hates Jews. Moist Critical has no position on anything, and he's fundamentally a more selfish person than Hassan. He'll take up a political position, so like, you know, like trans rights. People have asked him, oh, do you think kids should be able to gender transition? Which is a fairly contentious topic, but he's taken the position that, yeah, kids should be allowed to gender transition, not because he has any beliefs on whether or not you should have a right to transition, whether or not it's medically, you know, appropriate for kids to transition, it's safe, if it's good for people to, like these people to transition, or if it's good for society. He takes up that position for no other reason than because he thinks it's a politically popular position to hold, and that's just going to make him more well-liked by other individuals. He cares about no one other than himself. Every decision he makes is entirely based off of his own benefit. And he is just a lying, fucking, selfish, just greedy little fucking child. Like, Hassan's greedy too, but again, he will take up positions that he actually believes in, whereas Moist Critical, like, he's just an absolute fucking scumbag. But, like, as far as who's more of a, like, dangerous presence causing more harm online, it's certainly Hassan. But yeah, Moist Critical's, I would say, probably fundamentally a more selfish human being. Thanks for the donation, though, Nut Muffin.
And to think this guy claims to stand for social justice bull fucking shit.
Yeah, he's just a fascist. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Maybe try tofu sometime if you want some real guns, Hassan.
Yeah, and people have talked to him about veganism, and he makes up a bunch of stupid excuses, like think he admitted full stop to ask yourself, like, oh yeah, veganism's better and everything, but protein. He's not even, like, he's pretty physically inept. So for him of all people, you know, to talk about needing protein, like, go fuck yourself. And he knows of me. He's mentioned me multiple times during some of his streams, like talking about how, oh, I'm a Zionist who, you know, like defends destiny and Israel and shit. So it's like, what the fuck? He's just an asshole. Thanks for the donation though, Nutmuffin.
History doesn't repeat itself. We also need to remember the people that suffered as a result of their actions. Michael and Billy didn't go into much detail on the specific charges they were sentenced for, but Billy's case is a little easier to find online. He was sentenced to life for his role in the murder of 2 civilian Catholic men, Michael Lauren and Edward Morgan, who were not involved with the paramilitaries. I didn't find much about Michael's case, but he was involved in the killings of members of the British forces, and a book called Anatomy of a Killing suggests that he gave the order to kill Miller McAllister, a police photographer for the RUC, who was shot in front of his children. With so many dead and injured, the bitterness here runs deep, and the trauma left in the wake of the conflict will be felt for
I'm surprised they were ever let out.
decades to come. As things stand today, occasionally violence.
Woman donate $2. Imagine basing your entire personality on being colonized. Well, I'll tell you what this is. There's a lot of people who are fucking losers, right? They're not particularly smart, not particularly good looking, not particularly ambitious. Like, they can't really do anything. You know, they're going to get a job at Walmart or something. So what they end up doing is this sort of fucking horse shit. They just make a social media channel about how, oh, colonization bad, and oh, I come from such a beautiful, brilliant culture. For one thing, you're using like a fucking iPhone that's made in China, where the technology was developed by Americans who have their ancestry in fucking Europe. Like, everything about her life is Americanized. And then she just puts on a fucking, like, you know, this costume. Oh, what's that made out of? Oh, I murdered a fucking seal or a fox or something and cut its skin off, and now I'm wearing it around my thing here. Oh, what's this from? Oh, yeah, I murdered a fucking goose. Yeah, I wrung its neck and just broke its fucking neck and then stole its feathers and shit. Oh, and this other thing? Yeah, I shot a fucking deer with a high-powered rifle and then cut its skin off, and I'm wearing its tail somewhere. It's like, oh, yeah, your culture's so beautiful. You fucking murder animals. Like, and she's Inuit. Like, of all the Native American cultures on the North American continent, like, Inuit are some of the most fucking scumbag pieces of shit. Dude, these idiots decided to travel north where it's cold as fucking shit for no reason. What kind of fucking moron does that? You'd think, if anything, you'd move towards the equator where it's fucking warmer. But no, these fucking morons moved up north where there's nothing but fucking ice, and then the only thing they can fucking eat is, like, maybe caribou in the fucking summer, and then they're fucking killing large marine mammals. They're fucking killing whales, seals, walruses, like these animals that are highly fucking intelligent social creatures. And oh, I come from such a beautiful culture. Oh, colonization ruined everything. You people were fucking jackasses living in fucking ice, like, igloos. You didn't even have houses. You're literally living in huts made of fucking ice, killing large marine mammals that are some of the most intelligent social animals on the fucking planet. Go fuck yourself. But yeah, that's all you have to fucking, like say, oh, colonization, I come from a beautiful culture where we murder innocent animals. Fuck you. Like, get a job. And do you think this is a woman? Let me see.
Get on top. Another one bites.
You want to turn that off so we can talk for a minute? I'm not law enforcement. I can show you a picture.
This is either a trans person or cross-dresser or something, or somebody who's done a lot of crack or crystal meth.
See if it rings a bell. You don't remember talking to a child just recently online?
What?
Did somebody else use your phone?
Everybody uses my phone.
Okay, it's a dude.
Okay, does everybody send pictures of you to people?
I don't know.
You don't remember this person? You don't remember a person named Lexi?
No.
If not, I'm just going to turn it into the police. If it's not you, then they'll just come search, make sure all the phones are legit. Or you can be honest and just let me know that, hey, you made a stupid
I talk
mistake.
to a lot of people on Grindr. I don't know if I talked to her or not.
Okay. This doesn't ring a bell. This was just the other day.
No, it doesn't ring a bell.
Does her getting a bobo and report it? You never did. I don't think you think you did anything wrong. The police are coming, and they told me to wait here. Backed up 3 times for him, and then he went in there and he kept, acting like he wanted to.
Yeah, that's a dude. Thanks for the donation, woman.
I don't care what type they are, whether they're rich like Hassan or poor, you're still just a Tuscan Raider, lol.
Space Muslims.
Oh, there you are, Opie. Congratulations. You made Employee of the Month again.
How come I'm never Employee of the Month? Man, this is the worst job I've had since I was the conductor for the Sand People Choir. And a 1 and a 2. No. The altos were early. Now, this is the worst glee club I've ever... Oh, come on. Where you going? The benefit's tomorrow.
Relax. The Sand People frighten easily, but they'll be back. And in greater numbers.
Well, that'll give us a richer harmony.
Oh,
see any. Wait a minute, there's Sand People.
How are you?
Yes, thanks for the donation, Sadie.
Not to mention some of these magfant creatures you mentioned are endangered.
Yeah, that too. So, it's just something that dumb people do. I don't know why, just based on, somebody being your ancestor, like anything they did was important or glamorous or wonderful or anything. Just because your ancestors had that culture, it doesn't mean it's good. It's just fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
How is Moist different from other grifters? Is the animal rights grift the worst part, I assume?
Well, I already explained this at length. Moist Critical's just a lying dipshit. He has the mind of an extremely selfish 8-year-old, and he doesn't actually have any real opinions on any subject. He only ever thinks about himself, and anytime he does anything, it's just considering how it benefits him. So any kind of political topic that he discusses, it has nothing to do with any stance that he has on an issue. It's just what he thinks. He just says what he thinks will benefit him socially. Thanks for the donation, though, Nutmuffin. Hitler donated $2. Let me see.
Go get him. Get him. Jinkies. Lost his glasses. Jinkies. Oh, Scoob. What kind of mysteries we got ourselves into today, Alan?
Why are you doing this?
Because you're a
No, I'm not.
You can't even meet a little boy talking about how many
Look,
guys you got
I'm
with.
interested in it, man, okay? I'm not interested. I just want to go home.
You think I'm selling you something?
Yo, these pred catches are getting out of hand. They had this man crawling like he was looking for a revive in Fortnite. They got this man doing the Velma special. They got this man on the floor in a Target yelling jinkies. That is actually embarrassing. And what's even more embarrassing is that this man was out here saying, I'm not interested, as if he didn't just try to link up with a teenager. He's acting like this man is some sort of door-to-door salesman. I mean, I did try to meet up with a little boy, but I'm not interested. Like, bro, he's not trying to sell you something. He's trying to get you locked up in that slammer, my guy. But if you thought that this was crazy, when I tell you, these pred catches get even more insane. Lately, there's been a whole new wave of pred catchers, and instead of just embarrassing these predators like Chris Hansen, Skeeter Jean, or predator poachers.
Where are you, black?
Yeah. It's probably a angry or something.
People are now just straight up beating up these predators.
You said maybe. That's not acting affirmative or disavowed.
You keep pointing that finger at me, and you're gonna get your ringed. Now, maybe isn't a good answer to try to pick up little boys, is it? Is maybe a good answer? We gotta try to take off here. Going down. Cole, he's trying to pick up little kids. Oh, I missed. This man's trying to pick up a little boy on the internet.
This one genuinely cracks me up.
Like, I mean, they deserve it. The issue is, I don't know if it really serves any kind of public good. Because when they do this crap, they're just less likely to get prosecuted by the police.
I mean, how can you kill and eat such an intelligent and friendly species like this?
That whale was intent on keeping me away and hiding me, and I didn't know why.
Yeah, whales are extremely intelligent and sensitive animals. Whales are nice.
He came right for me. He didn't stop. He kept pushing me, and I was like, whoa, you know. Putting his eye next to my eye. I was like, what is going on here? He didn't want to hurt me. He had me on his head, and he rolled over, and I was on his chin, and then I was down his pectoral fin, and he wouldn't leave me alone. He wouldn't stop. I was really scared. I mean, who wouldn't be scared? Rolling around and rolling down the backs of a whale. I kept thinking, get me out of here. Then he lifts me up on his pec fin, literally out of the water, and I'm yelling to everybody on my boat, somebody come help me. I was there for 10.5 minutes, and then I saw the shark.
There's a big tiger shark up there.
Yeah?
Oh. Yeah.
Wow, the whale helped.
Went, oh my God. He was protecting me. The whale got me to the boat. He's making sure that I'm okay.
Yeah, and those are the types of animals the Inuit would kill. You know, again, marine mammals that are highly intelligent. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Grey Knight donated $2. Her thoughts on vegan activists. Let me see. Oh yes, I knew it. They always do that.
Nobody.
Yeah, that's right, because indigenous people, they're fucking retarded savages, right? They can't help themselves. They have to murder animals. Oh, sorry, I can't go vegan. I'm a fucking savage that has to brutally murder innocent animals for no reason, even though I live in a fucking modern society. Fucking cunts. Like, I love how they use that as an excuse, and then they complain about racism against Native Americans, while arguing that, no, sorry, I'm a fucking savage that brutally murders innocent animals. I can't go vegan. Like, fuck you. Like, they're just fucking scumbags. This is all just an act. You know, like, they're just using their culture as an excuse. So stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Grey Knight donated $2 for... Oh, wait. Oh, no, Grey Knight gave me that. Thanks, Grey Knight. The Inuit Grifter must be using the Galaxy S21 5G to contact her ancestors, lol. Oh, yeah.
8. Hi, this throat song is called The Wind. I'm using Director's View on my Galaxy S21 5G to switch between camera lenses as I sing. Wait to see how cool it looks.
What the fuck is that? Like, again, just anybody who lives in a society is gonna be like, what the fuck are you doing? And it's like, oh, my ancestors did it, so, you know, oh, it's cool and spiritual. Like, if your ancestors fisted their own asses or something, would you, like, shove your fist up your own ass? Oh, my ancestors did it, and when I fist my own ass, I have to sing a song. Fucking stupid. Yeah, just act like a fucking retard and say, oh, it's part of my culture. Yeah, next time I, like, shit my pants, like, if I have diarrhea. Oh, well, I'm sorry, I'm Native American. It's part of my culture. We used to do this. Fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Up every time I see it. The way that this man just gave him the pimp slap of death mid-sentence. It also cracks me up how this man literally just swings, misses, and says, ooh, I missed.
Oh, I missed.
Like it's some sort of arcade game. Like, bro. And to top it all off, this man just runs him into the table. Like, peak entertainment, if I do say so myself. Here's another pred catch where this predator ends up getting slapped up.
Who used your picture and told them that little girl that you was gonna be here right now?
I don't know, bro.
Alright.
Can you play that video of the girl on the rocks praying via her Samsung phone again? I was so close to busting a nut. She reminded me of my first ex-wife.
Yeah, sure.
8. Hi, this throat song is called The Wind. I'm using Director's View on my Galaxy.
Oh, she calls that throat singing? She can't even throat sing. That is embarrassing. Oh my god, that's horrible.
S21 5G to switch between camera lenses as I sing. Wait to see how cool it looks.
That's not even throat singing. They can't do it either.
My name is Karen Kettler, and I'm an Inuit throat singer and drum
This chick is white.
dancer.
My name is Kathy Kettler.
Is that hard enough?
Yeah, that's good.
We're really
a friendly competition between
No one can throat sing.
girls. It was something that...
Dude, this is LARPing. They literally don't even throat sing, and they're claiming they're throat singing. This is a total LARP. These are just, like, dumbass girls who are, like, no hobbies, don't know how to play fucking video games because girls are stupid and they don't know how to use a fucking controller. And then they just do this in their spare time.
that they would do while the men
off from each other.
I don't even think they practice because, like, this isn't throat singing. They're not even anywhere close.
I really enjoy throat singing.
That's not throat singing. This is throat singing. Yeah, that's throat singing. These are all people who are like half white, who just don't have any hobbies, that are LARPing.
Love song.
None of them can do it. This is hilarious. I can't even find one fucking video where somebody can throat sing who's Inuit. Oh my god, there's still, like, none. Is there a single video? Like, there's Mongolian throat singers. There's literally no... Let me see this one.
Hi guys. You asked...
This chick is like white. She's got blonde hair and she's better at it than those other chicks who are actually part Inuit. Yeah, even she can't really do it. Why no one can do it?
Samantha Metcalf and Kaylin de Grandpré.
They're all LARPing. All of them. It's all just a joke. Well, thanks for the donation, Broccoli Balls. That's fascinating. Like, all of them are bullshitters. Dodo donates $2. Mind you, the German ancestors killed Jews and it was part of the culture, so I guess it's okay then. Yeah, maybe if they wear Jew teeth as necklaces, you know, they can run away from, you know, human rights activists and say, well, it's part of my indigenous German culture. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Walrus donated $2. Literally this.
Okay, Meg, lesson 1 for attracting a man. I want you to shave my back.
Ew, why would I want to do that?
Trust me, Meg. Shave a man's back for him and he'll purr like a walrus.
That's even better than what they were doing. Thanks for the donation, Walrus.
Ha 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 ho. Thought she was having an asthma attack or something. She should probably listen to Who and compare herself to the LMFAO.
I think it's pretty clear. Not only do these people not actually go to like they don't do any practice. They don't practice on their spare time. They don't look up like tutorials online to help them. They're not going to any professional singers, lyricists, whatever, who specialize in throat singing. Like, they don't care. It's just all a game to them. So they're not invested enough into this bullshit to actually, you know, do anything and be good at any of this shit. They just do it because it's like it's just a thing they do to LARP as like, oh, I'm indigenous. Thanks for the donation though, Grey Knight. Kyle donated $2. Kyle Rittenhouse is now doing those hardcore predator stings. Would you ever ride along for a interrogation / beatdown, or would you be scared?
What's going on, everybody?
I wouldn't do this sort of thing for a variety of reasons. One, if I start smacking some predator dude around, I can guarantee you some of these predator poacher dudes, they're getting arrested. So why would I get myself arrested just for the sake of smacking some like predator around when I could have just maybe done this predator sting and maybe get the guy arrested, or at the very least, have him publicly embarrassed. Like, I'm not going to risk going to prison for some, like, fucking predator dipshit. And again, I don't see how this serves the public good. Like, if you're going to do a predator sting, like, I would say you have a kind of duty to try to get them arrested, like, hand in whatever evidence you have to police, try to get them to confess and shit. When you do crap like this, it completely destroys the chain of evidence, because now, if they're smart, they can get a lawyer, and the lawyer could argue the only reason they confessed to any of this is because they thought they were in danger, and if they, gave the person that was interrogating them under threat of violence, the information they were looking for, they wouldn't hit them. Like, they could easily argue that in court, and then you completely destroy the chain of evidence. So I wouldn't do that for those two basic reasons. Thanks for the donation, though, Kyle.
Here's a donation. I am about to be fired and go homeless, but I don't care. I want to spend my last bit of money on a bike and then die in a terrible accident. What kind of bike should I look for?
I don't know, I'd just try to find at least a 10-speed, ideally a 12-speed. I would say that would probably be best for most people's riding needs. And if you're just riding on the road, I wouldn't bother getting a bike with suspension. What's your budget? Like... Because if you have at least a $500 budget these days, you should be able to get like a decent road bike from a bike shop. So I'd look for at least a 10-speed. But thanks for the donation, Ken B.
It's your boy TJ the Realist, and I'm finna start doing more reaction videos, you know what I'm saying? Because I be seeing a lot of things popping up on my timeline, and I be having opinions on damn near everything, and that they need to just get these dudes in jail, get the law involved, call the police, and get these dudes locked up. Because if you kick their ass, you could potentially lose your case. Because this is technically assault, because you're not a police officer. Of course, people got mad at me in the comment section. They called me a predator defender and all that dumb shit. I gotta realize that people in the comment section, you got a lot of idiots. You know what I mean? So you just gotta take it with...
There are some Chinese import bikes that you can get from some local bike shops that are around $500 that are pretty decent. You're probably not going to find anything from like a major brand if you're looking at a road bike. Let me see what Giant has. Road bikes, fitness, city hybrid. Yeah, 1,800, 1,000, 1,000. No, that one's 650, 650, 750, 550. And this should be a 10-speed. No, it's a 3x7. Yeah, I'd try to find a bike with a 1x drivetrain with a 10-speed in the rear. I find that preferable, but 3x7 gets the job done, but, I'd try to find a 10-speed.
with a grain of salt. But let's get on with the video.
Right now. I was about to get some Slim Jims. Why you tell the little girl to come out?
So as you see, you know, they're discussing what's going on. Dude on the left is trying to call him out to a fight.
You wanna go out and scrap?
You know what I'm saying?
For what?
Here, this was, now they get to rumbling, you know what I mean? First, you know, he low-key nerd up with him back. Like, I ain't gonna lie, that was a nice, you know, dude. And he had this, you know, he got the size advantage, he got the strength by the grapple. Ain't got to, you know what I mean? It is what it is. It is what it is, man.
That was horrifically boring.
You don't know?
Do you want to get the police involved?
You don't know? You think I'm stupid?
No, I don't think you're
Okay,
stupid.
so is some CIA agent using your picture, or are you using your picture?
The other night, I was talking to somebody on my different
And what?
Hold
And
my
what?
phone.
No, hold on. And what happened?
It was
So,
a-
so
it
you're
was
not
a-
here to meet a 13-year-old girl?
No.
My bad, Josh. My bad, Josh. This boy's lying out his ass.
Excuse me, everybody!
Trying to pick up a little girl.
Right here came to be the 13-year-old girl off the app Whisper!
You on the farm, right? So you used to rednecks. You used to rednecks.
In your city!
Now, the two main pred catchers that are beating on these predators are a guy that goes by the name of Jay Carnicom DAP and Shua Mundi. And if you thought that they couldn't get any crazier, there's another pred catch that they did where they literally hit this man with a Walmart cart.
Dude, BMX bikes fucking suck. I don't, like, when I was a kid, all my friends had BMX bikes, and anytime I wanted to go riding with them, like, they couldn't do shit. Like, they couldn't ride up fucking hills or anything because it only has, like, one speed, or sometimes they have, like, 2 or 3 speeds. Like, they fucking suck. They're uncomfortable to ride. They're not really meant to be sat on and ride for long distances, so none of my friends could ride around with me for like an hour. So yeah, BMX bikes are fucking stupid. Like, yeah, if you're gonna do tricks and stuff, but people just got them because they were cool, and they saw, like, dudes doing tricks on them, but then they never learned how to do it, and then they just had a sucky-ass fucking bike that they couldn't really go anywhere on.
You thought you were meeting a 13-year-old boy tonight? Don't grab my phone.
No.
Why'd you gonna meet a 13-year-old? Why were you gonna meet a 13-year-old boy? This man was trying to meet a 13-year-old boy for.
And with these pred catches, there's even moments where these predators will even try to fight back.
You wanna go out and scrap? For what? What's that gonna solve? Let's go.
Pred catches where they're putting their hands on these predators. I'm seeing two sides to it. Some people think that maybe these pred catchers are going a little too far and they should just get the evidence and let the police do the rest of the work instead of beating on these predators. Even though these preds are bad people and they're trying to link up with children, some people are saying that they shouldn't be getting beaten on at the end of the day because it's just straight up unprofessional. They should just embarrass the predators, then give the paperwork to the police. Like, that's just more of a professional approach. But then others think that the police isn't doing enough, / these preds aren't really getting what they truly deserve, so these beatings are pretty justified. Those are like the two main sides I'm seeing. Now, I will say I do understand both sides, and I do believe these predators are deserving of these beatings, because at the end of the day, like I said, they're trying to meet up with little kids. That is disgusting and that is illegal. Why are you, as a 40-year-old man, trying to link up with a child or even a teenager? Like, that's just straight up disgusting, my guy. Imagine if these dudes didn't show up and a child showed up instead. Caught this predator in Target and they started following him around once they saw him and eventually confronted him.
Yo, is that Dante?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, that's Dante.
My man, you wanna have a conversation about what you're doing here?
And once this predator notices that they have a phone recording him, he goes to reach for the phone and they kind of start to get into like a little scuffle. And once that happens, the cameraman drops the camera and intervenes, so you can't see much, but you can obviously hear what's going on still.
What's up? What's up, boy?
Then mid-scuffle, you can hear a gunshot go off.
Watch out. Get up off me.
And unfortunately, one of the pred catchers got shot in the leg. Now, I don't think the shot affected the pred catcher as much because after he got shot, it sounds like they still continued to like wrestle a bit with each other.
Jeez.
Yeah, bro.
And after they were done like wrestling with the guy, they eventually ended up taking his gun and the predator ran off.
I got shot. Or something. I got the gun away, brother. Josh, he was gonna kill me. He was gonna kill all of us. What?
Now, obviously, this predator did get
Dude, that's fucking crazy.
exposed, but at the same time, one of the hunters were shot, and it could have been way worse. And this is why I understand that side where people think that the police should really handle these situations, because it's like, at the end of the day, this could have ended terribly. It really could have. Luckily, it
Yeah, maybe just make sure you wear body armor, especially if you're dealing with a black dude.
didn't, but it easily could have. There's actually a pred catcher that was killed, and he went by the name of Bupak Shakur, or Footage Gang 248 on Instagram, and a lot of people
I want to K1 nap the guy who my ex cheated with and give him 15,000 micrograms of LSD from a dropper every 12 hours for a week, then release him a husky of a human being. This is strictly satire.
Well, I don't think it does you any good to think that way. Like, who cares? She's a dumb bitch, he's a dumb bitch, just move on. Like, why even spend any mental effort, you know, giving yourself, like, pain and anguish, like, oh, fuck, if I ever met that guy, like, they're just not worth it. Just move on. There's plenty of fucking retards who are even way worse than, you know, either of those people, you know? Like, yeah, there's people who prey on children, there's people who harm animals, there's scumbags fucking everywhere that's worse than the dude your ex cheated on. So, like, why are you wasting the mental effort on that dude versus, like, anybody else? And, like, when you think about it, like, okay, if you're gonna spend that kind of mental energy on a dipshit, well, guess what? Walk out in public, half the fucking people you come across are gonna be absolute dipshits. They're going to be degenerates who support Nazism. They're going to be racist. They're going to have cheated on their partners. They're animal abusers. Like, lots of fucking different things. So just imagine the kind of mental energy and just personal anguish you're causing yourself just getting frustrated over all the stupid nonsense that other people do. Like, what's the point? It doesn't benefit you. So just focus on yourself, what you personally can control, which is your own mind, your own actions. And if stupid people do dumb shit, don't get bothered by it. Like, it's not your choice what they do. They just do dumb shit. Just move on, you know? Thanks for the donation, though, Ken B.
people suspected that he actually died during a pred catch. A quick summary of like his content: basically what he'd do, he'd catch predators in Michigan by posing as a underage girl online. Once he'd meet up with these predators, he'd embarrass them, slap them, break their car windows, or even slash their tires. And one day when he was out, he walked into a diner and he confronted this group of two. One was 16 going on 17 and the other was 18 years old. And that confrontation turned into a fist fight, and then that fist fight turned into a shooting. The 16-year-old actually shot Bupak, and then later on that night, Bupak ended up passing away. Like I said, people suspected that his death was from a pred catch. There's no real confirmed evidence from the police to back up that claim, but I started to do a little digging with this because I just thought it was pretty interesting. Now, some sources are saying that Bupak actually accused one of the two of being a pedophile, and that's why he punched the guy. That's what one source is saying. Another source, which is an Instagram comment on his most recent post, which, I mean, that right there can already tell you like the validity of this, but I'm still going to say it anyway. The comment states that a predator that he caught before maced him in the situation, and Bupak saw him in that diner, and that's why he confronted him. And then that's when the whole altercation happened. Now, my takeaway from it, if this death was from a predator catch, then that's just another example of why these vigilante predator catches are pretty dangerous. But if this death wasn't caused because of that, then I mean, we can just throw it out the window, you know? This has nothing to do with a predator catch, you know? He was a pred catcher, but his death wasn't caused from a predator catch. You get what I'm saying? But yeah, let me know what you guys think about these vigilante pred catches in the comment section below. All that being said, this is gonna wrap up the video. If you guys made this far, I appreciate you. Make sure to follow my Twitch at TwitchCameronWAK. Make sure to join my Discord, link in the description.
Violence does flare up. There are still clashes between Protestant groups like the Orange Order and Irish Republicans and Catholics. And some splinter groups of the paramilitaries, like the Continuity IRA, are still armed.
Unfortunately, there's a small core within our nationalist areas who claim to be Republican activists but don't attack the state, but do have weaponry, and say that they're against the peace process. That's up to the police to do the job, and our communities will be better off without those people. But there's an awful lot of people within loyalist areas who claim their labels as loyalist activists. They're gangsters, criminals, drug dealers, etc. So a lot of them have a lot of negative sway in their areas.
Despite those groups, the majority of people who are actually involved in the conflict have committed to the peace process and turned to dialogue.
All right. Dude, it's annoying me how often I have to piss right now. I get thirsty and then I drink and then I have to piss like almost right after. I'm gonna try holding it in for as long as I can. Oh, great. Yes, there we go. I don't know why, but there's stupid-ass fucking games that default to 1440p for no goddamn reason. That is so fucking annoying. I don't have a fucking UTI. Or diabetes, fucking jackass. Oh my god, that's annoying. Fuck right off. Yeah, so now I have to fucking move all my tabs back. That's so stupid. Why? Why does it default to 1440p? The dumbest fucking resolution ever made. I'm not sure if this is even the DLC. I don't remember playing this in Little Nightmares 1. So I'm not sure. I don't know if I'm gonna have to adjust the brightness. fuck? What do you think of CSIS? What is that? I don't know what that is. Yeah. I don't know if that's enough. Am I supposed to do anything here? Oh, gum.
Found my ex's password for Insta in a breach related to her email. Lurked her Instagram for 6 months, looking at her interactions and likes. I would selectively view certain types of content to manipulate her feeds to show what I wanted. Do I need help?
Yeah, I'd say you probably need help. That sounds kind of excessive stalkerish. Thanks for the donation, Kenby. Oh, Gum, I love you. Why is this? Oh, there we go. Is my camera in a funny spot for some of this? I'll put it up here. Get the fuck up there. Holy shit. Oh, crap. How do I use the... Oh, there we go. Eh. Okay. Oh shit. Do they like follow you because of the light or what in the fuck? Is there a sprint button or I guess jumping helps? God damn it! Okay, like seriously. Am I retarded? Like, I swear there's not a sprint button. What am I... This is fucking dumb. Oh my god. Well, that game sucks. Save the Inuit donated $2. Let me see.
Did you know that 70% of Inuit households are food insecure? Which
Maybe they shouldn't live in a frozen wasteland.
is 6 to 7 times higher than the national Canadian average. And the groceries are so expensive in our communities. And we're talking about
Yes, that's because you live in a frozen wasteland. Why don't you fucking move? It's like living in a desert and it's like, oh, it's so hard to find water. No shit, you live in a fucking desert.
basic human needs. And if you're a young activist that do care about our planet and our future, then you can help. All you have to do is submit a short video of a cause that you find the most important at unwreckthefuture.com. Your ideas are
Oh, wow, she's a fucking scumbag. Oh, I can't believe that. So she's using this, this is an advertisement, and she's just making money off of this horse shit. Wow.
so important.
Massive, massive grifter.
And your ideas can fight food insecurity.
Yeah, so this is bullshit. So she's getting paid to promote a website so that they can get a mailing list and sell you shit. What a fucking scumbag.
Security around the world.
That is very stupid. I don't know why you'd care what race somebody is.
You got nice color skin. What color would you say that is?
My color.
That is nauseating. Thanks for the donation, Save the Inuit. This is too long.
One of the oldest stories in history is that of the flawed genius. The person who, in some way or another, is exceptional, but then they were inevitably brought down by their deepest character flaws. Almost as though the one comes with the other. Greatness in one way has to be balanced out by deep dysfunction in another, and it results in a heavy fall. It's been pretty apparent, almost from day one, that this would be the story of Elon Musk. The question has really been one of timing. When does the fall really kick in? Making that judgment gets more complicated because, on the one hand, he's uber rich and a bunch of people will only ever flatter and toady up to the uber rich and cover up their faults. And on the other, he's now deeply immersed in the polarized political moment in the United States, making it pretty much baked in that the base on...
Oh, dude, it's so funny. Like, these people talk about how important cultural heritage is. Okay, well, clearly it's like part of, you know, like British cultural heritage to be colonialist, right? Like, that's part of British culture, colonialism. So are they going to say it's okay for the British to practice colonialism because it's part of their cultural heritage? Oh. Okay. But it's okay for you to kill and, you know, murder and, you know, mutilate animals and wear their skin. Oh, gotcha. Like, it's so stupid. These people are just fucking troglodyte morons. Huge study, groundbreaking, donated $2. Did you read this? Twin nutrition study. I think I've seen this. Vegan diet, promote, blah, 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 controversy. Findings of the study indicate that a healthy vegan diet improves cardiovascular health. Vegan eaters' LDL cholesterol drop by an average of 15.2 milligrams over over 8 weeks. Omnivore participants' LDL cholesterol fell by 2.4 over 8 weeks. Vegan participants shed an average around 4 pounds than omnivores. And their insulin dropped by 20% more. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen that one. Like, we already know this. You know, been telling people for quite some time. Thanks for the donation, though. Huge study, groundbreaking.
On one side are kind of contractually obliged to think that everything he does is wonderful, regardless of, evidence. Right now, Musk is riding high in that political sphere. Donald Trump still likes having Musk around. Based on what happened during his first term, that process does generally have a time limit on it, but he has been more publicly indulgent of Musk than he has been of any other individual, arguably. So in that sense, it's a peak. And some of Musk's fans are amongst the tech bros. The conceit of the tech bros has always been that every business is, in the age of the internet anyway, a tech business. In the 1990s and early 2000s, they were the ones whose approach to radical market disruption was reinventing business models and shaping a much more efficient future. That was the story. So of course the story is that Elon Musk, as the alpha male of the tech bros, can do exactly the same process of reinvention for government. And that's why a bunch of them have been cheerleaders for DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency. That and their wish generally to be viewed upon with favour by the Trump administration. However, by all the available actual evidence, DOGE has been more of an embarrassment. Rather than bringing in the geniuses who know how to rewire processes to make them highly effective and efficient, instead you had a bunch of arrogant youngsters who apparently knew nothing about how government, who were treated badly and summarily fired. Neither of those.
Plus, anti-Semite donate $2. Plus is being an anti-Semite in chat. Can you ban him or debate him? Yeah, they're banned.
All right, we have seen
the donation, dude.
Elon post a lot of wild stuff on his app, but this easily takes the cake. In fact, this was so vile that even Elon Musk had to remove it himself after realizing how far he overstepped. This article from the New York Times says, Elon Musk shared, then removed a post absolving dictators for genocide. The post falsely claimed that Stalin, Hitler, and Mao were not responsible for the murder.
Oh, that's funny. We were talking about that yesterday. He actually took that post down. What a fucking retard.
Of millions of people.
Say the N-word, donate $2. Let me see.
Pudgy.
Oh.
Pudgy. Are you familiar with Dyatlov's past incident? What do you think happened to those hikers? You think it was the avalanche or you think someone killed them? Remember, those weren't some retards, they were very professional hikers.
Professional hikers. Oh, that's a fucking joke, dude. The amount of stories I've heard of professional hiker, oh, they've been doing it for 30 years. All they do is walk, okay? There's no such thing as professional hiking. You're just walking. And, yeah, you can get bad luck or do dumb shit. You know, it happens. I think I've seen a video about this a while ago, and I'd have to refresh my memory. Like, wasn't one of them, it looked like they were attacked by a wild animal or something? I'll watch that video in a bit. Thanks for the donation, Q.
Pudgy. Pudgy. Pudgy.
Oh.
Pudgy. Pudgy. What are you doing?
Oh my goodness.
What are you doing? Pudgy.
That's a very beautiful fuzzy cat. Wow. So fluffy. Oh.
What are you doing, you little fart? What are you doing? What are you doing? What do you want, Sue? What do you want? What do you want?
Oh.
What do you want? Boochie. Boochie, Boochie.
Those are nice cats. Oh, they're friends.
Give him poochie kisses.
Oh my goodness. I like that cat a lot, really fluffy. Thanks for the donation, Sadie N-word. Gotta see this first.
People, but rather public sector workers were. And it's so disgusting because this is all part of Elon Musk's effort to undermine the work of civil servants, to undermine public sector workers, but he's taken it way too far here. He's trying to compare our civil servants to people who worked under Hitler. And I'm gonna break it down further. I'm gonna break down some of the backlash. Right now I'm recording from LAX airport because I'm traveling a lot for work. So if you appreciate the LAX recordings, make sure you drop a like. And I do want to start off with this video. I want to insert some empathy into this video, and this clip is perfect because this man came to a hearing to oppose trans youth rights, but then changed his mind in the course of 60 seconds during the hearing. Let me play this clip, let me lead with some empathy, and then we'll dig into the Elon Musk story. All I ask is you spam some blue hearts, drop some likes. Let's check this out.
First of all, I'd like to apologize to you people. I was invited here to give my support for Bill 401. I have very little knowledge of gay people and things like that there. So when I came here, my eyes were open. I was one of the critics that sat on the side and made the decisions there was only two genders. So I got an education that was unbelievable. And I don't know just exactly how to say this, but my perspective for people have changed. So I don't think...
People thought Elon Musk was a smart dude. Now it's the opposite. Early on Friday, Elon Musk shared a post written by an ex-user about the actions of 3 20th century dictators. The deaths, dismissive of genocide, it's 100 other things. It's vile, it's disgusting that Elon Musk posted, and let's debunk it. All right, so it all starts off with this post from Alice Smith, who's live.
That's funny, he took the post down.
Eyes were missing, her tongue was missing, parts of her lip was missing, and a portion of her skull had fractured, and a piece of her skull had been removed. Hey, what's going on, guys? Mr. Ballin here from TikTok. I'm your resident scary storyteller. Today, I have a really cool story. It's actually one of the first...
Is cat skin loose enough for them to shake themselves dry like dogs? I don't know. Do cats shake themselves dry? Maybe they do. I'm not sure.
How do dogs shake themselves dry? And do all animals do it the same way? We'll try to answer this. There's water everywhere. This is one of those rare occasions when the high-speed cameras fail to tell dogs. This is how many movements per second a large dog wave was created near the neck.
Wow.
The muscles closer to its tail begin to work. Much harder for long-haired dogs to shake dogs, as a tail still. Cats also use this method for shaking themselves dry. For the record, contrary to popular belief, they also swim like dogs. This sounds funny, but cats swim using the doggy paddle.
Poor kitty. Oh, he got wet. Yeah, I guess they do.
Kind of unsolved mysteries that really captured my attention and drew me into researching all of these kind of crazy unsolved mysteries that are out there. The too long didn't read version of this is you have 9 highly experienced hikers that go off into the mountains and die under extremely mysterious conditions. There are photos and journal entries. I mean, there's just a preponderance of evidence, but no one can make any sense of it. And to this day, it is one of the single most interesting things that I've ever found on the internet. So In 1959, 10 hikers decided to head out on this 190-mile journey through the Ural Mountains in the northern part of the Soviet Union. Now, this was not a vacation. This was more like a mission to this group of experienced hikers, because in completing this 190-mile journey, they would receive their level 3 hiker certification, which at the time was the highest in the country. So they would be the top dogs in hiking. So on January 25th, they set off on this 16-day, 190-mile journey. The group was in good spirits. The pictures of them, they were happy. They were on course. Everything was going right. And then they reached this kind of critical juncture in the trip. They reached this mountain pass that actually was subsequently renamed the Dyatlov Pass after the leader of the group. The leader was named Igor Dyatlov. And so they reach this mountain pass, and they know they need to go through it. They need to negotiate this mountain pass. And so they set up camp, and the plan is early the next day, they're going to attempt to push through this mountain pass, and hopefully over the space of one day, they would be able to get through that mountain pass and set up camp on the other side. So early the next morning, they get up and they begin their ascent through this mountain pass. But unfortunately, a very bad weather system rolled in and it pushed them off course. And in fact, it pushed them onto a different slope that the local Mansi tribe called Dead Mountain. And so they get pushed off course. They're not going to get through the mountain pass. And then one of the first strange things happens. For some reason, now this group of experienced hikers that should have known that their best bet at this point, because of the bad weather and being pushed off course, would be to retreat off the mountain and find somewhere that was more protected to spend the night, because at this point they got to set up camp somewhere. But for some reason they decide to stay on the exposed slope of Dead Mountain, which means that they would be setting up camp in not only just a wickedly windy area, and there's like risk of avalanche and any number of things could happen, but they'd also be exposed to negative 40-degree temperatures. They're like out in the open, just getting crushed by the elements. But for whatever reason, they make camp right on the slopes of Dead Mountain. So when the hikers don't show up to a rendezvous point that they were supposed to meet at a predetermined time, the folks they were set to meet, who obviously didn't meet up with the hikers, they let authorities know, it was noted that they had not made rendezvous. But because this was an experienced group, this was not a, now let's send out the search party. It was more like, okay, they should have been here, but it's 9 people, they know what they're doing, they'll get here soon. 3 weeks go by, and still no one's heard from these 9 hikers. And at this point, a search party is sent out, even including military units are sent out to find them. And relatively quickly, the search party comes across the campsite on Dead Mountain, and what they find is just horrifying. So the first thing they notice is that the tent they had been staying in had been slashed open, except from the inside, meaning someone inside the tent had slashed it open. And then in the tent itself, neatly stacked, was all their cold weather gear, or the majority of their cold weather gear, like their shoes and their jackets. I mean, it's all there. And there's no sign of the hikers. And then near the camp, like literally right out of this tent, is this neat set of footprints leading down towards this forest. And investigators, when they looked at the footprints, they could determine a couple of things. One, the majority of the hikers had either been barefoot or only wearing one shoe. In addition, their cadence, they were looking at the space of their footsteps. Their gait, I should say, was indicative of a group of people that was walking calmly. This was not a panicked run away from your campsite. This was a walking calmly away from your campsite with not the right clothing on, probably no shoes on, down to the forest in an exposed mountain slope.
The problem with Mr. Ballin is some of the stuff he says is not actually accurate, so I don't know if they were found with only one shoe. Avalanche. Burst out of the tent wearing whatever they happened to be sleeping. Some point one of them fell. Stuck his head on a rock. Became lost. Poor visibility. Something. I don't know if all of these details are accurate. Yeah, chances are an animal might have eaten one of their tongues out or something, or maybe they bit off their tongue by accident. That happens. Avalanche led to their death. Survivors of the avalanche forced suddenly to leave their camp. Low visibility, inadequate clothing, died of hypothermia. Not seeing anything about one of them not having a boot.
With negative 40-degree temperatures. So investigators, they start following these footsteps down towards this forest, and it leads them to this this area right at the outside of this forest, right underneath this big cedar tree.
Have I heard of the Lake Bottom murders? No. Not familiar with those.
Where there's evidence of a campfire, and around that campfire are two of the hikers' bodies, and they're just wearing underwear. They're barefoot, and their hands had been like scraped. The palms of their hands had been badly scraped, and the tree that was right next to them had evidence of someone had been trying to climb it. A lot of the branches had been ripped down, as if someone had desperately tried to climb up this tree, but was unsuccessful. You know, as if they were trying to seek shelter from something or someone on the ground, but obviously they did not make it in time. Within several hundred feet of that campfire, the investigators found 3 other hikers' bodies. They were similarly underdressed, and it appeared, the way their bodies had frozen, that they were actually trying to make their way back up to the campsite. Investigators noted that one of those 3 hikers had a head injury that was consistent with someone repeatedly smashing their head. Another of those 3 had a strange rectangular bruise on their side, and then oddly enough, while they were underdressed, each of those 3 were wearing the other's bits of clothing. It was like they all collectively put on the wrong clothes and not enough clothes. Despite the strangeness of the 5 bodies that were found and what they were wearing, or I guess what they weren't wearing, it was determined that they all died of hypothermia and that there was no foul play. It wasn't until May, when the weather warmed up a little bit and some of the snow had melted, that investigators were able to locate the remaining 4 hikers' bodies. And it was really the condition that they were found in, the second group of hikers, that really took this mystery and elevated it and made it this kind of urban legend, because it makes no sense how they were found. So the remaining 4 were found in this creek bed that came to be known as the Dyatlov Den. They were buried under about 13 feet of snow. And so of the 4 bodies that were found in the Dyatlov Den, one of them had simply died of hypothermia and kind of was a lot like the first group, right? There's no severe injuries, really, just they died of hypothermia. But the other 3, that was not the case at all. The 7th hiker had a skull fracture that occurred right before he died. The 8th hiker had these extreme chest fractures that...
It's clearly an avalanche. Yeah, it's just an avalanche. I don't think any of that sounds mysterious. Alright, I'm gonna get to bed. Tomorrow night, I think I'm gonna have a debate at 8 or 9 p.m. Let me check my messages here. No, 7 p.m. Yeah, I think it's 7 p.m. EST. I'll double check tomorrow with them, but... Yeah, tomorrow night I'm just gonna have some stupid fucking debate with a retard who thinks, we should have free market capitalism with 0 restrictions, so, like, no monopoly busting... No transport regulations, stuff like that. But I'll be on tomorrow night, so I'll see you guys then. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs, really appreciate it. And I'll see you all tomorrow night, around the same time, so...